Welcome to the cultivation universe where everything abnormal is normal. And today's main character, Bai Xiaochun, is living proof. A young man who fears death more than the sky falling. A genius whose main talent is causing trouble. And also the only person who can make the entire sect want to beat him, protect him, and avoid him as much as possible. A will eternal, a cultivation story full of laughter. But beneath it is the emotional journey of a seemingly useless person who carries within him a will that can shake heaven and earth. If you want a story that's addictive from the first listen, humorous, touching, and extremely captivating, then this is the perfect choice. Now let's embark on a journey where just one thought is enough to shake eternity. Impossible! Gongsun Water exclaimed in disbelief. The protective barrier of this giant cocoon was truly terrifying. Bai Xiaochun, standing to the side, also took a deep breath. He felt that the restoration of this giant cocoon seemed very similar to his own immortal scroll. But there were also differences. It seemed, compared to his immortal scroll, it was even more exquisite. Especially since this giant cocoon was clearly using the giant spider to absorb the life force of the entire Zhuangju County. Such a scene was also very similar to the scene of cultivating the immortal scroll, which required life force. All of this gave Bai Xiaochun a kind of illusion, as if his immortal scroll was derived from this giant cocoon. In other words, it was impossible for this kind of situation to occur. If they had enough time, the two of them could have stalled for a while, eventually finding a way to break through this giant cocoon. But at this moment, suddenly, the heartbeat inside the giant cocoon intensified. It seemed as if the life force within was being nourished and was about to be born. Such a scene instantly made the situation even more critical. Bai Xiaochun and Gongsun Water's expressions changed repeatedly. Although they couldn't determine how powerful and terrifying this life force, having absorbed all the life force of Zhuangju County, would be after birth, they could already imagine how astonishing the life force inside would be when it emerged. Gongsun Water's face turned slightly pale. Since entering Zhuangju County, this was the first time she had felt the urge to retreat. Let's go, we can't control this. I have a feeling that inside there's an extremely terrifying and evil creature. Even the primordial era couldn't shake it. We've done our best, gee. Gongsun Water's pale face suddenly turned serious. She instinctively recoiled. She worried that if she stayed any longer, leaving would become a distant hope. If it were a different time, Bai Xiaochun would have left long ago. But now, having reached this point, his breathing was somewhat labored. He stared intently at the large cocoon that was leaping more and more violently. At this moment, a crazy thought was erupting in his mind, an uncontrollable outburst. The level of madness in this thought was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Bai Xiaochun was here precisely because this large cocoon was similar to the immortal scroll, which allowed this thought to arise. Let's unite! Bai Xiaochun roared softly, as if he were determined to do anything. He couldn't stand by and watch the Cloud Sea Pearl be destroyed. Once the life form inside this giant cocoon successfully emerged, the Cloud Sea Pearl would truly have no hope left. Moreover, he had once prevented its birth. After its birth, he would face its terrifying revenge. If we haven't offended it, then so be it. But if we have, then we must use all our strength to destroy it. If we can't destroy it, at least we must make it fear us. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth. Water, help me this one time. If it still doesn't work this time, we'll leave. With that, Bai Xiaochun's body trembled slightly. The Northern Meridian Greatsword emitted a terrifying light. Gongsun Water frowned, but still nodded and attacked again. In an instant, the same killer move as before, unleashed with a thunderous roar in the hands of the two, directly striking the large cocoon. After being torn apart layer by layer, it stopped at 9/10 of its original size. The countershock and recovery force erupted once again. But this time, Gongsun Water retreated, while Bai Xiaochun endured the countershock, even though he spat out fresh blood, even though his blood and she vibrated as if about to explode. He roared, taking out the eternal night umbrella. In the instant the cocoon's shattered shell recovered, he fiercely stabbed the eternal night umbrella into it. After stabbing it in, the countershock inside the cocoon intensified with the speed of recovery. It was as if mountains were crashing down on Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's body trembled, blood gushing out in mouthfuls. His body was also frantically working to recover. It seemed that at this moment, his immortal scroll and the regenerative power of the giant cocoon were locked in a fierce battle. The life force extracted by the eternal night umbrella also erupted at this moment. Although it hadn't yet broken through the cocoon shell, he had absorbed a considerable amount of life force. As this life force was drained, and as Bai Xiaochun exerted all his strength, the recovery speed and counter-shock of the giant cocoon continuously surged. The fresh blood in Bai Xiaochun's mouth didn't stop flowing. Gongsun Wanner, beside him, had long since been wide-eyed and speechless. Bai Xiaochun, you're insane. Bai Xiaochun's eyes turned red. With a low roar, his body moved slightly, and he unleashed the human mountain technique and the Cloud Thunder ancestor transformation, directly reaching their peak. His physical strength and cultivation power all erupted, as if breaking through the limits of the giant cocoon. Under his roar, the pointed tip of the eternal night umbrella directly pierced through the cocoon's shell. Splatter! A sound rang out. The sharp point had pierced inside the cocoon. It was in this very instant that an overwhelming surge of life force, something Bai Xiaochun had never encountered in his entire life, something he could hardly even imagine, directly erupted from the eternal night umbrella. This life force was incredibly potent. Therefore, in that instant, the eternal night umbrella trembled violently and automatically opened. The demonic face on the umbrella stared wide-eyed, as if still alive. It neither cried nor laughed, but rather swelled up, as if gaping in astonishment. It seemed even it hadn't imagined that after a lifetime of absorbing life force, it could one day absorb such an earth-shattering force. And Gongsun Wanner beside him seemed stunned. She stared blankly at Bai Xiaochun. You're stealing. It's life force. Gongsun Wanner whispered, her mind blank. It seemed that at this moment, all her thoughts had stopped. It seemed that Bai Xiaochun's audacity and madness this time had surpassed her imagination. The only one who remained calm was Bai Xiaochun. However, his calmness stemmed from the fact that the moment this astonishing life force surged into his body through the eternal night umbrella, it was like moving mountains and filling seas, directly rendering Bai Xiaochun's mind incapable of thought or comprehension. He only felt that in that instant, his consciousness erupted with over 1,000,000 thunderclaps. Under these explosions, even he himself was bewildered. This immense life force surged in with overwhelming force. If it were anyone else, even a heavenly venerate would find it difficult to withstand. But Bai Xiaochun's body was strong. The foundation of the immortal longevity technique made his body accustomed to and easily manipulate life force. In an instant, his bones crackled again, and his blood and flesh expanded. In just the time it takes to breathe once, his body felt as if it had been satiated. But even with that satiety, this vitality surged wildly. Like the large cocoon before, it was a perfectly formed mass, its inner life force constantly flowing and nourishing. The eternal night umbrella pierced through it like a balloon, disrupting the internal balance and causing the life force to become incredibly frenzied. Under this frenzy, in the time it takes to breathe a second time, the foundation of Bai Xiaochun's immortal longevity scroll, which had formed, instantly seemed to collapse, only to be instantly recondensed, as if being tempered. This caused the already extremely powerful immortal longevity technique to be further amplified, like a transformation. With a loud bang, Bai Xiaochun's aura instantly surged, becoming sharper. Although his cultivation level was still at the peak of the early heavenly venerate stage, he gave off a terrifying aura comparable to that of a peak mid-heavenly venerate. Then, within the third breath, it seemed as if Bai Xiaochun's body and foundation had reached their limits. But this surge of vitality continued. His body, like a rubber balloon, expanded in an instant. In a flash in Gongsun Wanner's eyes, Bai Xiaochun, though not originally tall, was well-proportioned, and suddenly transformed into a bloated figure. Not the kind of bloated with a mountain of flesh, but an extremely round, spherical fat. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun was exactly like this. His body was fully activated, almost large enough to accommodate 10 of his previous forms. Even if he could regain his ability to think at this moment, he would undoubtedly realize that even Zhang Dapeng from the time of the Lingxi Sect's kitchen staff was far from matching him. All of this sounds slow, but in reality, it only took 3 breaths. As the third breath ended, the fourth breath arrived in an instant, and from within this large cocoon, a furious roar erupted, shaking the entire Zhuangji County. This roar carried the most intense anger and madness ever, along with an overwhelming sense of unwillingness and surprise. It even seemed unbelievable, utterly unimaginable. This caused countless emotions contained within the roar to erupt at this very moment. Gongsun Wanner had barely heard it when her whole body trembled. She felt as if her consciousness and even her body were being torn apart. She spat out fresh blood, her expression one of terror. She struggled to maintain her composure and quickly retreated. However, the power contained within this furious roar surpassed that of a heavenly venerate. Gongsun Wanner's consciousness was rapidly disintegrating. Despair and struggle flickered in her eyes, yet she continued to retreat. Blood flowed from her 7 orifices. From head to toe, every pore on her body was gushing with fresh blood. All of this happened too quickly. In the instant Gongsun Wanner retreated, Bai Xiaochun was most intensely impacted by this roar, especially the eternal night umbrella. It was directly shattered by a powerful force from within the cocoon. In that instant, cracks appeared on the umbrella's body, and its bones began to crumble. Even the demonic face trembled. It seemed to sense something that terrified it as well. Only Bai Xiaochun was present. He had become incredibly obese because of the excessive accumulation of life force within his body. At this moment, even though he was attacked by this roar, he only felt a slight dizziness. But he only managed to hold on for a few breaths. As Bai Xiaochun's consciousness recovered and the roar intensified, at the moment when fresh blood spurted from Gongsun Wanner's body and she swayed as if about to fall, Bai Xiaochun finally regained some composure. He sensed this frenzied roar. He felt as if his body was caught in a storm. His expression changed. At the same time, fresh blood gushed from the corner of his mouth. Although his body was enormous, he was also very agile and quickly retreated, especially when he saw Gongsun Wanner covered in blood, seemingly on the verge of unconsciousness. Bai Xiaochun, taking advantage of the situation, flicked his sleeve and embraced Gongsun Wanner, placing her on his enormous belly. In a state of utter terror, he was like a giant rubber ball, suddenly retreating rapidly, wanting to escape this abyss. But at this moment, this large cocoon, under this roaring sound, began to shatter. In an instant, cracks appeared. The most severe cracks were where the eternal night umbrella had pierced. A continuous creaking sound emanated, as if life was being born inside, struggling to break free amidst this furious roar. Bai Xiaochun's breathing was heavy. At this moment, all of his cultivation power erupted, especially the accumulated life force within his body. Some of it was drawn out, making his speed even faster. But just as he was about to rush out of this sky hole, a creaking sound rang out. The area with the most cracks on this large cocoon shattered directly. From within, a blood-red hand, covered in scales and sticky with a lot of substance, suddenly emerged. This hand didn't have 5 fingers, but only 4. The fingernails curved like blades. There were also red scales. The moment this hand stretched out, an overwhelming sense of evil erupted, causing the heavens and earth to suddenly change drastically. Whether inside Juanqi County or the world outside the county, it seemed that with the appearance of this hand, this terrifying sense of evil spread out. After extending, the hand with red scales suddenly pressed down towards Bai Xiaochun as he fled. With a single press, a force surpassing the heavenly venerate realm, capable of destroying heaven and earth, erupted, instantly striking towards Bai Xiaochun. The intense life or death danger caused Bai Xiaochun's eyes to widen. His first reaction was to immediately return to the tattered fan, avoiding the danger there. Even with Gongsun Wanner by his side, he didn't realize she knew about the existence and secrets of the tattered fan. However, the place was sealed by that strange spider web, cutting off all his aura. Bai Xiaochun's cultivation couldn't withstand the barrier until he broke through, ultimately severing his senses. Facing imminent danger, Bai Xiaochun became incredibly frantic. He let out a loud shout and raised his right hand. He held the Northern Meridian greatsword horizontally in front of him. This sword was transformed from the Northern Meridian, capable of both large and small sizes. At that moment, it suddenly grew larger, as if transforming into a shield. Even though Gongsun Wanner was on the verge of unconsciousness, she fiercely bit her tongue and unleashed a spell. A black mist enveloped them, as if opening a demonic realm, summoning countless vengeful spirits to form a protective shield. She also brought out her warship and activated a light barrier. In an instant, thunder echoed through the air. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun held Gongsun Wan'er close. They were like a lone boat in a storm, struck by a colossal wave, instantly engulfed and subjected to a destructive force capable of annihilating everything. At the same time, not only Bai Xiaochun and Gongsun Wan'er were affected by this force, but also the entire Zhuangju County. It seemed that the hand, having had some of its life force drained by Bai Xiaochun, had suffered some fatal flaws in its overall development, making it powerful but unable to concentrate its full power. When it takes action, it can only do as it is now, destroying everything within the range of its divine power. The deafening roars echoed incessantly. The entire Zhuangju County, under this ferocious storm, seemed as if a giant hand, reaching beyond the county itself, had directly seized it, squeezing it tightly. Suddenly, it shattered. The entire Zhuangju County crumbled in this earth-shattering event. Meanwhile, in the air above Zhuangju City, Bai Xiaochun and Gongsun Wan'er had emerged from the abyss. They bore the brunt of the storm, instantly engulfed by its violent force. The first to be caught in the storm was the dense black mist summoned by Gongsun Wan'er. Within this mist, it was like the gates of hell had opened, countless vengeful spirits howling and charging in to resist. But in the face of this ferocious storm, all the vengeful spirits were incredibly weak, utterly powerless to resist. In less than a blink of an eye, they were all crushed and shattered. Even the black mist was shattered and annihilated completely. But this storm, still carrying the power to destroy heaven and earth, instantly surged forward, colliding with Gongsun Wan'er as White Bone Warship. The White Bone Warship was a treasure-level artifact, possessing even more astonishing defensive capabilities. Back then, even Bai Xiaochun, using the Northern Meridian Greatsword, needed to expend a tremendous amount of energy to strike it. At this moment, the protective light shield of the White Bone Warship suddenly flickered. Although this ferocious storm was incredibly powerful, it only paused for a moment. But it only paused briefly. Under the combined impact of the next storm, the Whitebone warship's defenses shattered again. The warship was even swept backward. Gongsun Wan'er took it. Simultaneously, despair filled her eyes. At this moment, all hope seemed to rest solely on Bai Xiaochun. It was at this very moment that a massive storm erupted, sweeping in all directions. Amidst Bai Xiaochun's low roar, the storm and his northern sect great sword directly collided. Earth-shattering thunder echoed everywhere. The northern sect great sword, worthy of its reputation as a world treasure, resisted even though the power of this ferocious storm surpassed the heavenly venerate realm. However, the price for this resistance was that Bai Xiaochun, behind the great sword, was violently shaken. It seemed as if countless divine abilities were attacking his entire body. He gasped for breath, his eyes turning a deep red. A guttural roar escaped his lips. The regenerative power of the immortal scroll was fully unleashed. In the midst of the clash and the deafening explosion, Bai Xiaochun's body continuously retreated. Gongsun Wan'er could only cling tightly to Bai Xiaochun's arm, retreating alongside him under the northern sect great sword, shielding him from the storm. But even retreating, there was no way to eliminate the force of the storm. The storm raging from the abyss could truly shatter the entire Zhuangju County. Its power was immense, enough to shake everything. The storm roared, and the Northern Meridian Greatsword, after holding out for a certain period, also began to falter. Bai Xiaochun struggled to regulate his breathing, veins bulging on his forehead. He knew that even if he took out the turtle pattern cauldron, its effect would only be similar to that of the Northern Meridian Greatsword. Although it could withstand the storm from the front, it would still struggle against the shockwaves emanating from within. His hands were trembling. Fortunately, at this moment, although Bai Xiaochun had become obese, the accumulated vitality in his body was truly immense. This allowed his physical strength and recovery ability, no matter how much was consumed, to be replenished in an instant. Thus, as he continuously retreated under the impact of this storm, Bai Xiaochun himself didn't know how much time had passed. He only knew that his recovery ability was constantly surging, barely holding on. Until the tremors gradually subsided, until the storm slowly dissipated, Bai Xiaochun's body, in the process of retreating, was pushed to the far end of the sky. When it was all over, Bai Xiaochun felt like he couldn't breathe. His body was trembling. Gongsun Wan'er was too. They exchanged glances, both seeing in each other's eyes a mixture of relief at surviving the ordeal and the horror of the memory. It seemed even their relationship had become more complicated than before because of what they had experienced. Gonsenwaner seemed a little unaccustomed to it. She immediately averted her gaze. By now, she had recovered considerably. In an instant, she moved away from Bai Xiaochun's side. Bai Xiaochun also cleared his throat. After retracting his Northern Meridian greatsword, he looked down at the ground below. The Zhuangju County had vanished. It was as if it had been erased from the air. The spiderwebs and the gray mist were nowhere to be seen. Even the abyss had become quiet again. Their divine senses swept across, encountering no obstacles. They could also sense that at the bottom of this deep pit, the shattered cocoon shell was no longer visible. All that remained on the ground was a little sticky, still not dry. All of this made the two of them uneasy. The bizarre life form inside that large cocoon posed great a threat to them. Now that it had disappeared, both Bai Xiaochun and Gongsun felt the danger. It was conceivable that it might not continue to attack them. Bai Xiaochun and Gongsun also realized that something might have gone wrong with this bizarre life form. At this moment, it wasn't in time to cause trouble for them, but was secretly healing. After realizing this, Gongsun couldn't help but look at Bai Xiaochun, who now seemed a little fatter. She thought of the scene where Bai Xiaochun stole the life force. Recalling it now, it was clear that if he hadn't been so decisive earlier, he would have been doomed in front of them. Gongsun was slightly better off. After all, with her soul in the evil emperor's hands, she could be resurrected. However, she was worried that during the resurrection process, the evil emperor might secretly manipulate things, causing the merged consciousness of the ghost mother to awaken once again. As for Bai Xiaochun, the fact that his soul hadn't been released was no longer a secret to the powerful figures of the two great imperial dynasties. We must report this to the higher authorities immediately. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, still feeling apprehensive. Gongsun nodded. It wasn't until they reached the border of Yunhai continent that she suddenly stopped. She looked at Bai Xiaochun for a moment, remained silent, then softly said, "Thank you." Without waiting for Bai Xiaochun's reply, she turned and rushed straight to her northern palace. Hearing Gongsun thanks, if it were any other time, Bai Xiaochun might have felt smug. But today, he wasn't in the mood. Although he had simultaneously resolved the fog, he had also provoked such a terrifying existence. Bai Xiaochun's rough assessment was that the other party was undoubtedly an existence comparable to the primordial era. Furthermore, at this moment, even if he tried to look down, he couldn't see his own feet. His body was simply too fat. This made Bai Xiaochun very worried. However, thinking that if he could absorb all the life force in the body, his physical strength and cultivation would definitely be enhanced, Bai Xiaochun's heart was filled with anticipation. He didn't dare stay here alone. Seeing Gongsun leave, Bai Xiaochun's body also shook slightly, and he rushed straight towards Yunhai continent. At this moment, inside Yunhai continent, the Grand Celestial Master and the Giant Ghost King were both extremely uneasy. Because after Bai Xiaochun left, although the fog finally dissipated, the entire Zhuangju County was shattered and erased, and the abnormal situation outside the county was felt in an instant, shocking all the observers. They were very worried about Bai Xiaochun's safety. They were all at the border, anxiously waiting. But after waiting for a long time, they saw a huge ball of flesh hurtling towards them from the sky. The two were startled and wanted to stop it. But after sensing the divine consciousness of this huge ball, the Giant Ghost King and the Grand Celestial Master were both stunned. While they were still in shock, Bai Xiaochun's body instantly approached. When he stood in front of them, he looked somewhat unsteady. Bai Xiaochun himself felt a little embarrassed. "You've been too greedy. Besides, it's very dangerous here. For the next few days, it's best not to go outside. Be careful and vigilant at all times. I must quickly return to my seclusion. This time, although dangerous, the harvest is considerable." Bai Xiaochun knew exactly what he looked like at that moment. After giving some instructions, he performed another teleportation and disappeared. Only the Giant Ghost King and the Grand Heavenly Master remained, staring at each other. They saw Bai Xiaochun enter such a dangerous place, not only unharmed, but also seemingly gaining a great advantage and becoming the fattened one. They found this unbelievable. Regardless of what they thought, at this moment, Bai Xiaochun had returned to his blessed land in Yunhai City. Being in such a terrifying abyss made him very uneasy. However, he had already informed the Holy Emperor about this beforehand. Now, after thinking for a moment, he took Ed to Jade Slips, and after explaining what he had learned, he immediately arranged for someone to send one to Ling Jiushan in the second immortal realm, and the other directly to the Holy Emperor City. This matter, only an ancient emperor can resolve. Bai Xiaochun shook his head. He realized that his use of the Eternal Night Umbrella to absorb these things had likely had a significant impact on that evil entity. That's why the other party didn't continue the pursuit. It was probably healing now. As you can see, I'm still relatively safe. At least I can hold out until the Holy Emperor arrives. Bai Xiaochun breathed a long sigh of relief, then took a deep breath. He knew time was of the essence, especially today's events, which made him feel that even as a heavenly venerate, he wasn't entirely secure. To establish himself in the eternal immortal realm, his cultivation had to advance every day. Realizing this, Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth. Absorb this life force. I want to break through to the mid-stage heavenly venerate. A look of determination flashed in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. He quickly sat down cross-legged in the secret chamber. The tattered fan appeared in his mind. Soon, his body became indistinct again, disappearing once more. In the dark starry sky, only the tattered fan emitted a faint light. At this moment, on the square of the tattered fan, after a distortion, Bai Xiaochun's massive body, formed after absorbing the abundant life force, gradually reappeared. From a distance, it looked like a rolling ball of flesh. I need to quickly refine my life force. I'm really too fat right now. Bai Xiaochun tried to lower his head to look at his toes, but could only see his enormous belly. Even trying to touch his navel with his arm was a strenuous effort. This made Bai Xiaochun feel unwell all over. His eyes showed determination and resolve. In an instant, the ball of flesh curled up again, hurtling straight towards the fin-shaped bone passage, preparing to continue his breakthrough. The opportunity in Zhuangju County this time was extremely special and incredibly rare. If it were at another time, Bai Xiaochun understood that breaking through from the early stage of heavenly venerate to the middle stage would be incredibly difficult and time-consuming. Not to mention the countless rare treasures and blessings needed during this process. Currently, an astonishing amount of life force was accumulating within his body. But Bai Xiaochun still felt uneasy. He knew this was a one-time opportunity. If he couldn't use this life force to break through his cultivation and failed, he didn't know how long it would take to wait for the next opportunity. Originally, without this life force, Bai Xiaochun's plan was to rely on the rewards from the various stages of the fan to increase his cultivation faster than others. Now, after comparing, he had made a decision. Only by giving it my all can I achieve the greatest success. When I push through the stages to the limit, that's when I'll turn back and break through. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth fiercely and stepped into the stage. He repeatedly broke through the stages, repeatedly failing, but Bai Xiaochun didn't give up. After summarizing the reasons, he continued to try. Time passed. Very quickly, he had been stuck here for almost 2 months. During this time, he also frequently returned to Yunhai Continent, anticipating any unexpected events. The Holy Emperor and the Evil Emperor had already learned of what had happened in Zhuangju County, and although they hadn't made any clear arrangements, Bai Xiaochun felt much more at ease. After all, while he valued Yunhai Continent, Bai Xiaochun believed that the Evil Emperor and the Holy Emperor valued the second immortal realm territory even more. Thus, Bai Xiaochun struggled through each of the trials. It wasn't until after passing the 50th trial that he finally reached his limit. At the 51st trial, even with all his strength gathered, he still couldn't overcome it. All right. It seems I can only go as far as the 50th trial today. After numerous attempts, Bai Xiaochun had to give up on the idea of continuing to try. He began to look back, sorting through the rewards from the previous 50 trials. Especially the 50th trial, which accounted for half of the total rewards, was incredibly rich. Not only were there some things Bai Xiaochun had never seen before, but based on his medicinal analysis, he could guess they were top-grade immortal pills. But there was also a piece of bamboo slip. 2 runes were engraved on these slips. Bai Xiaochun couldn't understand them. But when he saw the first rune, he felt as if he were in the Asura hell, the thought of death striking his mind. It took him a long time to recover. He breathed heavily, not daring to look at the second rune. What this bamboo slip was, he now had the answer in his heart. The reward for this 50th trial was a portion of the Life and Death Tao origin. Bai Xiaochun clutched the bamboo slip tightly, a strange light flashing in his eyes. After putting the slip away, he sat cross-legged in the square, fanning himself with a tattered fan. He used to do this cross-legged motion naturally, but today his body was too fat, so each time he sat cross-legged, Bai Xiaochun exerted himself greatly. Having finally managed it, he quickly formed hand seals, circulating all the cultivation power within his body. The first level of the Zhuan ancient scroll, recalling the past, continuously moved within him. Instantly, all the meridians in his body vibrated. Streams of cultivation power from all directions converged, merging into the meridians. Finally, at the heart, it surged and condensed, like an explosion. Bai Xiaochun felt a sudden shock in his head, his breathing becoming rapid. At the same time, he felt as if a long dragon existed within his body. This dragon was running, its speed increasing rapidly. Sometimes it would erupt at his heart, other times it would condense at his dantian. Moreover, after several such instances, it emitted a long roar from within his head. Bai Xiaochun knew that this so-called long dragon was actually his Dao seed. Unlike others, his Dao seed was not small at all. It was a single, interconnected entity. As his cultivation increased, it also grew stronger. But this kind of growth was still far from a breakthrough in cultivation. The heavenly venerate realm is the process of the Dao seed taking root, sprouting, blooming, and bearing fruit. Entering the heavenly venerate realm, the Dao seed forms in an instant. My entire body's meridians, like the roots of the Dao seed, merge together, truly becoming its tree. The early stage of heavenly venerate is the process of these roots continuously spreading and merging. The middle stage of heavenly venerate is after the roots penetrate deep, absorb enough nutrients, and then begin the sprouting stage. Now, it's this stage. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flickered. As his thoughts changed, the long dragon-like Dao seed running within his body immediately stopped moving, condensing together. Finally, it stopped at Bai Xiaochun's dantian, gradually beginning to contract. As it contracted, a mysterious aura emanated from Bai Xiaochun's body. It seemed as if this Dao seed was gathering the power to sprout. As it contracted, Bai Xiaochun's expression became serious. He knew the most crucial moment had arrived. The life force he had accumulated and sealed within his body for months was suddenly released. Boom! A sound like rolling thunder echoed. The life force surging within Bai Xiaochun's body erupted like a raging wave, directly spreading throughout his entire being, sweeping everything in its path. As Bai Xiaochun's past thoughts from the first layer of the Zhuan ancient scroll circulated, this life force seemed to be transformed and subdued, rushing straight towards the Dao seed. The Dao seed contracted, vibrating intensely, like a parched land encountering dew, or like a starving person suddenly finding immortal food. In an instant, the Dao seed transformed into a massive black hole, frantically absorbing the newly manifested life force. The absorption speed increased rapidly. Gradually, Bai Xiaochun's body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Under this frenzied absorption, the Dao seed emitted an even more intense and mysterious aura. It seemed a transformation was about to happen. But at this moment, a scene that Bai Xiaochun had previously worried about finally appeared. The immortal longevity technique formed a Dao seed. This method of inheritance, along with the other two great imperial families, reached the same peak of the great Dao of the three eternal immortal realms, each with its own astonishing aspects. The immortal longevity technique was so domineering that even this overflowing vitality seemed insufficient to support the Dao seed's germination. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun's body, rapidly shrinking, had returned to its normal size, but it showed no intention of stopping, continuing to contract. It seemed to want to absorb his life, cultivation, and even everything else into the Dao seed. Therefore, it was likely that before the seed could germinate, Bai Xiaochun would be utterly annihilated. And yet, this attempt at breakthrough was truly unstoppable and irreversible. Or don't even try, because once you try, you must succeed. However, Bai Xiaochun had already prepared for all of this. Although he lacked experience in breaking through to the heavenly venerate realm, and no one had told him, his understanding of the immortal longevity technique, having experienced and frequently encountered such situations, was undeniable. Therefore, he didn't immediately attempt a breakthrough, but instead reached the limit, gathered sufficient resources, and only then began his attempt to break through to the mid-stage heavenly venerate realm. At this moment, everything was still within Bai Xiaochun's calculations. He wasn't flustered. The instant his body contracted, he potted his storage bag. Immediately, the pills, immortal herbs, and rewards from the first 50 stages on this tattered fan appeared. Although he had given many to the Grand Heavenly Master and others, he still had plenty left. He relentlessly pushed himself to the very end, throwing everything into his mouth. As he consumed the elixirs and immortal herbs, and his vitality was replenished, Bai Xiaochun's body finally stopped withering. The Tao seed within him, which had been brimming with vitality before, was already 80 or 90% complete. Now, what remained was rapidly replenished. Finally, after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the Tao seed instantly erupted with a dazzling, intense light. This light even pierced through Bai Xiaochun's body, continuously spreading outwards. At one point, his radiance even surpassed the light of the broken fan itself. From afar, in the dark starry sky, Bai Xiaochun's body shone like a brilliant lamp, incredibly clear and infinitely bright. In the blink of an eye, as this ray of light diffused, Bai Xiaochun suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes revealed excitement and exhilaration. In that instant, within his body, a new sprout appeared on his Tao seed. Past thoughts have reached completion. The Tao seed has sprouted, a mid-stage heavenly venerate. Following the appearance of the new sprout, a wave of energy erupted, instantly surging upwards from the sprout, engulfing Bai Xiaochun's entire body. Wherever it passed, his body crackled. Even his body seemed to grow slightly in midair. From head to toe, without exerting any effort, this mysterious aura spread everywhere. This aura was the aura of mental power. Before the Tao seed sprouted, it remained inwardly contained. But now, with the appearance of the new sprout, the aura of mental power, which had been inwardly contained, was now unleashed. This level of power allowed Bai Xiaochun to seemingly influence the very heart of the world with every movement of his hands and feet, affecting the emotions of everyone around him. Its power was immense, bizarre, and unpredictable. If that were all, it wouldn't be enough to showcase the formidable power of a mid-stage heavenly venerate. Aside from his mental power, Bai Xiaochun's cultivation level was constantly increasing. His overall combat power was now 10 times stronger than before. If it were that Bai Xiaochun, wielding the Northern Meridian Greatsword, he could fight a mid-stage heavenly venerate, and even barely contend with a late-stage heavenly venerate. But now, he could do the same without the Northern Meridian Greatsword. And with the addition of the Northern Meridian Greatsword, he would be at the pinnacle among mid-stage heavenly venerates. Feeling the fluctuations of his cultivation within his body, comprehending the spreading mental power, and analyzing his current state, Bai Xiaochun felt exhilarated and excited, even a little emotional. He knew that if it weren't for the fortuitous encounter in Zhuangji County, achieving his current level would have required a great deal of time and resources. 100 years of accumulation would be considered relatively fast. Even with the tattered fan by his side, the first level of the ancient scroll of recalling the past still required accumulation until the very end before he could attempt it. Furthermore, he needed to wait until he reached the 100th stage, completely becoming the master of the tattered fan, and after obtaining the inheritance, before he could potentially achieve a breakthrough. Based on his early heavenly venerate cultivation, Bai Xiaochun knew that after the 50th stage, it would be incredibly difficult for him. But today, everything was different. Next, my cultivation breakthrough will be faster. After the 100th stage, who knows, I might even become a late-stage heavenly venerate or even a great perfection heavenly venerate. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but beam with joy, his heart leaping with happiness like a sparrow. The image he imagined was so beautiful that even he felt a little afraid to imagine it. If one day I become the master of the tattered fan, my cultivation reaching the great perfection of heavenly venerate, relying on the tattered fan, relying on the Northern Meridian Greatsword, will I be able to resist the primordial? Bai Xiaochun's heart pounded. This thought kept taking root in his mind. If such a day truly came, Bai Xiaochun, although not the primordial, would still have the qualifications to possess 3/3 of the world. After a long time, Bai Xiaochun buried this beautiful thought deep in his heart. He understood that these were all fantasies for the future. Before reaching that day, more fantasies were useless. This fortuitous encounter has brought my past thoughts to a state of great perfection. And now, although I have entered the mid-stage heavenly venerate, what appears before me is the creation of the second layer of the Zhuan ancient scroll. This cultivation technique allows me to break through from the mid-stage heavenly venerate to the late-stage heavenly venerate, which is the second level of the Zhuan ancient scroll. The first level of the ancient proclamation scroll, contemplating the past. It's about creating a Tao seed that needs accumulated power to sprout. At this second level, what I need is for the Tao seed to blossom into flowers after sprouting. If everything before was preparation, then it can also be called the past. So today, the sprouting of the seed is an instantaneous thought. Bai Xiaochun murmured softly. He understood that he couldn't create a cultivation method out of thin air. Contemplating the past relies on past experiences and memories from the Tongshan world. And because his cultivation has broken through too quickly, the second level of the ancient proclamation scroll currently lacks sufficient foundation. Creating it would be even more difficult. But Bai Xiaochun's eyes flickered. When he lowered his head to look at his storage bag, he patted it. Instantly, the reward from the 50th stage, the bamboo slip, appeared in his hand. But I have it. Bai Xiaochun murmured softly. He originally had no intention of truly receiving the Tao origin inheritance from this immortal lord. He only needed to refer to and absorb it, ultimately creating his own path. If this bamboo slip contained the complete life and death Tao origin, Bai Xiaochun would likely lack the strength to comprehend it. But now, it was only a part of the life and death Tao origin. Understanding it would be much easier for Bai Xiaochun. He took a deep breath, his mind blank, his consciousness spreading out and merging into the two runes on the bamboo slip. With a loud bang, the aura of death reappeared. Then, when his consciousness rested on the second rune, a feeling of exhilaration surged within him. In the intertwining of life and death, in this first encounter with the Tao origin, Bai Xiaochun gradually became immersed, forgetting time, forgetting everything. The only thing he didn't forget was his previous thought, which was his current intention to understand it. Time passed, and Bai Xiaochun remained immersed in his enlightenment, unable to awaken. He was unaware that, beside him, the spirit transformed into a silent and moving pupil emerged from the void. This pupil stared intently at Bai Xiaochun, yet it was powerless to do anything. As a spirit, although it could cause trouble within the barrier and possessed immense authority, it was powerless against Bai Xiaochun. Inside the barrier, Bai Xiaochun's various actions repeatedly caused it to feel hindered and hopeless. As for the outside of the barrier, thinking of this, the pupil became even more frantic. It could apply punishment to anyone who broke through the barrier. But time and again, it couldn't do anything to Bai Xiaochun, who held a portion of the broken fan seal. After all, in a certain sense, it was just a spirit. Bai Xiaochun was almost half the master. Even if it didn't want to admit it, that was the truth. Especially after Bai Xiaochun broke through the 50th barrier, he was focused on breaking through and didn't have time to check. In fact, at this moment, Bai Xiaochun's authority was almost on par with this boy's. If things continue like this, what should I do? The boy wanted to cry. Just thinking about the day this shameless, deceitful person before it would become its master, and how it should answer when asked its name, made it incredibly worried. It had actually sworn earlier that if it let Bai Xiaochun pass that trial, it would become Bai Xiaochun's relative. At this moment, it sighed inwardly. It gritted its teeth and stared at Bai Xiaochun for a moment. Suddenly, it was startled. After carefully observing him, its pupils widened. Its face instantly lit up. Haha, this fool, he's actually comprehending the Tao of time. Using the Tao of life and death as a conduit to comprehend time. He's dead for sure. He's bound to lose. This is simply impossible. The Tao of time, this is one of the supreme Taos. Life and death are under its control. This idiot, haha. The pupil clapped its hands excitedly. It looked again. After confirming its analysis was correct, it suddenly felt like the clouds had parted to reveal the blue sky. Overjoyed, it turned around, hummed softly, and left. Time passed again. A month later, Bai Xiaochun sat cross-legged in meditation, motionless. His body suddenly trembled. With the tremor, the bamboo slip containing the Tao of life and death in his hand instantly turned to dust. His eyes slowly opened. The void around him immediately twisted. Under this twisting, a wave of energy, completely unlike the past, emanated from Bai Xiaochun's eyes. This wave of energy seemed to reside within him. Even if he wanted to transcend eternity, it would only be a matter of thought. Even standing within the river of time where he remained, he was forever in the present. All the passing time seemed unable to completely seize the moment from him. In fact, to some extent, his mental power could even cause time to momentarily stop. The present moment, the domineering concept. Bai Xiaoqun muttered softly. At the same time, on the distant fan-shaped bone in a place Bai Xiaoqun couldn't see, the pupil materialized. It had previously sensed some fluctuations of the life and death Tao origin, which is why it appeared. Now, upon seeing Bai Xiaoqun, its eyes almost popped out, its expression one of disbelief. The Tao of time, my God, this is even more profound than the life and death Tao origin, worthy of being called the great Tao of time. And yet this shameless cheat has successfully comprehended it. You blind fool! The pupil was on the verge of going mad. It roared in defiance, its eyes bloodshot. It had decided that next, no matter the cost, it would make this shameless person completely fail. Just you wait! The spirit child, fiercely grabbing his hair, began searching for a suitable barrier, preparing to place a big bet, much like a desperate gambler, betting all his hopes on a possible turnaround. Although Bai Xiaoqun also had authority over this broken fan, he was ultimately not the same as the spirit. Therefore, when the spirit appeared before, Bai Xiaoqun couldn't see it. But today, he had first broken through the 50th barrier. His cultivation had jumped to the mid-stage heavenly venerate, and his divine sense was sharp. At the same time, his authority had increased. Although he still couldn't see the spirit's figure, he vaguely sensed a pair of eyes watching him from the direction of the fan's bone. At this moment, he suddenly looked up. This one glance instantly terrified the child, causing him to quickly retreat and disappear in the blink of an eye. Bai Xiaoqun's gaze fell upon nothing there. His eyes narrowed, and he inwardly snorted. That spirit must be spying on me. It seems this spirit has some psychological issues. Otherwise, why would it like to peek so much? Bai Xiaoqun muttered to himself. Then he withdrew his gaze. He thought of the insights he had gained earlier. He couldn't help but feel excited, as expected of the Tao origin of a Lord-level expert. Just a small part of it has allowed me to deduce the present moment, and even borrow its life and death essence to create my second divine ability. The present moment life and death scripture. Bai Xiaoqun took a deep breath. Then he stood up, raised his right hand, and instantly swung it. Immediately, the surrounding area, which was clearly a void of starry sky, suddenly twisted as if being torn apart, instantly connecting the 8 directions. It seemed even the starry sky itself was being slightly manipulated. At the same time, a massive stone door appeared from the air behind Bai Xiaoqun. This door was black, radiating a terrifying aura. It was even carved with countless ferocious, vengeful spirits. Most notably, a puppet was carved on top. Looking closely, this puppet was clearly the same one from the strange village in Juanzhou County earlier. And this was only the boundary of the black stone door. In the center of this stone door, a gigantic head was suddenly carved. Looking closely, it was clearly the face of a deceased old man, brimming with the aura of death. Everything related to this stone door seemed to represent death. This door was the door of death. The vengeful spirits surrounding it were all the terrifying ghosts Bai Xiaoqun had seen in his life. The old man's face, formed from the Tao of life and death, represented death. Behind the gate of death, Bai Xiaoqun's eyes gleamed with an unusual light. He raised his right hand, pointing towards the direction of the fan-shaped bone, where he had previously sensed someone spying. With this single gesture, a second stone door instantly materialized on the fan-shaped bone. This was a white stone door. Countless plants and creatures Bai Xiaoqun had seen in his life were carved around it, representing vitality, abundance, and life. And in the center of this large white door was carved the face of a newborn child. Looking at this face, one could almost hear the faint cries of a newborn baby. This door was the gate of life. This was Bai Xiaoqun's life and death present moment scripture, transformed into 2 large doors, one for life and one for death. He himself stood before the gate of death, directing all enemies from the life gate towards oneself as they approach, simultaneously represents approaching death and will continuously weaken. Furthermore, because of the passage of time, the power of this divine ability is amplified. Anyone who leaps from the gate of life will also age rapidly in the process, like someone going from dawn to dusk. From birth to death, they can transform at will, possessing immense power. Bai Xiaochun was already astonished just by creating what he had just comprehended. But the most important thing was actually creating this present life and death scripture, the Lord of Life and Death Tao origin. Bai Xiaochun slowly took a breath. He felt the abundant cultivation power within his body. He arrogantly tilted his chin up, completely without any intention of concealing his cultivation. Bai Xiaochun considered for a while, confirming there was no problem. Then, with a haughty expression, he glanced towards the direction of the life gate. After a moment of thought, he raised his right hand and beckoned towards it. "Come here," Bai Xiaochun said proudly. Beside the life gate, the spirit transformed into a pupil was now glaring at Bai Xiaochun. If it had the authority, it would have killed Bai Xiaochun 1,000 times over. But time and again, it had to avoid him. "How dare you?" The spirit pupil trembled all over. It felt that in its entire life, it had never seen anyone so shameless. It roared repeatedly, vowing countless times in its heart that it would definitely kill Bai Xiaochun next time. Although Bai Xiaochun couldn't see the spirit pupil, he sensed its presence. Feeling triumphant, he certainly wouldn't stay any longer to continue his assault. He thought it wouldn't be too late to break through once the spirit pupil had fallen asleep. With that thought in mind, his divine consciousness stirred, and his body instantly became blurry, disappearing from the dilapidated fan. Only after Bai Xiaochun's departure did the spirit pupil let out a mournful wail. He then emerged from the dilapidated fan, like an enraged child, pacing back and forth, roaring angrily. His cries for Bai Xiaochun's demise spread far and wide. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun had appeared in the secret chamber of the Cloud Sea Continent's city. Upon his arrival, he immediately received a summary from the Grand Heavenly Master and the Giant Ghost King of the events that had transpired during his absence. Holding the jade slip, Bai Xiaochun's divine consciousness swept over it. But after a quick glance, he frowned. 7 days ago, the Ghost Mother Heavenly Venerate was summoned to the Evil Emperor city by the Evil Emperor. The Absolute Land Heavenly Venerate was sent here to guard it. Bai Xiaochun narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. Gongsun Wanner's departure left him with a lingering sense of attachment. He didn't know this Absolute Land Heavenly Venerate, but he had heard of her before. After all, there were only 12 Heavenly Venerates in the Eternal Immortal Realm. They would naturally learn about each other. Like the 7 Heavenly Venerates of the Evil Emperor Dynasty, Bai Xiaochun had already met 5. Besides Gongsun Wanner and Tongchen Taoist, there were Guangmu Heavenly Venerate, Yuan Yaozi, and Xialing Shengren. The information in the Jade Slip also stated that following Gongsun Wanner's departure, the spirit refining trade in the northern provinces had temporarily paused. The Grand Celestial Master was cautious, not personally going into action, but instead found a demigod in the northern part of the Evil Emperor Dynasty, bribed him, and then had him convey some good words to the Absolute Heavenly Venerate, and also prepare a grand gift. The outcome of this matter remains unknown. At the same time, the Grand Celestial Master's message also mentioned that Gongsun Wanner's departure might be a good thing. At least, the spirit refining trade would follow Gongsun Wanner, infiltrating the Evil Emperor Dynasty's homeland. From then on, it could further enhance the reputation of Yunhai Continent. After reviewing all the news, Bai Xiaochun found no clues related to Zhuangju County. In fact, during this period, the entire Second Immortal Realm was very quiet. It seemed that the events in Zhuangju County were just an unexpected event. But Bai Xiaochun still felt uneasy. He knew very well that the arm covered in red scales that finally emerged from within the large cocoon, along with that earth-shattering power, was something even a Heavenly Venerate couldn't withstand. At the same time, the life force he extracted, while capable of causing the opponent some weakness, wasn't insurmountable. While Bai Xiaochun pondered, he stood up, intending to personally inspect the Cloud Sea Pearl. But at that moment, suddenly, the Grand Heavenly Master's divine consciousness roared from afar. This time, it was clearly much more genuine than when he had kindly guided Bai Xiaochun, filled with anxiety. Without further ado, he directly transmitted his words to Bai Xiaochun through his consciousness. Heavenly Venerate, I have something to report. In the 4 northern provinces, after the Demon Mother Heavenly Venerate was dismissed, the Absolute Heavenly Venerate descended. This person's cultivation level is at the early stage of Heavenly Venerate. His attitude towards the people of our Tongshan world is extremely unfavorable. The demigod whom I bought, merely for a kind message, was directly suppressed and imprisoned in a dungeon by this Absolute Heavenly Venerate. At the same time an hour ago, this absolute heavenly venerate ordered that all people from our Tongshan world in the 4 northern provinces be captured. Most of them are people we arranged to run shops. He also sent word that he wants to take them to the evil emperor dynasty, to offer them to the evil emperor's great prince for research and to decipher the secrets of spirit cultivation. I analyzed that he is clearly trying to gain even greater benefits. Yunhai Prefecture might give up some benefits. However, this kind of thing still requires the heavenly venerate himself to personally intervene. The Grand Celestial Master's divine sense lingered around Bai Xiaochun's ears. He himself was also rushing forward at high speed. After hearing all of this, Bai Xiaochun suddenly raised his head and looked towards the north. Are you trying to plunder my assets? After sensing his cultivation level, Bai Xiaochun spread out his divine consciousness, confirming the arrival of the great heavenly master. He immediately asked, are you sure he's an early stage heavenly venerate? Absolutely certain. I've prepared a list of gifts. Heavenly venerate. In midair, the great heavenly master hastily replied. But before he could finish, Bai Xiaochun glared. What kind of gift list? This absolute heavenly venerate is so high-priced. Bai Xiaochun's aura erupted instantly. In a flash, his body appeared in midair, hurtling towards the north. That old fool, absolute heavenly venerate, is only an early stage heavenly venerate. Yet he dares to show such arrogance in front of me, Bai Xiaochun. As Bai Xiaochun snorted coldly, his speed was incredibly fast. His entire body transformed into a rainbow, hurtling straight towards the north. Behind him, inside Cloud Sea City, the Grand Heavenly Master, the Giant Ghost King, and Zhou Yixing had just arrived. They only saw Bai Xiaochun disappearing into the distance like a rainbow. Each of them was slightly stunned, exchanging glances. That, the person who just spoke, was that our heavenly venerate? Bai Xiaochun, Zhou Yixing asked, somewhat uncertainly. In fact, in his memory, Bai Xiaochun's personality didn't seem to be this arrogant. The Giant Ghost King also showed a skeptical expression. His understanding of Bai Xiaochun was even greater. Previously, during the Ghost King Flower trial, even with such minor dangers, Bai Xiaochun had acted as if he would rather die than leave. Initially, the Giant Ghost King thought Bai Xiaochun was doing this for personal gain. But in the end, after he got to know Bai Xiaochun, he realized that this guy was simply afraid of dying and wouldn't leave. Whenever there's even the slightest danger, Bai Xiaochun absolutely refuses to take on the responsibility. Only in desperate circumstances would he grit his teeth and go. But today's matter, although the absolute heavenly venerate was outrageous, it wasn't impossible to resolve. There was no need to directly intervene. This made the Giant Ghost King even more confused. The Grand Heavenly Master was also slightly startled. After the three of them exchanged glances, they all felt that Bai Xiaochun's behavior at this moment was truly bizarre. This, even the usually quick-witted Grand Heavenly Master couldn't figure it out. Ultimately, the Giant Ghost King, who understood his son-in-law best, pondered for a moment before suddenly slapping his thigh. I know now, Bai Xiaochun's cultivation has broken through, and his aura seems much stronger than before. Moreover, before he went into seclusion, he somehow obtained some kind of opportunity, transforming himself into a chubby person. Now that he has recovered, his cultivation level has naturally increased. As soon as the Giant Ghost King uttered these words, both Zhou Yixing and the Grand Celestial Master were shaken. All their doubts, after considering this premise, were instantly easily explained. If that's truly the case, it fits Bai Xiaochun's personality. Zhou Yixing pondered deeply. At the same time, the Grand Celestial Master was both amused and exasperated. He felt that the Giant Ghost King's words were 70 or 80% true. While these three felt a strange mix of emotions, Bai Xiaochun was boasting with immense pride. His speed in the sky increased rapidly, his whole body filled with vigor and a surging fighting spirit. He had actually been waiting for this day for a long time. Previously, when he was still in the early stages of the heavenly venerate realm, he had to be cautious, even somewhat timid. He relied on the Northern Meridian Greatsword to suppress others. But now, with his cultivation breakthrough, if his opponent were a mid-stage heavenly venerate, Bai Xiaochun might still hesitate. But facing an early-stage heavenly venerate, Bai Xiaochun, wielding the Northern Meridian Greatsword, felt his confidence surge like a foundation establishment cultivator encountering a terrifying cultivator. His momentum was overwhelming. From afar, he resembled a massive shooting star cutting through the sky. Wherever he went, the heavens and earth roared, his aura surging and erupting. Even the ground trembled, shaking violently as if in fear. The sky, due to Bai Xiaochun's speed, erupted with countless explosions, stirring up the clouds behind him, forming a colossal cloak. This cloak spanned tens of thousands of miles, especially since sunset was approaching and the sky was still bright. The swirling clouds, like a stampede of thousands of horses pulling a massive black curtain, threatened to slowly obscure the sky. This sight instantly terrified countless cultivators of the Northern Evil Emperor dynasty on the ground. A colossal wave of fear surged through their minds. Regardless of their cultivation level, even peak half-god powerhouses were gasping for breath. They couldn't calm their hearts. They even sensed a figure hurtling through the sky like a shooting star, like a stampede of thousands of horses, radiating an aura of dominance that seemed to reign supreme over the entire world. It's the Tongshan King! My god! What's going on? Is war about to break out? I remember now. The absolute heavenly venerate previously ordered the capture of all the people of the Tongshan world in the north. That's why the Tongshan King is attacking. Amidst the countless astonished cries, Bai Xiaochun's speed increased, streaking across mountain ranges and sweeping across plains. He then directly targeted a massive city in the center of this northern region. And within this city was the heavenly venerate's mansion. Unlike Gongsun Wanner's palace, this mansion of the absolute heavenly venerate was a colossal statue. The statue depicted a long-winged ferocious bird, its eyes brimming with intense light, encompassing the entire land, as if it could utter a cry that would change the world at any moment. Each heavenly venerate has their own blessed land. When arriving at a place previously guarded, they will use a spell to bring the blessed land with them. After arriving, they only need to settle down a bit. This statue of the ferocious bird is the blessed land of the absolute heavenly venerate. At this moment, he is sitting cross-legged inside the blessed land. At first glance, the absolute heavenly venerate appears to be middle-aged, clearly much younger than the other heavenly venerates. However, the fluctuations of heavenly venerate's mental power emanating from him are not weak at all. Even among early-stage heavenly venerates, he can be considered outstanding. Even if not equal to the Ghost Mother, he is not far behind. His body is slightly thin, his nose is slightly curved, and his lips are very thin. He looks like a ruthless person. His expression is even more gloomy and cold. At this moment, as Bai Xiaochun, with his overwhelming aura, rushed forward, the absolute heavenly venerate immediately noticed him. He suddenly opened his eyes, revealing blue pupils. Those blue eyes gave him an indescribable charm. It seemed that simply standing there could attract the gaze of all women. Nonsense! After sensing Bai Xiaochun's arrival, the absolute heavenly venerate's expression remained unchanged, and he coldly snorted. He was about to stand up. But at this moment, a deafening explosion, surpassing even thunder, suddenly erupted in his ears. "You old fool! You dare to plunder my possessions?" Bai Xiaochun was clearly still incredibly far away, yet his voice directly boomed within the flying statue of the absolute heavenly venerate. Moreover, the moment this voice spread, Bai Xiaochun's figure instantly increased in speed. This time, it wasn't a small increase, but a direct tenfold increase. Previously, all that Bai Xiaochun displayed was merely the early stage of heavenly venerate. But at this moment, in an instant, he completely unleashed his mid-stage heavenly venerate cultivation. In a flash, he arrived above the blessed land of the absolute heavenly venerate. At the moment the absolute heavenly venerate's mind was violently shaken, Bai Xiaochun naturally raised his right hand and, pointing it towards the statue below, suddenly slammed it down. The heavens and earth exploded, shaking in all directions. In this instant, it seemed as if the entire world was undergoing a cataclysmic reversal. Even many cultivators in this second immortal realm unconsciously raised their right hands, as if moving in sync with Bai Xiaochun's movements. This was a mental technique. Bai Xiaochun, who usually didn't act, now directly utilized his mental power. From afar, a gigantic hand materialized in the sky, descending towards the statue and exploding with immense force. Even though that statue was a blessed place of the heavenly venerable with incredible protection, in this instant, everything became meaningless as it suddenly crumbled and collapsed. The absolute heavenly venerate's mind was shaken even more violently. A low growl escaped his throat. His early-stage heavenly venerate cultivation erupted, resisting with all his might. In an instant, Bai Xiaochun, suspended in midair, snorted coldly. He had no intention of engaging in a battle of hundreds of rounds with this absolute heavenly venerate. He had come here with such momentum. His goal was to completely crush him. At this moment, as the absolute heavenly venerate unleashed his cultivation, it was as if he wanted to leap out from the collapsing statue. In an instant, Bai Xiaochun's right hand descended, directly drawing out the Northern Meridian Great Sword, and he swung it forcefully. The Great Sword emitted a blue light. The pressure and fluctuations of the world treasure instantly erupted, fiercely slashing towards the collapsing statue. Absolute heavenly venerate brat, who gave you the audacity to provoke me? Bai Xiaochun felt that his words were truly imposing. He felt smug. At the same time, the great sword seemed to want to cleave the heavens and earth, crashing down with a thunderous roar. As the sword light descended, the already crumbling statue trembled violently, then directly exploded into countless fragments. Simultaneously, a huge crack appeared in his place. Below this crack, the absolute heavenly venerate stood there, his face disheveled, his mind shaken to the extreme. His hair was messy, and blood stained the corners of his mouth. He raised both hands, his mental power enveloping his entire body. He was resisting with all his might. In his eyes was a feeling of disbelief, terror, and an overwhelming sense of astonishment. A mid-stage heavenly venerate, how could this be? Absolute heavenly venerate, do you know your mistake? Bai Xiaochun, suspended in midair, his voice like thunder, boomed in all directions. With the momentum of his final attack, he formed a powerful aura, his abundant energy spreading in all directions, especially the location of the absolute heavenly venerate, which was the central area of a provincial capital. Bai Xiaochun controlled it very well. Although his aura shook the heavens and earth, the pressure and impact of his attack were limited to the blessed land of the absolute heavenly venerate, preventing the provincial capital from being too greatly affected. Countless cultivators of the evil emperor dynasty surrounding him were all shaken and looked back. Being the center of attention like this, Bai Xiaochun was naturally incredibly imposing. But for the absolute heavenly venerate, this made him extremely angry. At this moment, he suddenly let out a roar, finally wanting to forcefully break free from the pressure of the Northern Meridian Great Sword. Bai Xiaochun snorted coldly, his right hand forming a hand seal. In an instant, the power of the Northern Meridian Great Sword increased by 3 times. From a distance, the size of the Northern Meridian Great Sword now reached about 100 feet. It wasn't being held by Bai Xiaochun, but rather it was gently moving on its own above the head of the absolute heavenly venerate. As Bai Xiaochun formed the hand seal, the great sword descended. However, during this descent, the ground shook. The absolute heavenly venerate's struggling force, which had just surged, instantly shattered. He spat out fresh blood, and cracks appeared in the ground beneath his feet. Very quickly, with a loud explosion, the area around him caved in, forming a deep pit. An unbearable pressure was relentlessly descending from the great sword. It seemed that if he relaxed even slightly, the great sword would directly strike him down. It's worth noting that Bai Xiaochun, a mid-stage heavenly venerate, was capable of suppressing this absolute heavenly venerate. Now he was wielding the great sword of the Northern Meridian. Therefore, this wasn't just suppression, it was crushing. Let me ask you again, absolute heavenly venerate, do you know you're wrong? Bai Xiaochun's voice was icy cold. At this moment, he looked down upon the world with arrogance. Even in his eyes, a cold, murderous glint appeared. Bai Xiaochun, I don't believe you dare kill me. Absolute heavenly venerate, his face flushed with anger, still roared furiously. He wasn't unwilling to dodge. In fact, Bai Xiaochun's previous palm strike had not only caused the blessed land to collapse, but also formed a seal, locking down the surrounding area. Unless someone's cultivation level surpasses his, there's simply no way to leave this place. But Absolute Land remained unconvinced. He believed that Bai Xiaochun wouldn't dare kill him. If he were to actually kill him, even if he could be resurrected, it would still involve the conflict between the evil Emperor dynasty and the Holy Emperor dynasty. He believed that even the most irrational person would consider this matter. I wouldn't dare. Bai Xiaochun glared at him. Then he burst into angry laughter. Fine. It seems you've forgotten my identity. Then I'll show you clearly whether I, Bai, dare to kill someone or not. As Bai Xiaoqun laughed angrily, his aura erupted. This time, he formed hand seals, and the killing intent in his eyes became overwhelming. Suddenly, he pointed at the great northern-style sword. Suddenly, the great sword of the northern lineage began to tremble. An earth-shattering sword energy amplified by Bai Xiaoqun's mid-stage heavenly venerate cultivation was enough to slay an early-stage heavenly venerate, and it suddenly erupted. As this sword energy spread, the body of the absolute heavenly venerate trembled. He was already at his limit, and now he was struck by this sword energy. His internal organs were shaking, and fresh blood gushed out uncontrollably. In an instant, the great sword of the northern lineage hanging above his head suddenly increased in size, transforming into a 1,000-foot-long sword, as if carrying the power of a world, and directly slashed down towards the absolute heavenly venerate. Judging from its momentum, it was clearly intent on killing him. Bai Xiaoqun, the absolute heavenly venerate's expression changed drastically. As he spoke, a 7-colored light circle emanated from his body, transforming into 7 large dragons that roared and charged towards the great sword, intending to resist. At the same time, countless magical artifacts flew out from his storage bag, forming a protective shield. This wasn't the end. He was about to unleash his ultimate attack. Veins bulged on his forehead. Following that, he directly conjured a massive black bull. As soon as the black bull appeared, demonic energy surged. It let out a low growl and charged towards the great sword. This was his life-saving divine ability, the demonic bull's heaven-shattering strike. For him, this ultimate attack was simply unnecessary. It consumed an enormous amount of energy. Even as an early-stage heavenly venerate, he found it difficult to withstand. The same applied to his cultivation and the suppression of his mental techniques. But now, he couldn't afford to pay attention to such things. He could only focus all his efforts. In a deafening explosion, the heavens and earth trembled. Everyone around gasped in astonishment. They saw 7 large dragons of different colors, upon contact with the great sword, completely unable to resist, instantly shattering and exploding. Then, these magical treasures were all useless. Amidst the continuous loud explosions, the Northern Meridian Greatsword, condensing the power of 1,000 armies, seemed capable of tearing through the void, and with a massive bang, directly collided with the Black Demonic Ox. In the deafening explosion, the Northern Meridian Greatsword paused for the first time. But it was only a brief pause. With a cold snort from Bai Xiaoqun, under the spread of his cultivation, it instantly pierced through the demonic ox and charged straight towards the absolute heavenly venerate. The difference between the two was truly immense. In the face of this absolute disparity in combat power, all of the absolute heavenly venerate's techniques were simply like a grasshopper trying to overturn a cart. Boom! With a loud bang, as the magical treasures shattered and perished, the spells vanished, and the divine abilities crumbled. A colossal wave of shock surged through the absolute heavenly venerate's heart as the Northern Meridian Greatsword charged forward. Damn it, he's from the Tongshan world. He's not a heavenly venerate of the Holy Emperor dynasty. He wants to kill me. He truly wants to kill me. His goal is even to instigate war between the evil Emperor dynasty and the Holy Emperor dynasty. Under the threat of death, the absolute heavenly venerate gasped for breath. Even if the evil emperor could use his Dao-Si to revive him, the absolute heavenly venerate knew clearly that each time he revived, he would permanently lose a portion of his combat power. Moreover, it would also affect his future cultivation progress. Unless it was truly a matter of life and death, no one would willingly choose death. At this moment, after confirming that the person before him, Bai Xiaoqun, was a madman, the absolute heavenly venerate was instantly terrified. He even regretted his earlier thoughts of plundering Bai Xiaoqun's wealth. Thoughts raced through his mind. At the same time, the great sword slammed down with a thunderous roar. The absolute heavenly venerate felt an intense sense of life or death danger spreading through his mind. A bloodstain appeared on his forehead, as if his entire body would be cleaved in two. Bai Xiaoqun, you can take the people of the Tongshan world with you. Under this life or death pressure, the absolute heavenly venerate gritted his teeth fiercely and suddenly spoke. He said these words, unwilling to admit his mistake, yet forced to. However, Bai Xiaoqun could not accept this attitude. He had come here today to establish his authority, to let everyone know that he was no longer a beginner heavenly venerate. If anyone dared to offend him again, he would be a madman capable of murder. However, in reality, Bai Xiaoqun knew that unless absolutely necessary, killing a heavenly venerate was too big a deal. Once it happened, the Holy Emperor would certainly seize this opportunity to interfere in the spirit-refining affairs of Yunhai continent. Bai Xiaoqun certainly couldn't give the Holy Emperor this chance. But if he let the absolute heavenly venerate go like that, Bai Xiaoqun felt unwilling. Therefore, even though the absolute heavenly venerate had surrendered, Bai Xiaoqun's eyes flashed, and his killing intent remained. The great sword roared, and he continued to slash down. "I won't kill you, but I'll scare you to death." Bai Xiaoqun inwardly snorted coldly. His appearance, his aura, his killing intent, none of these were more genuine than anything else. This made the absolute heavenly venerate extremely worried. Damn it, I've already let him go." The absolute heavenly venerate roared inwardly, channeling all his cultivation, but the crack on his forehead only grew larger. Seeing his entire body about to collapse from the shock, he couldn't pay attention to anything else. He gritted his teeth and spoke, I know I was wrong." These 3 words came from the absolute heavenly venerate's mouth. In an instant, Bai Xiaoqun's eyes turned cold, his great sword still not changing its stance. With a loud bang, the absolute heavenly venerates had cracked open again. He couldn't control the intense pain. This caused the absolute heavenly venerate to scream, but he was helpless. "Bai Xiaoqun, we have no enmity." The absolute heavenly venerate was going mad. He felt that Bai Xiaoqun was even crazier than a madman. At this moment, he was desperate, knowing there was no escaping his fate. Time and time again, in the blink of an eye, as the absolute heavenly venerate lost all hope, Bai Xiaoqun, controlling the northern meridian great sword, suddenly tilted it. He didn't strike the absolute heavenly venerate's head, but directly slashed across his left shoulder. Blood gushed out, and the absolute heavenly venerate let out a groan. His body recoiled from the impact of the great sword, and he hastily retreated. His face was pale as he quickly stopped the bleeding. Then, gasping for breath, he looked up and stared at Bai Xiaoqun. At this moment, although he harbored resentment, he was mostly relieved to have survived the ordeal. Especially seeing the murderous intent still in Bai Xiaoqun's eyes, the absolute heavenly venerate was terrified. "Well, I haven't changed my mind. Get out of here quickly. If you're not convinced, I'll be waiting for you in Cloud Sea Continent." Bai Xiaoqun pointed towards the great sword of the northern region. The sword transformed into a small stream of light and returned to Bai Xiaoqun's hand. After being firmly grasped by Bai Xiaoqun, the sword tip trembled, emitting a chilling sword sound. The absolute heavenly venerate sighed inwardly, lamenting his bad luck. No one willingly provoked a madman. Not to mention the enormous price to pay, it could even lead to self-inflicted harm. Although he was somewhat humiliated and disgraced, the opponent was still a mid-stage heavenly venerate. Thinking this, the absolute heavenly venerate felt somewhat comforted. Without saying a word, he held his severed arm, turned around, and transformed into a rainbow, quickly disappearing into the distance. Bai Xiaoqun coldly watched the absolute heavenly venerate leave. He arrogantly clasped his hands behind his back, his head bowed towards the ground. At this moment, in this northern region, Bai Xiaoqun was the supreme ruler. His gaze was directed downwards. All the cultivators of the evil emperor dynasty surrounding him immediately bowed respectfully. Although Bai Xiaoqun did not belong to the evil emperor dynasty, in the eternal immortal realm, respecting the strong was an instinct for all cultivators. Bai Xiaoqun didn't even need to say anything. Soon, some people from the Tongchen world were captured by the absolute heavenly venerate, and all of them were brought here. When Bai Xiaoqun led everyone back to Yunhai continent, his battle with the absolute heavenly venerate had already spread to the northern region. The Grand Heavenly Masters and others received this news from their spies in the northern provinces. Regarding Bai Xiaoqun's actions, the Grand Heavenly Masters could only smile wryly. However, after careful consideration, they all agreed that this had a positive effect. At least, in terms of establishing authority, it could indeed create a suppressive effect. Although there were also some drawbacks. But overall, it could still intimidate quite a few thieves. In general, as this story spread, it could also give people from other parts of the Tongchen world more hope for Yunhai continent. After resolving the matter of the absolute heavenly venerate, as time passed, the storm caused by the Zhuangju county gradually subsided. Bai Xiaoqun also had doubts about this. Although he couldn't see what actions the evil emperor and the holy emperor had taken regarding this, he always had a feeling that the matter concerning Zhuangji County seemed to have been anticipated by the evil emperor and the holy emperor before it happened. Bai Xiaochun pondered for a long time. He had no clues about this matter. Perhaps Gongsun Wan'er knew something about the situation, but she left the second immortal realm. Bai Xiaochun could only bury his doubts in his heart. Currently, my cultivation level is at the mid-stage of Heavenly Venerate. I can also break through this 51st barrier. Moreover, judging from the situation, the spirit of this broken fan is probably asleep. After pondering for a while, Bai Xiaochun made a decision. He no longer doubted, but returned to the fan's frame and began to break through the barrier again. Time flew by, and 2 months passed. During these 2 months, except for occasionally returning to the second immortal realm, Bai Xiaochun spent most of his time at the barrier, constantly striving. In the end, he directly broke through the 58th barrier from the 51st barrier. The speed was extremely fast, far surpassing his previous speed. After all, Bai Xiaochun's combat power had increased tremendously. At the same time, he had also adapted to the barriers. However, caution and carefulness remain indispensable. In fact, as time passed day by day, Bai Xiaochun was also calculating the day the spirit would awaken. And so, after breaking through the 58th trial, Bai Xiaochun immediately stopped and returned. Similar to Bai Xiaochun's prediction, a few days after his return, the spirit awakened. However, it didn't detect Bai Xiaochun. This spirit, transformed into a child, was very angry, but it was helpless. It could only assume Bai Xiaochun was lucky. After waiting for a long time, even when it fell asleep again, it still didn't see Bai Xiaochun. Thus, under Bai Xiaochun's thoughts, the cycle repeated itself. Taking advantage of the spirit's sleep, Bai Xiaochun directly broke through the 59th, 67th, and even entered the 67th barrier until he passed through. HMPH, if I, Bai Xiaochun, want to break through the barrier, how can the spirit stop me? Bai Xiaochun was still gloating. At the same time, the spirit awakened a second time, but still didn't see Bai Xiaochun. But it discovered that the number of trials Bai Xiaochun had overcome was higher each time. The spirit transformed into a bloodshot-eyed pupil. It didn't know what great price it had paid, yet it stubbornly delayed the time it would fall asleep a little longer. Bai Xiaochun, you shameless scoundrel! I don't believe I can't wait for you this time. The spirit's pupils turned crimson. After this agonizing wait, finally, a month later, Bai Xiaochun, having calculated the time, once again appeared on the broken fan. This spirit must be fast asleep again. Appearing on the broken fan, Bai Xiaochun looked around. Then his body flashed, and he rushed straight towards the fan's frame, quickly reaching the 68th gate. He stood there, observing the surroundings for a while, before finally stepping inside. Just as he entered, before he could even see the gate of this world, Bai Xiaochun was startled. In that instant, a fierce killing intent, far surpassing that of the previous gates, erupted with a roar, like a storm raging from all directions. It seemed they were waiting for Bai Xiaochun. The moment he appeared, they immediately rushed towards him. Bai Xiaochun's breath suddenly stopped. In that instant, the sense of danger directly reached its peak. His mind went blank. He didn't have time to think much. His mid-stage Heavenly Venerate cultivation and physical strength, in this split second, erupted 12 times, forcefully teleporting his body back 3 meters. Almost immediately after Bai Xiaochun teleported, his body was directly subjected to intense tearing pain. It felt as if countless sharp blades wanted to tear his body apart. Blood and flesh from nearly half of his body flew off in an instant. This intense pain caused Bai Xiaochun to let out a scream. This was the result of his teleportation. As for the place where he had been standing, the void shattered. Bai Xiaochun saw in horror that what he called sharp blades were actually pieces of leaves. Each leaf radiated the same battle power as a Heavenly Venerate. There are tens of millions of them here. Wherever they pass, storms and gales wreak havoc indiscriminately. Such a scene caused Bai Xiaochun to tremble violently. He sighed inwardly in anguish. He knew he had definitely fallen into a trap. Otherwise, this obstacle wouldn't be so incredibly difficult. Damn spirit, it must be you. While roaring in anger, Bai Xiaochun tried to leave. When he discovered the teleportation had lost its effectiveness, he immediately confirmed his judgment. Trembling uncontrollably, Bai Xiaochun ignored the intense pain in his body. He quickly retreated. The recovery ability of the immortal longevity technique instantly reached its limit. At the same time, tens of millions of leaves suddenly changed direction, rushing straight towards Bai Xiaochun. And that wasn't the end. Behind Bai Xiaochun, another mass of leaves, like a storm, carrying boundless killing intent, rushed towards him with a thunderous roar. In the distance, there were still the third, fourth, fifth, and even ninth leaf storm fragments howling from all four directions, surrounding Bai Xiaochun, as if wanting to completely annihilate him. This storm formed by leaves originated from a towering tree at the edge of the horizon. This tree seemed capable of supporting the heavens. Its trunk was sturdy. The leaf storm originated from its trunk. This 68th trial only had one tree trunk. It wasn't originally this terrifying. But today, somehow, this spirit child had arranged things so that the tree had withered almost to death. But the more withered it became, the more incredibly powerful its leaves were. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun could kill this tree with a single punch. But time and time again, for him, the leaves surrounding him were like a death trap. In fact, let alone Bai Xiaochun, even a great perfection heavenly venerate would find it difficult to confront this place. Unless it was an ancient emperor, only then could it possibly suppress it a little. Damn it, it wants to kill me. While Bai Xiaochun was worrying, on that withered tree, the spirit transformed into a child and temporarily merged with the tree fox. In fact, Bai Xiaochun's current authority was not small, and his cultivation was high, allowing him to vaguely detect the child's location. To conceal it, it could only merge with the barrier to deceive Bai Xiaochun. It wants to kill you. This spirit pupil gritted its teeth, staring intently at Bai Xiaochun. In its heart, there was still an absolute determination. Indeed, back then, when Bai Xiaochun broke through his cultivation and comprehended the Tao of Time, it was so intensely stimulated that it almost went mad. It paid an extremely high price, not hesitating to reduce the difficulty of some of the later stages, and even causing the 68th stage to collapse, only then transforming this place into a perilous realm for heavenly venerables. I don't believe you can break through this time. If you can break through again, your grandmother, I'll truly be related to you. The spirit pupil sneered. This time, it was absolutely certain. Concluding there would be no further changes, it clasped its hands behind its back, looking back with arrogant triumph. Bai Xiaochun didn't have time to observe the location where the spirit child was standing. At this moment, he saw a storm of leaves erupting from all sides, rapidly approaching and surrounding him. The mere surge of wind terrified Bai Xiaochun, let alone the more than 10,000 leaves. Thinking that each leaf was like a heavenly venerate's attack, Bai Xiaochun's heart grew colder. His eyes instantly turned red. He roared angrily, "Spirit, you're forcing my hand." Bai Xiaochun roared even louder, directly slapping his forehead. Immediately, a black light shot out from his mouth, instantly transforming into a bowl. It was an unbreakable turtle pattern cauldron. The origins of the turtle-patterned bowl were still unclear to Bai Xiaochun. He only had vague speculations, but no concrete evidence. However, there were a few things Bai Xiaochun was certain of. Since he obtained this bowl in the kitchen, apart from the strange spirit refining technique, he had never seen anything more durable and sturdy than it. All divine abilities, all techniques, all physical strength, all magical artifacts, they all crumbled before this turtle-patterned bowl. This bowl was what gave Bai Xiaochun peace of mind. Even though countless leaves were being flung around him, Bai Xiaochun, though terrified, hadn't completely given up hope. He roared even louder. As the turtle-patterned bowl appeared, Bai Xiaochun's body recoiled, directly hiding beneath it, then burrowing into the ground. Luckily, I'm thin now. If, this time, I were truly unlucky, hiding under the turtle-patterned cauldron, Bai Xiaochun's heart was filled with mixed emotions. Meanwhile, the pupil in the distant withered tree was first startled, then burst into laughter. This shameless Bai Xiaochun, is he out of his mind? He's using such a dilapidated cauldron to try and block the 10,000 leaves raining down from all sides. He'll soon realize in despair that I'm willing to pay any price, willing to permanently erase this barrier. In exchange for a deadly attack, he simply can't overcome it. The pupil sneered, a mocking look in his eyes. But this mockery didn't last long. As Bai Xiaochun's body crashed to the ground with a loud thud, the 10,000 leaves surrounding him, each imbued with the full force of an early-stage heavenly venerate's attack, roared and rushed towards the turtle-pattern cauldron. The spirit's eyes, transformed into pupils, gradually widened. Very quickly, its eyes nearly burst. "Impossible!" the spirit child exclaimed in astonishment. Its body trembled, its eyes revealing an expression of disbelief and incredulity. Indeed, at that moment, it witnessed a scene far too shocking, beyond its imagination. Countless leaves were relentlessly striking the turtle-pattern cauldron, yet none of them could even budge it. On the contrary, the leaves themselves shattered into dust under the force of the impact. Looking closer, the leaves were like arrows, and the turtle-pattern cauldron was like a massive rock. The arrows were constantly shattering and perishing, but the turtle-pattern cauldron remained completely unharmed. It seemed that all the divine powers and techniques were ineffective against it, not even scratching its skin. All of this instantly shattered the spirit child's belief. Impossible! How could this be? Damn it, damn it, damn it! This shameless cheat, this Bai Xiaochun, he... Is it possible that I really can't do anything to him? The spirit was going insane. The more it looked, the more frantic it became. First, he deceitfully stole a portion of the authority, driving everyone who tried to pass through the barrier. Then, in the Black Den clan, a world almost shattered. In the Demon clan, he was even more shameless. Now here, he even has this supreme treasure. Damn it, what kind of cauldron is this? The spirit was going mad, its eyes bloodshot. However, in its eyes, although the turtle-pattern cauldron looked normal, in reality, Bai Xiaochun was spitting blood beneath it. Although the turtle-pattern cauldron could withstand all divine abilities, the vibrations it transmitted still caused Bai Xiaochun's internal organs to churn. If he hadn't already reached the mid-stage of the heavenly venerate realm, possessing an incredibly powerful body and a recovery speed that could be described as heaven-defying, he would have been shattered into pieces before those leaves were even destroyed. Even with all these conditions, Bai Xiaochun was still struggling. He hid inside the turtle-pattern cauldron, blood gushing out in clumps. His eyes were bloodshot. His body's recovery ability had reached its limit. Under this constant recovery and constant shock, each breath felt like an eternity to Bai Xiaochun. "Spirit, just you wait," he cursed. "Sooner or later, I'll show you just how powerful your Bai family is." He was seething with anger at the spirit that had driven him to such a miserable state. Thus, Bai Xiaochun and the spirit, separated by a bowl, were amidst the constantly shaking and shattering leaves, both cursing at each other. Time passed, and it was unclear how long it had been. Bai Xiaochun, panting heavily, had recovered countless times, and finally the attacking leaves outside disappeared. After everything calmed down, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, forcefully boosting his spirits. He slowly pushed the turtle-pattern cauldron aside, revealing one eye to look outside. After confirming that there was nothing to worry about, he then pushed the turtle-pattern cauldron aside with one hand and stood up. All around him were fragments of withered leaves. A dry, desolate feeling permeated the entire world. Even when he looked up, Bai Xiaochun immediately saw that the whole world seemed to be wilting, as if it wouldn't last much longer. Only then did Bai Xiaochun breathe a sigh of relief. After retracting the turtle-pattern cauldron, he tilted his chin up and spoke with a commanding air. "Little brat, what can you do to me?" Bai Xiaochun knew that this spirit was definitely observing him from nearby. As his words echoed, his divine consciousness also spread out, searching for the opponent's figure. Almost instantly after Bai Xiaochun's words, a furious, earth-shattering roar suddenly erupted from within the withered tree. On the dry branches of this towering, withered tree, a gigantic face materialized. This ferocious, distorted face glared at Bai Xiaochun, its hatred for him practically bone-deep. Its eyes were filled with madness and resentment, as if it truly wanted to skin Bai Xiaochun alive. "You shameless scoundrel, you're lying here." The face on the large tree was its spirit. Normally, it couldn't appear before Bai Xiaochun. It could only use this method to reveal its form. It hadn't intended to appear, but its desperate rage and anger towards Bai Xiaochun had driven it to a frenzy. At this moment, it used a tree trunk to conjure a human figure, roaring at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was startled and recoiled a few steps. He looked towards the large tree and saw the face on the tree almost contorted, screaming at him. He was momentarily suspicious. He wasn't entirely sure whether what he saw was the tree or the spirit within. We'll know after a try. Bai Xiaochun automatically dismissed his furious shouts. He quickly cleared his throat, his body moving a little closer. He circled the large tree. At this moment, the face on the tree also moved, still staring at Bai Xiaochun. "Hey, what did you just say?" Bai Xiaochun asked, wide-eyed. "I said you're a liar. You're shameless. You're a scumbag." The spirit's face inside the tree trunk glared at Bai Xiaochun. After Bai Xiaochun circled it, it heard his words again and became even more enraged. "What kind of lie is this? Just carrying a frying pan for protection. Let me tell you a secret. This broken fan gives me quite a bit of authority. Right now, I'm the only one trying to pass this test. That's the real lie." Bai Xiaochun chuckled, looking at the face on the large tree trunk, deliberately provoking it. Almost instantly after Bai Xiaochun's words were spoken, the face on the large tree collapsed. It glared at Bai Xiaochun and let out a furious roar. "You still have the nerve to say that? You still have the nerve to admit it, you shameless, despicable cheat. I swear I will absolutely not let you succeed." The spirit was insane. Although it had never seen another shameless person in its life, today it felt that the most shameless person in the entire starry sky was Bai Xiaochun before it. "Your grandmother, it really is you." Hearing the spirit's roar, Bai Xiaochun immediately confirmed the other party's identity. At this moment, old hatred instantly surged to his head, Bai Xiaochun's eyes glaring fiercely. He suddenly lunged towards the large tree, his right hand swinging. With the Northern Meridian greatsword in his hand, he suddenly slashed. Loud rumbling sounds echoed, mixed with the curses and insults of the spirit. "Bai Xiaochun, you just wait, damn it, I will definitely kill you. Shameless, despicable, vile," the spirit felt utterly out of words. At this moment, it kept repeating these same phrases. But the more Bai Xiaochun listened, the angrier he became, remembering the intense pain and suffering his body had endured from previous injuries. His rage intensified. The towering tree, its bark constantly peeling under Bai Xiaochun's Northern Meridian greatsword, was chopped into countless pieces, including the spirit's face. Only when the tree was completely shattered did Bai Xiaochun sweep his sword, destroying the broken pieces. He sensed the spirit's aura leaving the tree. Only then did he stand there, raising his head and letting out a cold snort. "Little devil, be careful. Wait until I become your master. Then we'll see how I deal with you." Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth and said angrily. In midair, the spirit was already enraged to the point of madness. After hearing this, it almost spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, it suddenly roared, "You just wait. Next time, I will definitely kill you. I swear." As the spirit left, the restrictions of the 68th trial also dissipated. Bai Xiaochun snorted. After teleporting, he returned to the tattered fan. "This spirit has been undisciplined for too long. It's become so wild. It seems I need to discipline it properly in the future." The more Bai Xiaochun thought about it, the more reasonable this seemed. He considered that the spirit wasn't asleep yet, so Bai Xiaochun pondered for a moment and abandoned the idea of continuing to try to pass the trial. Wait another month, let this narrow-minded spirit sleep soundly, then it won't be too late to break through. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun glared fiercely at his surroundings. Only then did he leave the tattered fen and return to Yunhai Continent. Nearly a year had passed since the events in Zhuangju County. Yunhai Continent was developing and transforming day by day, becoming extremely bustling. Many people from the Tongshan world had also arrived. Seeing the scale of Yunhai Continent gradually taking shape, both the Grand Heavenly Master and the Giant Ghost King felt a mixture of excitement and pride. Bai Xiaochun was no exception. In his life without breaking through this barrier, his heart sank. While guarding Yunhai Continent, he also participated in the management of the Grand Heavenly Master and the Giant Ghost King. Time passed, and nearly a month had gone by. But just as Bai Xiaochun was about to step into the tattered fan once again, a sudden upheaval occurred. In a single night, the northern part of the second immortal realm, the 4 provinces controlled by the evil emperor dynasty, was suddenly covered in spiderwebs similar to the Zhuangju County before. Only a year ago, it was just one such county. But now, it's 4 provinces, 60 counties. All of them were completely enveloped in spiderwebs overnight. No one escaped, not even a single piece of news spread. The entire northern 4 provinces instantly became like a death zone. This happened too suddenly, especially the northern four provinces of the evil emperor dynasty, because after the departure of the absolute heavenly venerate, there were no heavenly venerates guarding them for a short period. Perhaps this was the real reason why the northern region fell into enemy hands overnight. This also made Bai Xiaochun's mind here become serious. Although he was in Yunhai continent, relying on his heavenly venerate's keen senses, he could completely fail to detect what was happening in the other four northern continents while it was unfolding. It wasn't until the spider web completely covered the entire four northern continents that Bai Xiaochun suddenly sensed a familiar, decaying, evil aura emanating from within this world. A seemingly life-absorbing energy within it. Familiar because Bai Xiaochun had personally felt this aura before in Juanju County. However, this danger wasn't over. This spider web wasn't limited to the four northern continents. When Bai Xiaochun detected this aura, it had instantly developed to a certain level. Many people in Yunhai continent were also affected by spider webs. All of this instantly caused a violent shock to Bai Xiaochun's mind. He immediately abandoned the thought of using the tattered fan to break through the barrier. He suddenly rushed out, heading straight towards the border. At the same time, the Grand Heavenly Masters and others, through their own means, learned of the drastic changes occurring in the four northern provinces. Each of them took a deep breath, their hearts surging with overwhelming emotions. This news quickly spread throughout the entire second immortal realm. In a short time, everyone who heard about it was shocked and terrified, because this event was truly too big, so big that it was unbelievable. It was 4 provinces. Within these 4 provinces, although there were no heavenly venerables, there were at least more than 10 half-god powerhouses, several hundred heavenly beings, and countless cultivators. The scale was so vast it covered about 3/3 of the entire second immortal realm. Such a vast area, so many cultivators, so many powerful figures, yet in a single night, not a single person managed to send out any news. The terrifying scale of this event immediately caused a tremor throughout the second immortal realm. The drastic changes were far from over, continuing unabated. As this spiderweb-like network rapidly spread, by the time Bai Xiaochun reached the border, the heavens and earth had turned gray. These spiderwebs were expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even within Cloud Sea continent, many areas were covered in spiderwebs. All of this filled the great heavenly master, the giant ghost king, and Zhou Yixing with despair. Even more anxious than them was Bai Xiaochun. The devastation in Juanju County was so vivid that he could see it clearly even with his eyes closed. He thought that if Cloud Sea continent were the same, he would be utterly unable to accept it. Damn it! What exactly are the Holy Emperor and the Evil Emperor doing? Bai Xiaochun's aura was particularly unsettled. He watched the spreading spider webs. Even someone as powerful as him felt a sense of despair. A feeling of utter helplessness made Bai Xiaochun's face turn pale. He knew that even though he was now a mid-stage heavenly venerate with the Northern Meridian Great Sword, he was still no match for the being inside this giant cocoon. The opponent could destroy Juanju County with just one palm strike. In Bai Xiaochun's perception, only the ancient ones could achieve such a level of cultivation. Bai Xiaochun could even imagine that at this moment, within these 4 northern provinces, there was probably no life left at all. In bitterness, Bai Xiaochun's eyes turned bloodshot. His body instantly descended, and he began setting up formations, trying to slow down the spread of these spider webs. Even though his formation was incredibly powerful, it still crumbled under the spider web. He watched as the web enveloped nearly half of Yunhai continent. The ground was rapidly turning to dust. Every mountain range, river, and forest seemed to be erased, wilting in an instant and becoming part of the ashes. Ziken, move, we can only move. The Grand Celestial Master endured the pain, gazing at Yunhai continent. This was the place where his life's work had been concentrated. Speaking these words now, his heart was bleeding. Ziken, the Grand Celestial Master, is right. We can only move. The Evil Emperor and the Holy Emperor won't make a move at this time. If they can use this strange spider web to wipe out our Yunhai continent, that would be the greatest value to them. The giant Ghost King gritted his teeth and spoke. Zhou Yixing, beside him, also bitterly advised. Bai Xiaochun stared in astonishment at Yunhai continent. Everything had happened so quickly. No matter what, he never imagined that the foundation he had painstakingly built over the years could be reduced to this state in a single night. Even After Bai Xiaochun's divine consciousness spread out, he noticed that some cultivators in Yunhai continent had begun to show signs of delirium and were frantically eating. Bai Xiaochun's eyes turned red, and he let out a furious roar. "Move!" These two words finally escaped Bai Xiaochun's lips, filled with pain and helplessness. No one wanted to move, just as no one had wanted the Tongshan world to crumble back then. Today, Yunhai continent was their new home. But now, faced with an uncontrollable catastrophe, Bai Xiaochun had no other choice. His heart was also aching intensely. He understood clearly that he was powerless to change the course of events. At this moment, in bitterness, Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth fiercely and took out the Northern Meridian Greatsword. In an instant, his mid-stage Heavenly Venerate cultivation completely erupted, and he began to draw all the cultivators of Yunhai continent into the Northern Meridian Greatsword. These people were the foundation of Yunhai continent. With them by his side, in another place, it wouldn't be long before another Yunhai continent could appear. The Grand Heavenly Master, the Giant Ghost King, and Zhou Yixing all reluctantly raised their spirits and began to issue orders. Although Yunhai continent was large, the Grand Heavenly Master's management over the past few years had kept Yunhai continent constantly vigilant without any relaxation whatsoever, especially since its expansion hadn't been too great. Since then, when the spider web covered almost more than half of Yunhai continent, under the circumstances whereby Xiaochun fully deployed his mid-stage Heavenly Venerate cultivation, he quickly transported almost everyone within Yunhai continent into the Northern Greatsword lineage. Until the Northern Meridian Greatsword was fully equipped, Bai Xiaochun stood in midair, astonished to see the entire Cloud Sea continent completely covered by a spider web. All the rooms, all the buildings, including Bai Xiaochun's mansion, were all ultimately concealed by this thick spider web. And the spider web spread didn't stop. From Cloud Sea continent southward to the second immortal realm, it continued to spread wildly, infiltrating other continents. For some unknown reason, its speed even increased. Silently watching the spiderweb engulf him, Bai Xiaochun had no choice but to move aside. His expression remained somber. The cold light in his eyes was incredibly sharp. He was waiting. He believed that whether it was the evil emperor or the holy emperor, the reason they hadn't acted before was because they had a purpose. But right now, regardless of the purpose, the loss of an immortal realm is too great a price. They absolutely cannot bear it. It should be here soon. Bai Xiaochun clenched his fists, watching the spider web spread. At this moment, his expression changed slightly. He looked up into the distance and saw the figure of Ling Jiushan, his face also darkening, as if he could no longer suppress his anger. These two great emperors, their intentions are truly vicious. Ling Jiushan walked ahead of Bai Xiaochun, silent for a moment. Then he looked at the spider web, which in this instant had covered half of the continent that he considered his. He heard faint cries of surprise coming from within the continent below, along with many figures of cultivators trying to fly out, but being trapped inside the spider web. He gritted his teeth and spoke. Bai Xiaochun remained silent. Ling Jiushan took a deep breath, then also fell silent. It wasn't that he didn't want to save them, because he knew the situation a little better than Bai Xiaochun. He also knew that his cultivation was simply no match for this catastrophe. After a long time, when the spider web had spread beyond Bai Xiaochun's sight, looking around, the entire area was covered in endless spider webs, emitting a strange aura that could rot and decay everything, draining away all life. From the sky, almost half of the second immortal realm was covered by this terrifying spider web. Unless one was a heavenly venerate, no one could protect themselves. Ling Jiushan's eyes held a mixture of complexity and unwillingness. To him, the second immortal realm was like himself. But today, he could only watch helplessly as it was destroyed in an instant. Heavenly King, the news you previously sent about the matter of Zhuangji County was actually already anticipated by the Holy Emperor and the Evil Emperor. In fact, they even secretly pushed for it. That's why the Holy Emperor remained indifferent after you mentioned it. They even secretly suppressed it. You're not a heavenly venerate of the Holy Emperor dynasty, so there are some things we know that you don't. The being inside this giant cocoon is a clone of the Lord. As Lingju Heavenly Venerate said this, Bai Xiaochun suddenly turned his head to look at him, a glint of light in his eyes. The Lord? Just as Bai Xiaochun seemed to be thinking of something, Lingju Heavenly Venerate's gaze fell upon the giant figure covering half the sky in the eternal immortal realm. That year, the shattered fin struck the arm of the giant lord, causing a black fragment of rock to fall. Do you remember that time? The Holy Emperor and the Evil Emperor disappeared simultaneously. Those two were fighting over that fragment of rock. Humph, a piece of flesh from the Lord's body. For the Ancient Ones, it's highly likely to contain the secret to breaking through to the Lord realm. Even if this is a vague and uncertain possibility, even a 1 in 10,000 chance is enough to drive the Ancient Ones mad. However, these two Ancient Ones, after a fierce struggle, were wary of each other, and in the midst of this struggle, they allowed that piece of flesh to escape. But these two were truly ruthless. They calculated that this piece of flesh was not yet mature. The secret of the Lord contained within it was somewhat undetectable. Therefore, they concluded that this massive flesh would inevitably devour life force in its later life. The events in Zhuangji County made these two ruthless individuals immediately understand that the massive flesh had begun to grow. The only problem is that these two emperors weren't satisfied, so they didn't take any action, letting the Lord's clone grow. He even went so far as to transform this second immortal realm into nourishment for the Lord's clone. They were waiting for the moment the Lord's clone would fully mature. And now, it seems they are about to arrive. Lingju Jianzun harbored resentment. At this moment, he freely expressed all his dissatisfaction to Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun listened for a while, his breathing becoming heavy. He was completely unaware of this. His heart sank even further. The cold light in his eyes intensified. Being caught in someone else's plan, where he could be abandoned at any moment, reminded him of the previous plan and the devouring tactics of Tongshan Taoist against him. Using more than half of the immortal realm's living beings as nourishment to allow this Lord's clone to grow. The Holy Emperor and the Evil Emperor are playing with fire. Bai Xiaochun uttered each word slowly, his voice filled with icy coldness. He had suspected this before, but hearing it from Ling Jiushen's mouth today still sent a chill down his spine. Although he wasn't the type to be overly compassionate, he couldn't accept the idea of abandoning more than half of the immortal realm's living beings. At the same time, while Bai Xiaochun was feeling extremely uneasy, Ling Jiushen's resentment also surged. Simultaneously, these spider webs spread, becoming boundless. It was at this moment that a massive lightning bolt suddenly appeared in the sky. This lightning bolt, approximately 1,000 feet long, exploded from the distant void and hurtled towards them. Wherever this lightning bolt passed, the sky seemed to be torn apart. The earth-shattering explosion shook the entire region. Even the spreading spiderwebs, under the unimaginably intense lightning, suddenly stopped. Bai Xiaochun and Ling Jiushen immediately looked up. Instantly, they saw the figure of the Holy Emperor, radiating dazzling holy light, descending from the void where the lightning bolts tore through. Descending with him were the cold and ruthless Gu Jianjun, Sima Yunhua with a sinister smile, and Chen Su, with graying hair but a glint in his eyes. Adding Ling Jiushen to the mix, the four great heavenly venerables of the Holy Emperor dynasty were all present. Upon their appearance, the Holy Emperor's eyes held an uncontrollable surge of excitement. Ignoring Bai Xiaochun and Ling Jiushen, he swiftly moved towards the spiderweb below, examining its exterior. Sima Yunhua and the others all came to stand beside Ling Jiushen. After meeting, even though they didn't like Bai Xiaochun, they still nodded in acknowledgement. But before anyone could say anything, suddenly, a deafening explosion resounded from the sky. Following the explosion, a thick black mist instantly materialized at the far end of the sky. This mist quickly approached. From a distance, it formed a statue. The statue radiated overwhelming demonic energy, causing chaos in all directions. Simultaneously, amidst the explosion, the statue formed from the black mist descended to a short distance. After landing, the statue immediately dispersed, revealing 8 figures within. Among these 8, the leader wore an imperial robe and crown. He appeared to be only middle-aged, yet possessed an aura of unyielding authority. His eyes, in particular, seemed to contain the power of the heavens and earth. With just a glance, he caused Bai Xiaochun and the others to gasp for breath. Although he had never seen the evil emperor before, Bai Xiaochun instantly recognized this middle-aged man as the evil emperor. In fact, this man, clad in imperial robes and radiating an ancient aura, was like a blazing sun suspended in the high heavens. His temperament was similar to that of the Holy Emperor, yet distinctly different. This evil emperor clearly exuded a cold, ruthless, and heartless aura, icy and frigid. He was like eternal frost. The aura emanating from him possessed an overbearing quality that the Holy Emperor lacked. Upon closer inspection, one could even discern two black flying swords hidden within his eyes. These two flying swords seemed to be the very center of his pupils. He and the Holy Emperor were alike, neither had come alone. Behind him, surprisingly, were 7 people, men and women alike. These were the 7 great heavenly venerables of the evil Emperor dynasty. Gongsun Wan'er, the spirit-devouring immortal, Yuan Yaozi, Guangmu Heavenly Venerate, and Zhuodi Heavenly Venerate were all there. There was also an old woman with a face speckled with brown. But everyone, at this moment, in Bai Xiaochun's gaze, including the evil emperor, instantly became blurry. Only one person was clear. That was a middle-aged man in a black robe standing among the crowd. This middle-aged man was clearly only at the early stage of Heavenly Venerate cultivation. But standing there, his entire aura gave people the feeling that he was very close to the evil emperor. The moment Bai Xiaochun's gaze fell upon him, in that instant, his gaze also fell upon Bai Xiaochun. Their eyes were less than 200 feet apart. In the instant they stared at each other, Bai Xiaochun's breath instantly quickened. His eyes immediately turned blood red. Tongshan Taoist. Bai Xiaochun struggled to control his breathing, slowly opening his mouth. This middle-aged man is Liu Lingfei's father, the Tongshan Taoist, Bai Xiaochun. The Tongshan Taoist narrowed his eyes, a cold glint appearing in them as he coldly stared at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun had thought many times about where he would see the Tongshan Taoist again. He would be unable to control his past hatred. Now he understood clearly that he couldn't control it. Even though this place wasn't suitable for fighting, the moment he saw the Tongshan Taoist, in an instant, his cultivation and killing intent surged uncontrollably. Without a single superfluous word, and without the slightest hesitation, he launched his attack. Bai Xiaochun simply didn't try to suppress him. At this moment, his body suddenly took a step forward, moving at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, he transformed into a rainbow, rushing straight towards the Tongshan Taoist. Bai Xiaochun's sudden attack didn't surprise the Tongshan Taoist. A cold, sinister glint flashed in his eyes. He suddenly advanced, his right hand forming a hand seal. Immediately, his 9 great Tao sects simultaneously appeared. Under the flickering light, these 9 great Tao sects lined up in front of him, forming a dazzling array. As the Tongshan Taoist's hands fiercely pushed forward, his heavenly venerate cultivation suddenly erupted. Although only an early-stage heavenly venerate, the combat power and skill he displayed were very close to that of a mid-stage heavenly venerate. The battle between Bai Xiaochun and the absolute heavenly venerate had long been rumored. The matter concerning his advancement to the mid-stage heavenly venerate was naturally understood by the Tongshan Taoist. Therefore, his attack was a killer move, and he was giving it his all. However, even though he understood Bai Xiaochun's combat power, he was not the absolute heavenly venerate himself and hadn't personally experienced it. Even if all 9 of his Taoist sects were deployed, it wouldn't be enough. Bai Xiaochun's speed was too fast, and his killing intent was immense. He roared as he charged forward, without any unnecessary movements, simply clenching his right hand and unleashing a fierce punch. It was the immortal Emperor's fist, not 5 times stronger, but 15 times stronger. This was the perfect physical punch of a mid-stage heavenly venerate. And that wasn't the end. Bai Xiaochun's mid-stage heavenly venerate cultivation simultaneously erupted and merged into it, fundamentally increasing the power of this immortal Emperor fist, unleashing the strongest punch he had ever made. The heavens roared, and the wind and clouds reversed. His aura was so powerful that it terrified early-stage heavenly venerables and caused mid-stage heavenly venerables to change color. Even late-stage heavenly venerables like Guangmu Heavenly Venerable were violently shaken at this moment. They wanted to stop him, but it was too late. A deafening explosion resounded, suddenly shattering in midair. The 9 great Tao gates in front of Tongshan Taoist, after holding out for a few breaths, crumbled and shattered. Blood gushed from Tongshan Taoist's mouth, and his body quickly retreated. A murderous glint flashed in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. He wanted to relentlessly pursue him. But Tongshan Taoist was no ordinary person. After his Tao gate shattered, it reformed, transforming into a 10th Tao gate. Following a roar from the Tongshan Taoist, the 10th Taoist sect instantly appeared before Bai Xiaochun, immediately blocking his path. At the same time, The heavenly venerables Guangmu, Juedi, Yuan Yaozi, and Xiling Xingren all emerged, intending to stop them. If it were elsewhere, Du Tianjun and his group wouldn't have paid any attention. But today, both great emperors were present. Bai Xiaochun nominally was also a heavenly venerable of the Holy Emperor dynasty. They could only suppress their resentment. They all quickly stepped forward, their purpose being the same, not to start a war, but to prevent the two from continuing their attack. Tongshan King, please be quiet, Du Tianjun. There's no need to argue with this brat. The heavenly venerables on both sides each spoke up to stop him. In an instant, Bai Xiaochun saw Tongshan Taoist retreat, and seeing this 10th Taoist sect blocking his way, he snorted coldly. As everyone approached, he directly drew out his northern sect great sword again. Slash! As the great sword was drawn, everyone's expressions changed instantly. Bai Xiaochun shouted loudly. The northern sect great sword slammed down. The 10th Taoist sect in front of him was completely unable to resist and shattered. The overwhelming sword energy rushed straight towards Tongshan Taoist. Bai Xiaochun gambled that even the heavenly venerables of the evil emperor dynasty wouldn't personally block such a terrifying sword attack for Tongshan Taoist. In fact, that was indeed the case. Tongshan Taoist's expression changed. At the same time, the Guangmu heavenly venerables and others around him all frowned. This time, however, Bai Xiaochun and Tongshan Taoist were completely unable to engage in battle. The moment Bai Xiaochun's sword descended, a cold snort echoed, directly exploding within the heavens and earth. The figure of the evil emperor was clearly far away, but in the next instant, he suddenly appeared directly in front of Tongshan Taoist. Facing the world treasure sword energy unleashed by Bai Xiaochun, he merely waved his sleeve, and the entire world seemed to dim slightly. An unimaginable force of rules silently spread out. It seemed that within this rule, no magical artifact was allowed to approach the evil emperor's body. A single glance from him could reverse the heavens and earth. A wave of his sleeve caused the sky to tremble and the ground to explode. The mighty Northern Meridian Great Sword, like a world treasure, finally trembled for the first time not under Bai Xiaochun's control, retreating on its own. Completely afraid to approach, Bai Xiaochun, also under this backlash, experienced a massive explosion, blood gushing from the corner of his mouth, his body continuously recoiling. However, the regenerated power of the immortal longevity technique also erupted, instantly healing all his injuries. He stopped. When he looked up, Bai Xiaochun's gaze shifted from the Tongshan Taoist to the evil emperor. It was at this moment that the Holy Emperor's figure simultaneously appeared before Bai Xiaochun, showing his support for Bai Xiaochun, his eyes gleaming as he looked at the evil emperor. Evil emperor, you've gone too far. The Holy Emperor clasped his hands behind his back and snorted coldly. Do you still want to fight? Facing the Holy Emperor's words, the evil emperor smiled, saying nothing. Instead, he looked towards Bai Xiaochun, his voice cold and indifferent as he spoke. The Holy Emperor frowned, narrowing his eyes, lost in thought. If Bai Xiaochun had just entered the cultivation world and hadn't experienced such hardships, he might not have grasped the hidden malice in the evil emperor's words. But he had gone through too much. He was an intelligent man. In an instant, he understood the terrifying wickedness in the evil emperor's words. If Bai Xiaochun ignored the Holy Emperor and directly answered the evil emperor's question, regardless of the answer, it would damage the Holy Emperor's reputation. After all, the evil emperor could disregard the Holy Emperor. They were both ancient beings. But Bai Xiaochun, present, didn't have the right to do so. These thoughts flashed through Bai Xiaochun's mind, and in an instant, he inwardly snorted coldly. Without any delay, he decisively withdrew his gaze from the evil emperor. He took a few steps back and bowed deeply to the Holy Emperor. Everything depends on the Holy Emperor's consideration and decision. As Bai Xiaochun spoke, a sharp light flashed in the evil emperor's eyes. The Holy Emperor narrowed his eyes, then resumed his usual demeanor, speaking indifferently. He can stop at once, but not every time. Only one person can be the supreme ruler of the Tongshan world. These words themselves expressed his attitude. Bai Xiaochun immediately bowed again, respectfully expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Holy Emperor, for your support. However, this is truly not the time. The Heavenly King must be patient a little longer. After dealing with matters here, I will create an opportunity for you. Seeing how intelligent Bai Xiaochun was, the Holy Emperor's tone softened considerably. After saying this, he looked towards the evil emperor. Their eyes met. Both were old rivals of many years. A single glance was enough to discern each other's thoughts. The matter between Bai Xiaoqun and the heavenly Taoist, in their opinion, was merely a matter of pride. Compared to the current Lord's clone, it was insignificant. Moreover, they had both previously investigated and determined that the Lord's clone's cultivation level was only at the primordial stage, and it was located within this spider web. Whoever finds it, it belongs to them. As soon as the Holy Emperor uttered these words, his body vanished. When he reappeared, he was suddenly on the spider web below. The evil emperor snorted. Although he didn't say anything, he clearly agreed with this method. He also appeared on the spider web. Both attacked simultaneously. Their primordial cultivation shook the heavens and earth. This spider web, seemingly strong and sturdy, was not as weak as a leaf in front of them, but it wasn't much stronger either. In an instant, a huge hole was directly torn through it. These two great emperors transformed into two streams of light, directly stepping into the hole and disappearing in an instant. At the same time, the Guanmu heavenly venerables of the evil emperor dynasty also quickly arrived at the hole in the spider web. There, they closely watched the struggle between the two great emperors. Without the evil emperor's decree, they couldn't proceed, so they waited here. The group led by Gu Tianjun was the same. Bai Xiaoqun coldly glanced at Tongchen Taoist. Then he withdrew his gaze and waited with Ling Jiushan at another hole. During this time, his eyes also fell on Gongsun Wanner several times. However, Gongsun Wanner pretended not to see him. But earlier, when Bai Xiaoqun and Tongchen Taoist were fighting, others had acted to obstruct him. Only Gongsun Wanner's position, seemingly blocking the way, was actually in Bai Xiaoqun's eyes, clearly blocking Tongchen Taoist's retreat. This made Bai Xiaoqun feel a little warm inside. After withdrawing his gaze, he sat down cross-legged, looking at the hole below. He also felt a little regretful. After all, the secret hidden within the Lord's clone was very tempting to him. And so, both sides waited in silence. Time slowly passed. Hours later, suddenly, a deafening roar, shaking everyone's minds, erupted from within the spider web. The sound had weakened by the time it reached this point, indicating it was very far away. There were also sounds of thunderous battles, coming from afar. This sound intensified, with continuous echoes of loud explosions. Outside the rift, everyone immediately perked up, focusing their attention. Although they couldn't see the battlefield, the waves of battle were growing stronger and stronger. Even the ground was trembling, as if mountains were collapsing and the earth was splitting apart inside the spider web. This intense sound drew the attention of all the heavenly venerables outside the spider web. Bai Xiaoqun, among the group, also focused his gaze. Although he couldn't see what was happening inside the spider web through the continuous loud explosions, Bai Xiaoqun could guess that at this moment, the evil emperor and the holy emperor were engaged in a fierce battle with the Lord's clone that had emerged from the large cocoon. To be able to make two great ancient emperors attack like this Lord's clone must be incredibly powerful. Bai Xiaoqun took a deep breath. As time passed, and the divine abilities clashed, and the battle lasted for 3 hours, not only Bai Xiaoqun but all the other heavenly venerables were moved. Each of them circulated their cultivation to the fullest, being extremely cautious. They were prepared for unexpected events. However, most of them felt that the actions of the two great ancient emperors were all under control. But this thought, as time went on, became increasingly shaky. Actually, according to everyone, this matter should have been resolved very quickly. But now 3 days have passed. During these 3 days, explosions have been coming from within the spider web, continuously. The spider webs covering the ground, although not spreading further, are shrinking, and in many areas, even at a speed visible to the naked eye. They are rapidly turning into a substance resembling eggshells. This bizarre scene made Bai Xiaoqun and the heavenly venerables on both sides feel their hearts pounding, their unease growing. It's taking too long. Logically, nothing unexpected should have happened. At this moment, Du Tianjun and Sima Yunhua, standing beside Bai Xiaoqun, exchanged glances and whispered. Lingzhu heavenly venerable inwardly sneered, remaining silent. Bai Xiaoqun also seemed to be contemplating something. At the same time, the heavenly venerables of the evil emperor dynasty were also quietly discussing and analyzing the answer. Similarly, when the 4th day arrived, everyone inside, including Bai Xiaoqun, felt something was extremely amiss. Even Gu Jianjun and Guan Mutianzun intended to go in and check the situation. At this very moment, a deafening explosion, far more powerful than before, suddenly erupted from within the spider web, like a million bolts of lightning striking from within. A mournful scream sent shivers down everyone's spines. The chaos within surged outwards, causing the heavens and earth to darken slightly and the wind and clouds to reverse. Then, from within the spider web's gap, two streaks of light suddenly shot out, roaring forth. Their speed was so incredible that no one could react in time. The two streaks of light had already emerged from the gap, separating from each other. Upon their appearance, each was beside a heavenly venerable from their respective court. These two streaks of light were none other than the Holy Emperor and the Evil Emperor. At this moment, both of them appeared pale-faced and breathing heavily. It seemed they were both seriously injured. Each spat out fresh blood, their expressions grim. Clearly, this trip hadn't gone smoothly. Bai Xiaochun and the others grew even more worried. Before they could even ask for his opinion, the Holy Emperor suddenly turned around. His gaze swept over Gu Jianjun and Bai Xiaochun's group, his voice extremely serious, with a hint of determination to get his way, and he quickly spoke. This Lord's clone is a red, snake-like entity, its cultivation already at the mid-stage of the primordial realm. It's only a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the late stage of the primordial realm. I and the Evil Emperor attack simultaneously, using our ultimate attacks. But we could only inflict serious injuries, causing its cultivation to drop to the heavenly venerate realm. However, it escaped, employing some kind of divine ability, evading our pursuit. There is no way to find it in the short term. Therefore, I need you 5 people to go down and search separately. You must find the Lord's clone. Capturing him would be best. If you can't, you must seize his corpse. If you can find him, each of you 5 will be rewarded with a heavenly venerate pill made from heavenly lotus. The Holy Emperor knew that to motivate the heavenly venerates under his command, he needed a substantial reward. Even though he felt heartbroken, he didn't hesitate to offer a hefty reward. Heavenly venerate pill, even Sima Yunhua, after hearing these 3 words, couldn't control her breathing, which became slightly more rapid. Bai Xiaochun, however, was a little skeptical. He could tell that this heavenly venerate pill was a good thing, but he didn't know the specifics. The heavenly venerate pill, our Holy Emperor dynasty has only ever refined 17 of them. Currently, only 9 remain. After consuming it, it can allow a heavenly venerate at the lower realm to break through, possessing at least 6/10 of their potential. The Holy Emperor glanced at Bai Xiaochun and explained. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened instantly, and his heart pounded. He immediately realized that this so-called heavenly venerate pill had the same effect as the life force he had previously absorbed from the large cocoon. There's even such a pill. Bai Xiaochun's heart stirred. He also noticed that even powerful late-stage heavenly venerates like Gu Jianjun and Ling Jiushan were clearly unsettled. He immediately understood that this heavenly venerate pill likely had other uses. Perhaps it can also give a certain boost to a heavenly venerate when attempting to break through to the primordial realm. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flashed. He saw that the people from the Evil Emperor dynasty, including the absolute heavenly venerate, were all visibly excited. This scene wasn't just noticed by Bai Xiaochun. Gu Jianjun and his group also paid attention. At the same time, the heavenly venerates of the Evil Emperor dynasty also saw the excitement of Bai Xiaochun and his group. Their eyes briefly met, and they immediately understood what was happening. It was clear that although the 2 great ancient emperors had severely damaged the Lord's clone, they had also suffered considerable losses. Furthermore, there was a desire for competition between them. If this continued, they worried about losing their opportunity to the other side and also feared that this powerful being would escape again. This time, however, an unexpected turn of events had occurred. They had initially judged it to be at the early stage of the ancient realm, but this Lord's clone had reached the peak of the mid-stage. If he were allowed to escape again, his next appearance would likely be a disaster for both of them. Therefore, after much deliberation, these 2 emperors reached an agreement. They would not intervene, but would guard the outside, preventing this Lord's clone from escaping. At the same time, they ordered their subordinate heavenly venerables to fight and seize the opportunity. In this way, they restrained each other, while allowing their subordinates to obtain the opportunity. To some extent, although the evil Emperor dynasty had more people than the Holy Emperor dynasty, it was ultimately fairer than before. As for the fact that the evil Emperor dynasty as heavenly venerables outnumbered the Holy Emperor dynasty, given the Holy Emperor's shrewdness, it was clear they had made other agreements with the evil Emperor. As for the specifics, Bai Xiaochun didn't know. At this moment, he was thinking that on one hand, it was the heavenly venerable pill, and on the other hand, it was the Lord's clone that these two great ancient beings valued so highly. Bai Xiaochun was also extremely tempted, hiding the secret of the ancient breakthrough. Although the distance is too great for me, it would be too unfair to just stand by and watch others reap the rewards. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened. He wasn't the only one with this intention. At this moment, the heavenly venerables on both sides were all harboring similar thoughts. However, although this thought arose, no one dared to be greedy. They understood that the two great ancient beings allowing them to leave meant they had anticipated their intentions. This was essentially tacitly accepting that they could obtain a small portion of the Lord's flesh and blood. Of course, the vast majority would still have to be handed over. Although this was everyone's speculation, the two great emperors didn't explicitly say it. But for Gu Jianjun and Guangmu Heavenly Venerable, it was a very clear signal. After all, things like this had happened several times before. Every time it was the same. Obeying the Holy Emperor's decree, Gu Jianjun took a deep breath, solemnly clasped his hands together. In an instant, his entire body transformed into a beam of swordlight, hurtling straight towards the spider web below. Sima Yunhua, Chen Su, and Ling Jiushin, their eyes flashing, clasped their hands together in turn, then flew into the hole. At the same time, the heavenly venerables of the evil Emperor dynasty, including Gongsun Wanner, felt their hearts pounding. They all unleashed their speed, each leaping into the hole. Bai Xiaochun had no reason not to go either. He pondered for a moment, then also transformed into a rainbow, flying into the hole, entering the world within the spider web. Once everyone had entered, outside the spiderweb hole, the evil emperor and the holy emperor exchanged glances. Then they sat down cross-legged, their divine consciousness spreading out. They weren't looking inside the spiderweb, but rather spreading out, wary of the large snake escaping from other directions within the web. This was tantamount to blocking all of the opponent's escape routes, like trapping a turtle in a jar, leaving this Lord's clone with no way to flee. I advise you not to harbor any illusions. This time, the Lord's flesh and blood will definitely belong to me. According to our agreement, I will give you 2 portions, the evil emperor sneered, suddenly speaking. If you hadn't deliberately let him go just now, why go through all this trouble? The holy emperor, hearing this, raised his head and stared at the evil emperor. His expression was no longer gentle, but rather a cold gloom mixed with anger and suspicion. Then I'll be waiting. Facing the holy emperor's reaction, the evil emperor chuckled softly. He closed his eyes, no longer paying attention. Inside the spider web, because the sky was obscured, the entire world was shrouded in darkness. The light was very weak. To the eyes of ordinary people, this place was like nighttime. But in the eyes of the monk, although everything around him was hazy, he could still see clearly. The place was bizarre. The ground was gray, and everything, from the mountains to the vegetation, resembled ashes, making it impossible for the other heavenly venerables, except for Bai Xiaochun and Gongsun Wanner, to adapt. After all, the level of strangeness here was terrifying, even for heavenly venerables upon their first encounter. Especially similar to Zhuangji County, within this spiderweb, there were a few villages and towns that hadn't been reduced to ashes. The cultivators and people inside were like soulless corpses, and the air everywhere exuded a chilling aura. Except for Bai Xiaochun and Gongsun Wanner, everyone else needed some time to assess and adapt. Only Bai Xiaochun and Gongsun Wanner, having experienced Zhuangji County before, were somewhat at ease within this spiderweb. Though not entirely at ease, they had already become accustomed to it. As soon as they landed, everyone scattered, rushing in different directions. This place, after all, is not just the land of the Zhuangju district, but almost more than half of the second immortal realm. It encompasses at least 7 provinces. The sheer size of the area is unimaginable. Searching for a severely injured Lord's clone within such a vast area is incredibly difficult. However, they are all together 12 heavenly venerables, a force that can be said to be the culmination of all the peak power of the eternal immortal realm. Each heavenly venerable, when fully unleashing their divine consciousness, can cover a very wide area. Especially since the Lord's clone was severely injured and the two great ancient beings attacked earlier, the resulting shockwaves could affect divine consciousness, like a rootless tree, greatly weakened. This makes it possible for everyone to concentrate their efforts within this spiderweb hoping to find the Lord's clone. It's just a matter of how long it takes. At this moment, as Bai Xiaojun and Gongsun Wan are dispersed, the eyes of Gu Tianjun and his group flashed. Each of them chose a direction and sped off like arrows. Wang Muqianzun and his group did the same. Everyone relied on their own luck. If one person could succeed, that would be best. If not, they could still communicate with each other and cooperate. Obviously, the evil emperor and the holy emperor were the same. Because they absolutely had to accomplish this, they didn't want the Tianjun under their command to refuse to cooperate for personal gain, thus missing out on a good opportunity. Therefore, regarding the rewards, as long as they could receive them, everyone would get a reward. It's easy to imagine that once someone found the Lord's clone, the competition between the Tianjuns on both sides would be extremely fierce. However, this place was too vast, so there were too many variables. At this moment, Bai Xiaoqun was still roaring in the sky, charging forward. His divine consciousness naturally spread out, sweeping across the surrounding heaven and earth, searching for traces and fluctuations of the Lord's clone. This is, after all, the Lord's clone. Even if it's severely injured, that's just what the evil emperor and the holy emperor said. Bai Xiaoqun pondered as he walked forward. Compared to others, he and Gongsun Wan had personally experienced a terrifying power of that Lord's clone. Even now, with his eyes closed, Bai Xiaoqun could still picture the terrifying image in his mind. Under that single palm strike, the entire Zhuangju County was reduced to dust. He even speculated that this Lord's clone was only a hair's breadth away from reaching the late ancient stage. It was highly likely that this missing hair was the portion of life force he had absorbed using the eternal night umbrella. If this giant snake truly reached the late ancient stage, then the evil emperor and the holy emperor will likely be in a very difficult situation this time. Thinking this, Bai Xiaoqun became even more certain that this Lord's clone harbored even more intense hatred towards him than towards others. I didn't do it intentionally. Who told it to open its mouth and say such things at my doorstep? Bai Xiaoqun felt a little wronged, but he couldn't do anything about it. At this moment, he made up his mind. As soon as he found the whereabouts of this giant snake, he would immediately send a message to find someone to help him deal with it. As for the idea of taking matters into one's own hands, others might have it, but Bai Xiaoqun had absolutely no such thought. He even thought it would be best if the people of the evil emperor dynasty discovered it. That way, with them ahead to test it out, they could better gauge the specific combat power of this Lord's clone. Thinking this way, Bai Xiaoqun wasn't overly enthusiastic about searching. Safety was paramount at this moment. While rushing forward, his divine consciousness, though scattered, didn't have a fixed focus. It was merely a quick scan. And the scope of this spider web was truly vast. As time passed, 3 days flew by. The 12 heavenly venerables had each dispersed to search. They weren't foolish. Although scattered, they maintained contact and remained extremely vigilant, preventing this Lord's clone from eliminating them piece by piece. In particular, quite a few heavenly venerables felt that the words of the two great ancient beings seemed to conceal some kind of trap. Their approach might just be a bait. This thought arose, making some people even more vigilant. During these 3 days, Bai Xiaoqun was also extremely cautious. Although he didn't find any trace of the Lord's clone, he did see 7 or 8 places that resembled the villages and hamlets of Zhuangju County. From the outside, everything seemed normal, except for the sounds of crying, which caused Bai Xiaoqun to immediately avoid them whenever he encountered them. Bai Xiaoqun chose to head towards Yunhai Continent. As time passed, he finally arrived in the Yunhai Continent. Looking at the familiar city, although there was no longer the scene of those cultivators devouring everything, all the buildings had been reduced to ashes. Bai Xiaoqun's mood was very poor. After a long while, Bai Xiaoqun sighed softly, intending to continue flying north. But at this moment, his expression suddenly changed. He stopped abruptly, patted his storage bag, and took out a sound transmission jade slip. He swept his divine consciousness over it. In an instant, he immediately heard the fluctuating waves of the 9 heavenly venerable Ling Jiushan, carrying a voice of unexpected joy. Found it, come here quickly. Following the sound, a guiding divine thought immediately appeared within Bai Xiaochun's consciousness, pinpointing a direction. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened. Without hesitation, he turned around and rushed straight towards the direction the divine thought had pinpointed. For the past few days, his speed had remained consistent. Now, knowing it was a critical moment, he unleashed his full power. With a loud bang, his entire body seemed to vanish, teleporting forward. Fortunately, the distance wasn't too great. Bai Xiaochun's speed was pushed to its limit. The regenerative power of the immortal longevity technique constantly erupted, giving Bai Xiaochun almost unlimited strength, allowing him to maintain this extreme speed, seemingly wanting to tear through the sky. This situation lasted for 3 hours. In 3 hours, the distance he flew was comparable to the journey of several days. The faster he sped forward, the more he sensed the aura of Ling Jiushan Tianzun ahead. He also sensed that, besides Ling Jiushan Tianzun's aura, there was an astonishing wave of formation energy spreading everywhere, seemingly sealing everything off. As he got closer, Bai Xiaochun immediately saw this formation emitting a red light. Within this red light was black mist. The light and mist merged, seemingly forming a large, inverted bowl, enveloping everything within 1,000 miles. Vaguely visible within this black mist were 3 enormous faces: the absolute heavenly venerate, the primordial demon sun, and the Tongchen Taoist. They were coldly staring at Lingju and his group. Outside the formation, Lingju heavenly venerate, Gu Changjun, and Sima Yunhua stood there, their expressions changing, occasionally exchanging anxious whispers. Bai Xiaochun's appearance immediately drew their attention, their expressions showing a hint of joy. Chen Su is too far away. It will take another 2 hours, we can't wait. Gu Changjun and the other two exchanged glances, immediately explaining the situation to Bai Xiaochun. Lingju heavenly venerate was the first to discover the Lord's flesh and blood clone. However, the clone's speed was too fast, and it had already moved far away. While Lingju Chanzun was pursuing, he was encountered by Guangmu Chanzun of the Evil Emperor Dynasty. After seeing the Lord's clone, Guangmu immediately summoned the Evil Emperor Dynasty's heavenly venerables. The Evil Emperor Dynasty's heavenly venerables had a numerical advantage, which was evident at this moment. Their speed was also much faster than Gu Tianjun's group. They not only set up a formation to block Lingju Chanzun, but also had an absolute realm master presiding over the formation, creating a blockade. At the same time, several heavenly venerables were also inside the formation capturing the Lord's clone. We can't wait any longer. The 4 of us will attack. Let's break through this formation first and then assess the situation. Gu Changjun gritted his teeth fiercely, a look of determination in his eyes. Sima Yunhua and Ling Jiushan nodded. Bai Xiaochun also understood that this was a rare opportunity. If they sat idly by now, they would truly lose their last chance. Therefore, he raised his right hand and grabbed at the void. The Northern Meridian Greatsword instantly appeared in his hand. Sword light flashed, and the 4 of them directly transformed into 4 rainbows, rushing straight towards the exploding formation. Tongchen Taoist, Yuan Yaozi, and Judi's expressions changed. They immediately reinforced the formation, making its power even more abundant. It seemed the 2 sides were about to clash. But at this moment, an unusual change occurred. A mournful and tragic cry suddenly emanated from within the formation's mist. This agonizing scream, fundamentally unlike anything a human could produce, carried an intense, penetrating power, as if some wild beast, facing a life-or-death crisis, had been forced to a certain point and was letting out its final, desperate roar. It was merely a penetrating force that caused the mist formation to suddenly twist and warp. Even the enormous faces of the 3 heavenly venerables of the Absolute Realm, which had materialized, became unstable. It's that Lord's clone. Damn it, they're about to succeed. Gu Jianjun and Sima Yunhua's expressions changed. Their speed increased, and they directly attacked the mist formation again. Gu Jianjun's sword energy instantly surged, its sharp light seemingly tearing apart the world. Wherever it passed, the void shattered. Sima Yunhua, meanwhile, performed a hand seal, transforming her body into 9 clones. Along with her main body, each displayed astonishing heavenly venerable combat power, crashing down with immense force. Not stopping there, Lingju heavenly venerable also unleashed his full power. Wherever he went, a myriad of colors formed a destructive law, plunging everything into darkness and annihilating everything. Bai Xiaochun was also worried. If the sovereign's clone was truly killed, then the evil emperor dynasty's people would have a numerical advantage, and if they obtained the corpse, it would be impossible for the heavenly venerables of the holy emperor dynasty to steal it. The only chance was if the sovereign's clone didn't die, there was still a slight possibility. This sovereign's clone is too weak. Bai Xiaochun didn't have time to think much. He wielded the Northern Meridian Greatsword in his right hand and directly slashed down, coordinating with the three people, including Gu Jianjun. The four of them working together seemed to form a violent storm. With a loud explosion, they all directly fell onto the mist formation. The heavens and earth trembled, the 8 directions shook, as if from the beginning of creation. This violent storm seemed capable of tearing everything apart, directly and forcefully opening a large passage through the mist formation. Initially, even with the combined efforts of the four, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. In fact, the Lord's clone, who had previously roared out from within the mist formation, had already caused instability within it. Now, the four of them had dealt a serious blow, finally opening a passage through the formation. However, the absolute heavenly venerate, the heavenly Taoist, and Yuan Yaozi, who hadn't joined the battle within the mist, remained outside to prevent Gu Jianjun and his group from entering. Seeing the formation torn open, the three immediately unleashed their full power, using the formation's power to amplify their attack. A massive explosion erupted within the formation, the swirling mist conjuring dozens of giant hands that lunged towards Gu Jianjun and his companions. These dozen or so large hands, combined with the formation and the cultivation of the 3 absolute heavenly venerables, finally unleashed a force comparable to a mid-stage heavenly venerable. At this moment, half of them were grabbing at Gu Jianjun, while another part was restraining Lingzhu heavenly venerable. As for Bai Xiaochun and Sima Yunhua, 3 hands also reached out to grab them. Although these large hands possessed the full power of heavenly venerables, their strength wasn't displayed in terms of attack, but rather in defense and entanglement. Clearly, the purpose of the 3 absolute heavenly venerables was to entangle Bai Xiaochun and his group, buying enough time for Guanmu heavenly venerable and the other evil emperor dynasty heavenly venerables. A thunderous roar echoed in all directions. Bai Xiaochun's Northern Meridian Greatsword, flashing with light, swept down, directly severing one hand. But the other 2 hands, roaring and rushing towards him, forced him to retreat slightly. At the same time, Lingzhu Jianzun and Gu Jianjun were both equally skilled. Although the 4 of them attacked fiercely, in such a short time, they were clearly unable to completely tear through the formation. After all, the formation itself was formidable, and it was guarded by 3 heavenly venerables. Unless something unexpected happened, the battle could easily last for several hours. But at this moment, suddenly, a mournful scream erupted from within the mist formation. This time it was even more intense than before, with greater penetrating power and spreading everywhere. In an instant, the mist formation, already in an unstable state due to external damage and internal vibrations, twisted and shook even more violently. In many places, the swirling mist suddenly began to thin out. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flashed, and the powerful sword energy of the Northern Meridian Great Sword burst forth. Gu Jianjun and the others also seized the opportunity. Each person unleashed their ultimate attack, conjuring astonishing divine abilities, charging straight towards those giant hands. The expressions of the 3 figures, Absolute Earth, Heavenly Taoist, and Primordial Demon, changed drastically. They knew this was the crucial moment. The 3 gritted their teeth fiercely, each biting their tongues to draw blood, expanding the range of their cultivation, strengthening the formation, and striving to stabilize it. The fierce battle between the 2 sides, centered around this formation, suddenly unfolded. In a short time, loud explosions resounded, shaking the heavens and earth. But this formation was extremely extraordinary. The 3 absolute realm experts gathered their full strength. Under this violent shaking, the fog formation finally stabilized slowly. Even though Bai Xiaochun and the other 3 severed many hands and penetrated into the fog, more hands and layers of resistance quickly appeared around them. Under this resistance, the 4 felt intense repulsion from all sides every second. Damn it, what kind of formation is this? If this continues, we won't be able to get in anytime soon. Even if we can't get in, we must find a way to stop them. Gu Jianjun and the other 2 gritted their teeth. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flashed. He hadn't said a word from beginning to end. But in reality, his eyes occasionally glanced towards the fog formation, and he was also thinking about whether he should take the risk. He trusted in his own immortal forbiddance technique. He couldn't say he could penetrate this fog formation, but at least he could enter it himself and appear on the battlefield within. However, if he brought others in, the energy expenditure would be too great, making success difficult. This made Bai Xiaochun feel a little worried. At this moment, he swung his Northern Meridian greatsword, weighing the pros and cons in his heart. Suddenly, behind them, a series of roars erupted. In the distance, a rainbow-colored beam of light, carrying a white glow, was hurtling towards them. Inside this rainbow stood an old man, clad in a Taoist robe, exuding an aura of immortal grace. It was Chen Su. Due to the great distance, he was the last to arrive. Because of the worried telepathic messages from Gu Tianjun and his group, Chen Su spared no expense, unleashing his most powerful Taoist techniques to forcefully teleport, thus arriving early. His appearance immediately shook Gu Tianjun and his group. It also caused the three absolute realm experts controlling the formation to change their expressions. Facing four heavenly venerables, they could barely hold their ground, though exhausted. But if it were 5 heavenly venerables and the formation remained intact, they might have been able to withstand them. However, the formation was currently unstable. Each roar from the Lord's clone inside caused the formation to warp. Therefore, stopping them was simply impossible. In the blink of an eye, as the expressions of the 3 men turned grim, Chen Su roared forward without hesitation. He directly charged into the hole torn open by Bai Xiaochun and his group. Upon approaching, he formed hand seals. Instantly, streaks of golden lightning erupted, forming a series of lightning spheres. Each sphere possessed the power to destroy heaven and earth. He joined the 4 men in breaking the formation. A deafening roar resounded. Amidst the intense explosions, the expressions of the 3 men in the grim situation changed continuously. The swirling mist formation intensified. The divine abilities of Bai Xiaochun and his 5 companions created a storm, penetrating deeper into the formation at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn it, Yuan Yazi's eyes turned bloodshot, letting out a roar. While his hands formed a hand seal, he spat out a mouthful of primordial cha. The Absolute Land and the Heavenly Taoist did the same. But just as the 3 of them were trying to stabilize the formation in an instant, suddenly, from within the formation, a third mournful scream from the Sovereign's clone echoed. This scream far surpassed the previous one. It seemed this was the final scream of life. Its power was even more terrifying. At the moment it was emitted, the formation exploded violently, shattering in many places. Simultaneously, the formation itself trembled, on the verge of collapse and destruction. Opportunity, Gu Tianjun's eyes lit up. Without needing further ado, Bai Xiaochun, Chen Su, Lingju, and Sima Yunhua all immediately attacked, their cultivation levels erupting. The various divine powers condensed into a storm, transforming into a gigantic, ferocious dragon that roared and charged straight towards the formation, striking fiercely. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly resounded. This peerless formation, originally impenetrable, was directly struck by the ferocious dragon, creating a massive hole. As the hole formed, the entire formation collapsed with a thunderous roar. Absolute Earth, Tongshan Taoist, and Yuan Yazi each spat out fresh blood and quickly retreated. Gu Jianjun and his group couldn't wait, their expressions showing joy. At this moment, as the mist dissipated, the battlefield below was revealed. A dramatic change suddenly occurred. The first to be heard was a mournful, heart-wrenching scream. This scream wasn't from the Sovereign's clone, but from one of the 7 heavenly venerables of the evil Emperor dynasty, the naked woman Bai Xiaochun had seen earlier. This old woman, who had reached the peak of the mid-stage heavenly venerate cultivation level, was now torn into amidst a blood-curdling scream. One half, dripping with blood, escaped, its face contorted with terror and panic. Her complexion had turned black, as if poisoned. As she retreated, even her blood was black. Especially on her forehead, a black talisman suddenly appeared, flashing intensely. Upon closer inspection, a phantom figure identical to the old woman was visible beneath the talisman. This figure was the old woman's Dao Seed transformed. This talisman had sealed the old woman's Dao Seed within her mutilated body, causing her to be poisoned and slowly succumb to death. The old woman's DEFIED was unable to leave, as if it were being relentlessly drained away. From then on, even if the old woman could be resurrected, she would undoubtedly suffer immense losses. This scene instantly shocked Bai Xiaochun and his companions. But that wasn't the end of it. The moment the old woman fled, a figure filled with fear and panic shot out from behind her like an arrow. This person was none other than the spirit-devouring supreme being. Blood gushed from his mouth, his aura incredibly weak. His eyes were filled with terror, and his speed was astonishing. But above his head hovered a black talisman. This talisman was similar to the one on the old woman's forehead, yet completely different. It seemed to possess some kind of special power of law, causing the spirit-devouring supreme being's body to rapidly decay as he rushed out. Behind him, a beam of blood red light suddenly shot out from within the rapidly dissipating and thinning mist. The moment this blood red light appeared, it instantly gave Bai Xiaochun a familiar feeling of malevolence erupting within this piece of heaven and earth. The blood red light didn't stop. After bursting out, it immediately fled into the distance. Catch it? It's almost dead. Last to escape was Guangmu Heavenly Venerate. Having lost an arm, his face was pale, filled with unwillingness and madness as he charged forward, chasing after the blood-red light. Almost simultaneously with Guangmu Heavenly Venerate's pursuit, Zhuedi Heavenly Venerate, Tongshan Taoist, and Yuan Yaozi also gritted their teeth, wanting to stop it. Gu Zhangjun, Sima Yunhua, and Lingju Heavenly Venerate all rushed out, splitting in different directions to intercept the blood-red light. Bai Xiaochun was already within its grasp, but in the blink of an eye, as everyone approached, the blood-red light suddenly stopped. From within the blood-red light, a piercing roar erupted. This roar directly stirred up a storm, spreading outwards in all directions. It was precisely because of this that the blood-red light in the air had to pause for a moment. The body within this blood-red light was, surprisingly, a monster that was neither human nor snake-like. This monster had a human body with 2 arms and 2 legs, but its entire body was covered in blood-red scales. Its facial features were vaguely discernible, suggesting a male. However, its eyes had 2 pupils, and a long, slender tongue occasionally flicked out from deep within its mouth, causing everyone who saw it to be utterly shocked. The storm was incredibly powerful, comparable to the late ancient era. At this moment, the wind swept across all directions. The people of the Zhuedi were unable to withstand it, and retreated. Bai Xiaochun immediately held his northern meridian greatsword horizontally in front of him, only then managing to block the violent storm from erupting. Only Gu Zhangjun and Guangmu Zhanzun, at this moment, were fiercely resisting, quickly closing in. Their attacks were deadly blows. Amidst the resounding explosions, the Lord's clone was clearly weakened. His eyes were filled with madness, and he moved with incredible speed, slashing and killing everyone. Thunder rumbled incessantly. After Bai Xiaochun retreated a few steps, he didn't advance further. He didn't want to, but the Lord's clone charged straight towards Bai Xiaochun. His pupils were filled with hatred. Upon seeing this, Bai Xiaochun's heart pounded. He really came to seek revenge. Bai Xiaochun glared. Knowing he couldn't retreat any further, he had to muster up a powerful shout. He raised the Northern Meridian greatsword in his hand and fiercely slashed at the charging Lord's clone. The Lord's clone screamed, forced to retreat, once again falling into the encirclement. At this moment, everyone disregarded the formation. Each person unleashed their full power. Even if it was the final struggle, they had to kill this Lord's clone before making a choice. We can't let it escape. Its regenerated power is too strong. We can't give it time. Guangmu Heavenly Venerate said anxiously. Ancient Heavenly Monarch and the others gasped for breath. At this moment, they attacked without restraint. Everyone gathered their strength, further weakening the Lord's clone. This weakening sensation intensified with time. In fact, the previous scene had shocked Ancient Heavenly Monarch and the others. The old woman's miserable state, the decaying body of the spirit-devouring supreme being, Guangmu Heavenly Venerate losing an arm. All of this speaks volumes about just how terrifying this Lord's clone is, especially considering that if the opponent were to escape, losing this opportunity, with the ability to absorb the life force of this Lord's clone, by the time they find him again, he would have recovered considerably. Therefore, neither side would be able to complete the mission. Once the evil emperor and the holy emperor themselves arrive, the previously offered reward would likely be greatly reduced. Amidst the loud explosion, despair flickered in the eyes of the Lord's clone. His injuries were too severe, making escape impossible. Seeing himself weakened to the point of having only a breath left, the Lord's clone suddenly let out a roar. Under this roar, his body instantly expanded, like a gigantic rubber balloon. The sight caused everyone's hearts to pound, and instinctively, they all retreated backward. Almost instantly, as everyone retreated, the body of this sovereign's clone exploded with a loud bang. After his body exploded, a massive shockwave spread out. Boom! The aftershocks shook the heavens and the earth. The likes of Absolute Heavenly Venerate, Yuan Yaozi, Guangmu Heavenly Venerate, and Tongchen Taoist all spat out blood. Gu Tianjun, Sima Yunhua, Shen Su, Lingju Heavenly Venerate, and even Bai Xiaochun were no exception. Their bodies involuntarily recoiled. This sovereign's clone is too powerful, Bai Xiaochun gasped. At this moment, his hand gripping the Northern Meridian Greatsword was also aching. He was terrified. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun's gaze swept over, seeing Tongchen Taoist not far away, also shaken and spitting out blood, retreating. His eyes flashed, and he quietly approached. Everyone is trying to seize this sovereign's body. Let's see if we can take this opportunity to kill this Tongchen Taoist. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun's killing intent surged. At this moment, after the Lord's clone self-destructed, a half-John-long snake suddenly emerged from his body. The snake, barely clinging to life, seemed utterly weakened, too frail to withstand a single blow. It swayed, choosing a direction, and with its last breath, darted away like an arrow. The direction it chose was precisely where Tongchen Taoist was. Even Tongchen Taoist was momentarily stunned. But in an instant, a strange black light flashed in his eyes. He quickly formed hand seals and shouted, 10 gates merge into one. As he chanted the incantation, everyone present was pushed back by the previous impact. Before the Tongchen Taoist, thunder immediately erupted again. A large number of short and long runes combined to form a massive rune gate, which descended directly from the void, as if carrying some kind of sealing force, suddenly sealing the charging lizard. The lizard, now unconscious, was only acting on instinct, but it managed to ram its head into the rune gate, instantly piercing a hole. At this moment, the rune gate seemed to disintegrate, transforming into countless runes, directly enveloping the body of the seemingly unconscious lizard, pulling it down forcefully. About to be taken by the Tongchen Taoist. Tongchen Taoist, you dare! Gu Tianjun's eyes instantly turned red. Sima Yunhua, Lingju Tianjun, and Chen Su were all the same. The four were furious. But before that, they had been pushed far away by the impact. At this moment, it was too late for them to stop them. At the same time, Guangmu Tianjun and his group quickly rushed out to stop Gu Tianjun and his group. Under the watchful eyes of Guangmu Tianjun and his group, Tongchen Tao had just entered the Tianjun realm. Even if he obtained the corpse of the lizard, he wouldn't dare not hand it over. Guangmu had to claim this credit, but if Gu Tianjun and his group stole it, everyone would be in trouble. All of this happened too quickly. In an instant, as everyone here attacked each other, Bai Xiaochun's breathing quickened, his eyes widened, and his heart pounded rapidly. In truth, he hadn't had good intentions before, secretly approaching quite a bit. At this very moment, with the events unfolding, he was the one closest to the Tongchen Taoist among everyone present. A great opportunity. Bai Xiaochun hesitated for a moment, then immediately activated the mountain-shattering charge and deployed the Immortal Forbiddance technique. His physical strength erupted, even more powerful than when he fought against the unlevel clones of the Sovereign. Ignoring everything else, he fully channeled his cultivation. With this increase, his speed reached its limit. With a loud bang, he instantly appeared beside the Tongchen Taoist. As he raised his right hand, the Northern Meridian Greatsword emitted a dazzling blue light. As the Tongchen Taoist's expression changed drastically, he fiercely slashed down. Tongchen, leave your life behind, Bai Xiaochun shouted. For Bai Xiaochun, this was a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. Even if he killed the Tongchen Taoist at this moment, the Holy Emperor would still support him. In fact, the item currently held by the Tongchen Taoist was something that the two great ancient beings were vying for. Bai Xiaochun, time and again, was so close to it. At this moment, he brought his sword down, causing a massive explosion in the heavens and earth. The great sword of the northern meridian emitted a dazzling blue light, radiating a blinding brilliance, unleashing an astonishing battle force comparable to a late-stage heavenly venerate, hurtling straight towards the Tongtian Taoist. All of this happened too quickly. The Tongtian Taoist was almost about to catch the snake when Bai Xiaochun's great sword slammed down. Therefore, he had no way to dodge. His expression changed, and the Tongtian Taoist immediately became anxious. A fierce life-or-death crisis shook his heart. Although he could be resurrected, the price was too high, permanently depleting a portion of his cultivation. He wouldn't choose this unless absolutely necessary. Furthermore, and most importantly, a resurrected heavenly venerate, besides permanently losing a portion of their cultivation, would also reduce their chances of entering the primordial era in the future. Entering the primordial era was already incredibly difficult, and now it was even more so. It wasn't a complete annihilation of hope, but it was certainly close to it. If these heavenly venerates weren't ambitious, it would be one thing. But the Tongtian Taoist's ambition was always immense. How could he allow his hopes to be dashed here because of a mere snake? Almost without the slightest hesitation, the Tongtian Taoist let out a loud shout. The moment Bai Xiaochun's northern sect greatsword descended, he swung his right hand, forcefully throwing the giant snake he was about to take towards Bai Xiaochun, blocking the sword between himself and Bai Xiaochun. A deafening explosion suddenly erupted. The northern sect greatsword, usually so unstoppable, encountered something it couldn't cut through, only tearing a hole in it. The giant snake's body instantly blocked Bai Xiaochun's greatsword. The powerful countershot caused Bai Xiaochun's blood to churn, creating a violent impact that inflicted even greater damage on the Tongtian Taoist. He spat out fresh blood, his body staggering backward. As for the giant snake, he had long since let go of it. In fact, he had no choice but to let go. If he still coveted the body of this giant snake, then when he retreated, Gu Tianjun and his group could still pursue him. Even if it created a momentary obstacle for him, it would give Bai Xiaochun a chance to kill him. Therefore, by letting go, he not only avoided becoming a target of criticism, but also diverted all the trouble to Bai Xiaochun, making it impossible for Bai Xiaochun to pursue him further. Many people would come to stop him. All of this is a long story, but from the moment Bai Xiaochun made his move and Tongtian Taoist threw out the giant snake, everything happened in an instant. It was incredibly fast. At this moment, as the thunder echoed and Tongtian Taoist quickly moved away, Bai Xiaochun's body stopped. Continuing to pursue Tongtian Taoist was now difficult. Most importantly, after his hand touched the body of the giant snake, Bai Xiaochun's expression suddenly changed. His breathing became rapid. The immortal longevity technique in his body spontaneously began to circulate, erupting with the greatest desire he had ever felt. It seemed that within the body of this giant snake, something was hidden that, for the immortal longevity technique, was like a creation that could mend the heavens. Bai Xiaochun gasped for breath. He didn't have time to think much. He grabbed the giant snake and directly put it into his storage bag. Almost instantly after he finished all this, Guangmu Heavenly Venerate Yuan Yaozi and Judi Heavenly Venerate, filled with killing intent, directly attacked. Bai Xiaochun, you're courting death. Hand over the Lord's body. Bai Xiaochun, this is not something you can touch. Even Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua, along with Ling Jiushan and Shen Su, stared at Bai Xiaochun like hungry tigers, quickly approaching. Tongtian King, throw the Lord's body to me. Tongtian King, come to us. We'll protect you. Their words seemed to be protecting Bai Xiaochun, and their actions indeed prevented the heavenly venerate of the evil emperor dynasty from approaching. However, in reality, the thought of snatching the Lord's body from Bai Xiaochun's hands had already arisen in their minds. In truth, Bai Xiaochun's identity was sensitive. After all, he wasn't a true heavenly venerate of the Holy Emperor dynasty. If it were anyone else, Gu Tianjun and his group might have shared the same animosity. But with Bai Xiaochun, if they had the chance to seize it, they certainly wouldn't let it slip away. The situation reversed almost instantly. From initially being the target of everyone's criticism, now it was Bai Xiaochun who was in a desperate situation. Although this predicament could be resolved immediately if Bai Xiaochun agreed to throw out the giant snake, the desire for the immortal longevity technique made Bai Xiaochun's heart pound. Damn it, I'll join forces. Bai Xiaochun's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Although he feared death and didn't want to take risks, the immense benefits were laid out before him today. Bai Xiaochun felt that if he let this opportunity pass, he would definitely regret it. As long as I have a breath left, I will absolutely not give way to them. Bai Xiaochun never thought of taking advantage of the situation alone. However, he thought that if he could buy some time, he could gain unimaginable benefits through the Lord's body. This caused his eyes to fill with bloodshot veins. At this moment, amidst his roar, his speed exploded to its limit. He borrowed the power of the previous mountain-shattering strike and suddenly rushed forward. The absolute heavenly Venerate and Yuan Yaozi were both furious. They unleashed their full power to try and stop him. But the moment they got close, Bai Xiaochun let out a loud shout, and his body instantly became stronger. The human mountain technique was activated. At the same time, the Cloud Thunder Ancestor transformation was also directly unleashed, transforming him into a giant. He wielded a great northern-style sword and fiercely slashed forward. The heavens and earth exploded, sword energy spreading. Yuan Yaozi and Zhu Tianzun, already injured, were now spitting out blood at the sudden outburst from Bai Xiaochun. But they were still Tianzun's. Although they retreated, the shockwave caused Bai Xiaochun's body to momentarily pause. Just that brief pause allowed Guangmu Tianzun to catch up from behind. But the instant Guangmu approached, Bai Xiaochun formed a hand seal and pointed downwards. Swamp! Boom! Steam spread everywhere, transforming the heavens and earth into a swamp. Nation! As Bai Xiaochun's voice rang out, a roar, as if from the depths of time, echoed. Instantly, within the swirling mist, an unimaginable, colossal beast emerged from beneath the ground, its upper and lower jaws snapping violently, striking directly at Guangmu Tianzun. Guangmu Heavenly Venerate roared, desperately trying to dodge. But this enormous beast was too big, replacing heaven and earth, its speed unimaginable, directly colliding with Guangmu Heavenly Venerate. Amidst the loud explosion, Bai Xiaochun suddenly rushed out. He continued to growl softly, "Gu Tianjun, you all help me hold him off. Everyone gets a share of the credit." Bai Xiaochun's body swayed, his speed increasing. Gu Tianjun and the others hesitated. They knew this wasn't the time to snatch the beast. They immediately suppressed their competitive thoughts and focused all their efforts on stopping him. A thunderous roar erupted. No matter how Guangmu Heavenly Venerate and the others pursued, under Gu Tianjun's obstruction, they couldn't do anything to Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's speed was simply too fast. In just a moment of resistance, he was already more than 10,000 feet away. He didn't stop, continuing to roar and move further away. Very quickly, his figure was no longer visible. At this point, Gu Tianjun and his group no longer tried to stop him. They immediately retreated. The expressions of Guangmu Tianzun and his group were extremely grim. They exchanged glances, then understood that it was very difficult to catch up at this moment. We can't find Bai Xiaochun, but Gu Tianjun and his group will definitely find him. They also need time to divide the spoils, therefore, it's unlikely that Bai Xiaochun will rush out first. Ghost Mother Tianzun is on her way here. She's only a short distance away. Send a message to her. Tell her to immediately go to the exit and wait there. Try to stop Bai Xiaochun. Let's all use our full speed to block the exit. Guangmu Tianzun's breathing quickened. He felt extremely unwilling. He immediately spoke up. Yuan Yaozi and his group also made the same judgment. They immediately accelerated to their highest speed and flew away. As for the spirit-devouring Supreme Being, at this moment, under the suppression, although his body was decaying considerably, he managed to stabilize himself and also left. Only the old woman was ignored at this time. Only her Dao seed was taken away. Because earlier, during the struggle with Bai Xiaochun, her body had completely turned into a pool of blood. Even her Dao seed was clearly much weaker and dimmer. Obviously, the previous seal, although unable to completely erase the Dao seed, had left behind damage that was still very frightening. As they sped away, the heavenly venerables of the evil emperor dynasty rushed straight towards the exit. Along the way, their expressions were extremely grim. Their hatred for Bai Xiaochun intensified. Even the usually silent Tongshan Taoist was met with disapproval. If only this Tongshan Taoist had persevered a little longer, risked his life, the Lord's body would definitely have belonged to us. Guangmu Heavenly Venerable looked at his disappearing arm, then at Tongshan Taoist, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. After we return, we'll cause him trouble again. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun was covering his storage bag, quickly moving forward. Actually, he had no choice but to cover it. Although this large snake was sealed, after being released into the storage bag, for some unknown reason, it seemed to want to break through the bag. Bai Xiaochun had no choice but to use his cultivation to suppress it. I need to find a place. Bai Xiaochun's first thought was the tattered fan. However, after trying a few times, he found that the spider web was blocking it, making his teleportation very difficult. If he forcefully teleported, Bai Xiaochun worried that if he accidentally lost an arm or leg during the process, he would be finished. Thinking of this image, Bai Xiaochun's body trembled again, and he quickly shook his head. No, even if it's real teleportation, I have to find a place under the divine abilities of the evil emperor and the holy emperor, a place with a thinner spider web. As for the exit, Bai Xiaochun hadn't even considered it. He quickly shook his body and hurriedly searched. At the same time, Gu Tianjun and the others were flying like arrows in the distance. The evil emperor dynasty's heavenly venerables couldn't find Bai Xiaochun, but that didn't mean they couldn't. As heavenly venerables of the holy emperor dynasty, they had many methods to pinpoint Bai Xiaochun's location. Especially Chen Su, although his combat power was relatively weak, his method of deduction was unparalleled. At this moment, Chen Su only briefly searched and immediately pinpointed a direction. Over there, Chen Su's eyes flashed, and Gu Tianjun immediately flew out. Sima Yunhoi and the others all deployed their highest speed, flying quickly. They hadn't sent a message to Bai Xiaochun beforehand. In fact, they didn't have much trust in Bai Xiaochun. They were also worried that if they sent a message, Bai Xiaochun would be prepared. In that case, the difficulty for them to steal the credit would greatly increase. Although the Holy Emperor said that as long as they found it, everyone would have credit. But how could Gu Tianjun and the others not know that this credit was divided into different levels? Especially this time, Gu Tianjun absolutely had to get it. He had even made prior arrangements with Chen Su and the others. He was willing to pay a high price for the credit. At this moment, the four unleashed their highest speed. Because the initial distance wasn't far, and their speed was already fast. In just half an hour, a glint of light flashed in Chen Su's eyes. Beyond 10,000 miles ahead, he said, pointing in a certain direction. A cold glint erupted in Gu Tianjun's eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly formed a hand seal. Instantly, 7 streaks of sword light burst forth from his body, transforming into 7 rainbows, moving faster than himself, and in the blink of an eye. They rushed toward the direction Chen Su had pointed. The speed was so incredibly fast that their silhouettes were barely visible. In the blink of an eye, they had traversed a 10,000-mile radius. When they reappeared, they were suddenly surrounded by the weaker areas that Bai Xiaochun was searching for. Bai Xiaochun's expression changed. His body, which had been rapidly moving forward, suddenly retreated more than 10 meters. Almost instantly as he retreated, 7 streaks of rainbow light appeared in the air in front of him, seemingly conjured from nothingness, intertwining in a flash, and erupting with thunderous explosions. If Bai Xiaochun hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been severely injured, even if not dead. Gu Tianjun. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth fiercely. These 7 streaks of rainbow light were 7 flying swords. Gu Tianjun's aura was extremely clear on them. This is clearly an attempt to forcibly steal. If you want credit, you can tell me through telepathic communication. We can negotiate anything, but like this, clearly you don't want to take me. Bai Xiaochun, seriously. Bai Xiaochun was furious. He knew very well that the heavenly venerables of the Holy Emperor dynasty were all hypocritical. And now this matter involved such immense benefits. Although the Holy Emperor said everyone had merit, in reality, Bai Xiaochun was ultimately an outsider. So how could he be treated equally? Gu Tianjun's actions were enough to make that clear. This is outrageous. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth, his speed erupting again. He dodged the 7 flying swords. Not far ahead, he noticed a thin spiderweb-like structure. He roared and rushed forward. Behind him, although he couldn't see Gu Tianjun and his group, their divine senses were already surging, spreading in all directions like invisible waves, spreading towards Bai Xiaochun. Even faster than their divine senses were these 7 flying swords. Now, after intertwining, they hurtled towards Bai Xiaochun. Their speed was incredibly fast, closing in an instant. Amidst the resounding explosions, Bai Xiaochun narrowly dodged. He then approached the fragile spider web. He understood that this was his only chance. If he failed this time, when Gu Changjun and his group arrived, the Lord's body he had obtained would inevitably have to be used. In truth, with the four of them working together, even with the Northern Meridian Greatsword, Bai Xiaochun wouldn't be a match. Moreover, these four weren't afraid of death and could be resurrected. But once Bai Xiaochun fell, there would be no possibility of resurrection. If you're going to do this, don't blame me for being deceitful. Before, I felt a little uneasy. Now, I have no regrets. Bai Xiaochun snorted. Behind him, the 7 flying swords exploded and hurtled forward. The divine consciousness of Gu Changjun and his group also rapidly approached in an instant. He took a deep breath and, in his mind, directly summoned the tattered fan. His thoughts surged, and in an instant, the void surrounding Bai Xiaochun twisted and blurred. In a flash, these 7 flying swords roared closer, directly intertwining and piercing through the area where Bai Xiaochun was standing. At the same time, the divine consciousness of the four Gu Changjun and his group, like a raging storm, swept across the area. However, neither the 7 flying swords nor the divine consciousness of the four Gu Changjun and his group could detect Bai Xiaochun's whereabouts. After a few breaths, 4 rainbows streaked across the distant sky. These were the 4 figures of Gu Changjun. Their expressions were one of astonishment and bewilderment. Upon arriving, their divine senses immediately spread out, expanding over a vast area. The sky, the ground, and everything around them were within their search range. Gu Changjun even controlled his flying sword, weaving through the void like a shuttle. Chen Su continued to perform hand seals, diligently searching, but in the end, they couldn't believe it, discovering that Bai Xiaochun had truly disappeared. Impossible! Gu Changjun gasped, his eyes turning red. He had clearly sensed Bai Xiaochun's presence through his flying sword, but in an instant, he had vanished. Especially since there were no traces of teleportation in the 4 directions surrounding this place. This made Gu Changjun unbelievable. How did Bai Xiaochun escape? At this moment, his expression was extremely grim, and he forcefully waved his hands. Instantly, 7 flying swords appeared one after another in the 4 directions, merging together to form 49 swords, which then dispersed in all directions, creating a storm of flying swords. They all pierced through the dusty ground here, but still found nothing. Sima Yunhua and Ling Jiushan had tried everything, but still couldn't find Bai Xiaochun. Finally, the 3 of them simultaneously looked towards Chen Su, who was still performing incantations, their eyes filled with increasingly intense deductive light, waiting for the result of Chen Su's calculations. But upon closer inspection, all 3 of them felt worried. Something was seriously wrong with Chen Su's condition. Blood vessels slowly appeared in his eyes. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. His body trembled slowly. His breathing became increasingly rapid. Finally, Chen Su suddenly opened his eyes wide, uncontrollably spitting out a large mouthful of fresh blood. His body staggered back a few steps. He was clearly much weaker. Even 3/4 of his hair had turned to dust. The wrinkles on his face had noticeably increased. Impossible, unless there's an ancient aura covering him, or he's not in the second immortal realm, otherwise, I couldn't possibly fail to calculate it. Chen Su murmured. He was somewhat unable to accept his failed deduction and the resulting backlash. His words silenced the 3 of them, including Gu Changjun. After a moment, Gu Changjun gritted his teeth. He must be hiding. Let's split up and search. We must find him. Gu Changjun was truly unwilling to give up. After saying this, he shook his head slightly and resumed his search. Sima Yunhoi and the other 2 took a deep breath. They dispersed, searching with all their might. While the people of the evil Emperor dynasty were blocking the exit, the 4 heavenly venerables of the Holy Emperor dynasty were searching for Bai Xiaochun throughout the continent. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun had appeared on the tattered fen flying through the starry sky. First, he quickly checked to make sure his body was unharmed. After confirming that every part of him was intact, Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief. A hint of smugness appeared in his heart. HMPH, you can only dream of finding me. Bai Xiaochun lightly waved his sleeve. He sat arrogantly cross-legged in the square of the shattered fan. He potted his storage bag and took out the Lord's body. This Lord had transformed into a giant snake, now only possessing a faint breath. Although it still had a breath, it clearly lacked the power to move heaven and earth. Its body was now completely immobile. This is a good thing. Bai Xiaochun's eyes gleamed, and he licked his lips. He knew he had reaped a great harvest this time. Anyone who knew would be envious to the point of madness. While the heavenly venerables of the two great imperial dynasties were all within the spider web of the immortal realm, constantly searching for Bai Xiaochun on the shattered fan in the starry sky, Bai Xiaochun was eagerly looking at the giant snake in front of him. He had meticulously examined it, confirming that this giant snake only had a faint breath left and posed no threat to him. But Bai Xiaochun's cautious nature still made him feel that danger was unavoidable. Therefore, he placed quite a few restrictions on the body of this giant snake. Finally, he casually took out his Northern Meridian greatsword and frantically slashed at the snake's body more than 10 times. Although he didn't kill the snake, he made its aura, which was originally like a spider's web, become almost imperceptible. It lay there like a dead piece of flesh. Only then did Bai Xiaochun breathe a sigh of relief. Being careful is always a good thing. Bai Xiaochun felt that being careful was an excellent habit. At this moment, in his smugness, his eyes slowly revealed a look of anticipation. Before, the immortal longevity technique sensed something, and now no one is disturbing me. Perhaps this time I can make my immortal longevity technique even more perfect. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, then suddenly raised his right hand. He placed it on the body of the giant snake. The immortal longevity technique in his body suddenly activated. In the blink of an eye, as the technique activated, it was like an immobile carriage wheel being pushed with great force, instantly rolling away. Bai Xiaochun's immortal longevity technique was just like that. He simply pushed it forcefully, and in an instant, an enormous suction force erupted from the activated immortal longevity technique. Although this eruption was sudden, Bai Xiaochun had mentally prepared himself. He no longer just pressed down on the giant snake with one hand. His other hand quickly rose and placed on the snake's head. Immediately, both his hands seemed to become two enormous vortices. His body transformed into a black hole. The giant snake, formed from the Lord's body, suddenly trembled. Even with both eyes closed, they were violently forced open, and faint screams escaped from their mouths. What Bai Xiaochun absorbed wasn't life force, but a substance he himself didn't know what it was. This substance seemed to be hidden within the bloodline of the giant snake's body. Any heavenly venerate would find it extremely difficult to extract. Even an ancient being would likely have to expend considerable effort to extract even a small amount. But Bai Xiaochun's immortal longevity technique, which he had discovered earlier in Zhuangji County, seemed to be of the same origin as this lord's body. Therefore, absorbing it was incredibly smooth. Visibly, the giant snake's body quickly lost its radiant light. Even its flesh and blood seemed to dim, eventually giving off a decaying aura. Yet, strangely, it didn't decay. Instead, it gave the impression of a perfectly healthy mortal suddenly losing its spirit. It seems that something indescribable, something unexplainable, has dissolved within the body. At this moment, the giant snake was in such a state. Bai Xiaochun, who was also present, suddenly widened his eyes, his breathing extremely unsteady. Although he didn't know what his immortal longevity technique was absorbing, he felt his technique undergoing a transformation. In this short period of time, his body emitted a thunderous roar. His flesh, blood, bones, meridians, everything about him seemed to be undergoing some kind of metamorphosis. It seemed that this absorbed substance was fundamentally changing the immortal longevity technique, allowing Bai Xiaochun to achieve mastery of the immortal longevity technique. And his physical strength increased under this transformation. In the midst of the shock, Bai Xiaochun's body trembled. He clearly felt that his body was at least a fraction stronger than before. All related divine abilities and techniques were affected as well. However, only the immortal scroll was affected. The longevity scroll remained unchanged. But even that alone made Bai Xiaochun overjoyed. It's worth noting that his body hadn't improved in a long time. Even when he created the ancient scroll, it was only used to enhance his cultivation realm. But now, with the surge in his body, Bai Xiaochun immediately felt the most precious restorative power of his immortal scroll. It had finally transformed, with an even greater recovery amplitude and faster recovery speed. All of this excited Bai Xiaochun immensely, especially since this absorption was continuous. Bai Xiaochun felt that his body and recovery power seemed endless, constantly increasing. During this process, the feeling of a complete transformation brought satisfaction and comfort that Bai Xiaochun had never experienced in his entire life cultivating the immortal longevity technique. Previously, cultivating the immortal longevity technique was not so much about practicing as about enduring unimaginable suffering. Whether it was extreme hunger or lack of vitality, it made his body extremely unwell. This is also why very few people can cultivate the immortal longevity technique to its peak. Vitality is one aspect, but intense pain during cultivation is also crucial. But today, it was clearly different. It seemed this was the true immortal longevity technique. Previously, Bai Xiaochun's cultivation was a simulated technique. This feeling intensified in Bai Xiaochun's mind. His body and recovery power continued to increase. Very quickly, it reached 2 parts, 3 parts, 4 parts. Bai Xiaochun felt that if this continued, his body might be able to reach the primordial realm faster than his cultivation. However, just as Bai Xiaochun was getting excited, he suddenly noticed that the unknown substance he had extracted from the giant snake's body was rapidly decreasing. It seemed as if the giant snake was being completely drained. Huh? Bai Xiaochun was startled. He quickly looked back. He immediately saw that the giant snake seemed to have lost all its spirit. At this moment, its life flame also quickly dimmed. While Bai Xiaochun was looking back, the life flame had already gone out. After death, its body clearly stiffened extensively, remaining motionless. At the same time, the unknown substance that had been emanating from his body completely disappeared. Bai Xiaochun's mouth dropped open in astonishment. He felt his immortal longevity technique had increased by 4 parts, almost 5 parts. But although he was excited, he still felt a little regretful. Did I suck it to death? Or is it because it's dead that I can't absorb it anymore? Bai Xiaochun pondered for a moment, then sighed. This giant snake is called the Sovereign's clone, yet it can be so impolite to roll around like this. Bai Xiaochun muttered a few words to himself, then stood up and carefully felt the changes in his body, his mood improving. That's good. The harvest is quite substantial now. Now that I'm in the mid-stage of the heavenly venerate realm, even without the Northern Meridian Greatsword, I can still be considered the strongest. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. It's just that this giant snake, formed from the Lord's body, couldn't possibly be worth only this much. It must have other valuable attributes. Laughing, Bai Xiaochun excitedly lowered his head to look at the giant snake. After stroking his chin for a moment, he immediately drew out his Northern Meridian Greatsword. His physical strength and cultivation erupted completely. Under the flickering blue light of the Northern Meridian Greatsword, he directly severed one of the giant snake's legs. Even though the snake was dead and stiff, Bai Xiaochun's combat power had increased significantly today. At this moment, amidst the loud bang, although still somewhat strained, he managed to sever the snake's leg with 10 more blows. Absolutely no blood flowed out. It seemed as if the giant snake had become a dried corpse. Bai Xiaochun hurriedly took the leg of the lizard and carefully examined it for a while, but couldn't find anything unusual. Whether using his divine sense or physically inspecting it, everything seemed normal. Even Bai Xiaochun tried using his alchemy techniques to refine it, but to no avail. Even with the refining process, it might be completely ineffective. In the end, Bai Xiaochun felt a headache coming on. Impossible. Could it be that the material I absorbed earlier was the secret to breaking through to the primordial realm and ascending to the Lord level that the Holy Emperor and Evil Emperor craved? Bai Xiaochun scratched his head. If this giant snake only had these values, it seemed like a lot, but Bai Xiaochun felt he was still at a disadvantage. I took such a big risk. Bai Xiaochun was somewhat unwilling, glaring. He swung his Northern Meridian Greatsword again. Very quickly, he completely dissected the giant snake into sections for examination. He fantasized that he might discover something like an inner core. But even after dividing the giant snake into more than 10 parts, he found nothing. Looking at these severed limbs, Bai Xiaochun's face instantly darkened. Isn't this just provoking me? Bai Xiaochun sighed indignantly. He was about to retrieve the remnants of the fan, contemplating how he would explain this upon his return to the second immortal realm. But at that moment, a sudden whirlwind erupted from the fan. As the storm spread, the spirit awakened. His divine consciousness uncontrollably surged with intense emotion. My God, what is this? The Lord's body. This familiar aura, it's him. It must be him. This voice even contained a hint of fear that outsiders couldn't detect the moment this voice echoed from the fan. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened, his body jolting. Damn it, I was too excited earlier. I didn't calculate the time this spirit awakened. This guy was able to merge into the giant tree before. Now, if he merges into the body of this giant snake, I'm definitely going to die. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. He didn't know why, but such a feeling of dread suddenly arose in his mind. At the same time, he felt the spirit's divine consciousness, like a roaring ocean, surging towards him from all directions. He didn't have time to think much. Even though Bai Xiaochun had already dismembered this giant snake, his mind was still violently shaken. He quickly shouted, gripping his Northern Meridian greatsword, and with all his might, fiercely slashed at the remaining severed limbs. These slashes almost unleashed all his strength. Amidst the resounding explosion, in the blink of an eye as the spirit's consciousness approached, Bai Xiaochun's speed was incredibly fast, splitting the giant snake into 7 or 8 sections, and then further dividing it into 5 or 6 more. No. The spirit was momentarily impatient, but it was too late. The moment Bai Xiaochun finished all this, the spirit's divine consciousness surged closer. As Bai Xiaochun predicted, the spirit's first action was to actually try to merge into the pile of shredded flesh of the giant snake. In an instant, the shredded flesh was split into more than 10 pieces, then immediately moved again, as if trying to reassemble itself. But after only half of the reassembly, they immediately fell apart. Damn it, this is the body of a lord. Bai, are you out of your mind? The spirit's pupils roared angrily, trying again. This made Bai Xiaochun nervous. He sensed the spirit's divine consciousness trying dozens of times in a very short time. But because the giant snake's body was so badly shredded, it couldn't be reassembled. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief, and even laughed triumphantly. Little spirit, do you really think you can compete with your grandpa Bai? Your little scheme, your grandpa Bai can see through it in the blink of an eye. While Bai Xiaochun was feeling smug, he saw the pieces of flesh trying to reassemble again. He immediately stepped forward and kicked them away. Instantly, the pieces of flesh from the giant snake separated again. He then took a few pieces and put them into his storage bag. Bai Xiaochun stood there, looking at the remaining pieces of flesh with interest. Continue. Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat. Bai Xiaochun. The spirit roared angrily, gritting its teeth and trying to reassemble again. Bai Xiaochun glared, stepped forward and kicked again, then took a few more pieces. Damn it, you're too much. Bai, you quickly go and pass the test. I promise not to disturb you. Get out of here quickly. The spirit was furious, screaming hysterically. Upon hearing these words, Bai Xiaochun snorted and continued to kick. Seeing the chunks of flesh falling to the ground and being taken away by Bai Xiaochun, the spirit felt a sense of despair. Bai Xiaochun, let's negotiate. The spirit, suppressing its rage, tried to reassemble itself. This lord's body was incredibly important to it. Otherwise, it would rather die than negotiate with Bai Xiaochun. But before it could finish, Bai Xiaochun chuckled and kicked again. And so, amidst the spirit's frantic screams, each time it tried to reassemble itself, Bai Xiaochun destroyed it and took away several chunks of flesh. Gradually, only 2 chunks of the lord's flesh remained on the desolate square. Seeing the spirit of the artifact attempting to merge the 2 pieces of flesh, Bai Xiaochun snorted and was about to step forward. Bai Xiaochun, are you done yet? Let's negotiate a bit. Don't do this anymore. Listen to me. Before the spirit could finish speaking, Bai Xiaochun's large foot came down again, kicking away 1 piece of flesh with a loud bang. As for the other piece, he put it into his storage bag. Little spirit, you continue. Bai Xiaochun looked at the remaining piece of flesh with a smug expression. Thinking about how he had been repeatedly tricked by this spirit inside the trial, Bai Xiaochun felt he absolutely had to get revenge. Seeing the spirit merging into the flesh, seemingly on the verge of exploding with anger, Bai Xiaochun became even more smug. Bai Xiaochun, you deserve 1,000 cuts. The spirit was furious, but it was truly unwilling to give up, especially seeing Bai Xiaochun now stepping forward, as if wanting to take this last piece of flesh. The spirit finally couldn't bear it anymore. Give me this piece of flesh, and I'll tell you the secret related to this lord's body. Even though the spirit was extremely reluctant, it was now at its wit's end and uttered these words. Actually, it would have been better if it hadn't seen it. But time and again it had seen it clearly, yet couldn't get it. This feeling made it uncomfortable, somewhat despondent. Almost instantly after the spirit's words echoed, Bai Xiaochun's eyes flashed. His raised foot didn't stop, but stomped down fiercely. He even snorted. "Who are you trying to fool? All the good things in this lord's body have been absorbed by me," Bai Xiaochun said. Following that, his massive foot descended, containing the power of a mid-stage heavenly venerate along with the power of his physical body. This kick was like a mountain pressing down. With a loud bang, the spirit, which had been embedded within the shattered flesh, was directly shaken and thrown out. Seeing the shattered flesh being grabbed by Bai Xiaochun from a distance and about to be thrown into his storage bag, the spirit was on the verge of tears. At this moment, it didn't even have time to feel disgusted with Bai Xiaochun. In its anxiety, it hurriedly spoke, "You only absorb the essence of the flesh and blood. I'm talking about the cultivation aura hidden within this lord's body." To be a lord, one must simultaneously elevate both body and cultivation to an unimaginable level. Listen to me, perhaps your cultivation method is special, which is why you were able to absorb the essence of the body. But within this lord's body lies a hidden aura, capable of surveying the entire starry sky, and now only I can perfectly extract it. Give me half of the lord's body, and I'll help you extract half of the lord's aura. The spirit earnestly pleaded, speaking at an extremely fast pace. It was afraid of speaking too slowly, so it blurted everything out in one breath. But even so, Bai Xiaochun still showed a skeptical expression. After hesitating for a few breaths, he sighed again. "Forget it, I don't trust you." Besides, half is too much. Bai Xiaochun shook his head. After taking the last piece of flesh, he turned and shook slightly, pretending to leave. This drove the spirit even crazier. He thought he had told the truth, but the other party didn't believe a word. Why couldn't he explain? In his anxiety, seeing Bai Xiaochun's body becoming indistinct, as if he was about to leave again, the spirit gasped for breath and suddenly roared. "Give me 3 parts of your body, 3 parts will do. Damn it, give me 3 chunks, even 3 chunks of flesh will do. 1 chunk, I only need 1 chunk." In the end, the spirit was in despair. But the moment he finished speaking, Bai Xiaochun's previously indistinct body suddenly became clear. A flicker of struggle appeared on his face as he looked uncertainly at the spirit, tentatively asking, "1 chunk will do. 1 chunk." The spirit gritted his teeth inwardly, but outwardly he had to feign acceptance, nodding vigorously. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened, and he quickly coughed. In fact, he had been tempted earlier. It was just that this spirit's needs were clearly much higher than his own. Therefore, he had tried to retreat to advance. I never thought this spirit, which normally seems so shrewd, could be so foolish at this crucial moment. Bai Xiaochun muttered to himself, then took out a piece of meat and threw it over. "First, extract all the Lord's aura from this piece of meat for me. Never mind, 7 parts will do." Bai Xiaochun thought to himself that he still had to return. These pieces of meat absolutely had to be submitted to the evil emperor and the holy emperor. If he took too much, it would arouse their suspicion, and he would be in considerable trouble. Therefore, he sighed inwardly, wanting to exchange it for 7 parts. However, he was also wary of this spirit playing tricks, so he only gave it a small piece of meat at a time. If successful, he gave it another piece. Finally, he gave it a large piece. The spirit cursed inwardly, but there was nothing it could do. It felt that possessing a piece of Lord's flesh and blood was the greatest fortune it had ever received. Thinking this, he couldn't help but perk up, using all his strength to deploy his secret technique, helping Bai Xiaochun gradually extract the Lord's aura from this piece of flesh. The Lord's aura was imperceptible to the naked eye, but the moment it emerged, an astonishing pressure surpassing that of the primordial era surged out from this piece of Lord's flesh. This aura carried immense pressure. Bai Xiaochun had only just felt it when his whole body trembled violently, his breathing becoming rapid. Especially his cultivation, which involuntarily accelerated its circulation, as if facing extreme danger. This was still because he had previously absorbed the essence of the Lord's flesh and blood. Otherwise, his cultivation wouldn't be circulating at this moment, but would be suppressed to death. In fact, this spirit was also uneasy. The reason it stated this condition was to test how well Bai Xiaochun absorbed the essence of the flesh and blood. If he were to be suppressed to death at this moment, the spirit would immediately retaliate. But now, seeing that Bai Xiaochun's cultivation level could rapidly increase, the spirit sighed inwardly. It dismissed all other thoughts and could only reluctantly use a secret technique to extract 7 parts of the Lord's flesh and aura. These 7 parts of the Lord's aura weren't intangible. They had transformed into a black crystal, floating in midair. Bai Xiaochun's expression changed slightly, and he quickly raised his right hand to grab the black crystal and the piece of Lord's flesh. The moment he grasped the black crystal, Bai Xiaochun's body trembled, and his aura fluctuated violently. He felt his cultivation level in that instant circulate at the fastest speed he had ever experienced. At the same time, everything in his mind became incredibly clear. It seemed that all his thoughts could appear in an instant. Many things he couldn't understand before now became perfectly clear in the blink of an eye. Good stuff. Bai Xiaochun was overjoyed. The spirit beside him was secretly worried. It wasn't that he didn't want to stop him, but the piece of meat Bai Xiaochun was giving him was too small. He worried that once greed arose, the other party wouldn't keep their previous agreement and give him a larger piece. As for using the Lord's aura to attract and suppress Bai Xiaochun, this thought flashed through the spirit's mind, but it dismissed it. Given Bai Xiaochun's personality and its understanding of him, it concluded that this guy was shameless and cunning. Continuing like this, it was very likely that it would be harmed here. Damn it, I'll compromise a little this time. Sooner or later, I'll kill him, the spirit gritted its teeth. Its eyes wide as it watched Bai Xiaochun take away the crystal and the piece of Lord's flesh, happily studying them. After a while, when the spirit grew impatient, Bai Xiaochun reluctantly retrieved the black crystal and the piece of Lord's flesh. He then took out a small piece and threw it over. In this way, under Bai Xiaochun's control, each time the spirit extracted the Lord's aura, the piece of flesh didn't grow large. However, Bai Xiaochun didn't break his promise. When almost all of the Lord's flesh had been extracted by the spirit, he took out the largest piece, equivalent to the 2 previous pieces of Lord's flesh, and threw it to the spirit. Don't say your Grandpa Bai didn't keep his promise. Your Grandpa Bai trusts owes the most. Take it. Bai Xiaochun waved his hand. The spirit there could only curse inwardly, but it couldn't control itself and immediately took the piece of Lord's flesh. It wasn't extracting the aura, but rather using its own divine consciousness to try and integrate it. Fortunately, this time Bai Xiaochun didn't stop it, letting the spirit integrate. After half an incense stick's time had passed, the integration process was complete. The piece of Lord's flesh had disappeared. What appeared before Bai Xiaochun was no longer an invisible spirit. It had a body. Although this body was a bit strange, just a rubbery ball like a watermelon, with 5 facial features suddenly appearing on it. Although still in the form of pupils, it looked very peculiar. You can actually grow into this form? Bai Xiaochun immediately looked at it curiously. What are you looking at? The rubber ball's pupil widened its eyes. Can't I even look? It's so hard to look at. Bai Xiaochun glared back. In terms of staring contests, he had always been full of confidence. The rubber ball's pupil also sensed the provocation and glared back. However, after staring for a while, it felt the pressure, muttered a few words, and snorted at Bai Xiaochun, as if it didn't even want to speak a word to him. Its body flicked, and it jumped to the distant fan-shaped bone, disappearing. HMPH, daring to stare at me? Bai Xiaochun glared, secretly feeling arrogant. He ignored the departing rubber ball. At this moment, he felt his inventory bad. He vaguely felt that the previous transaction seemed to have been a bit disadvantageous. But just thinking about how much Lord's aura he had harvested, he felt that this transaction, even if it was harmful, wouldn't be too significant in the end. I wonder what use this Lord's aura will be to me. Bai Xiaochun licked his lips. He glanced around, then took out a black crystal and held it in his hand. His divine consciousness suddenly spread out. A buzzing sound emanated from his head. His cultivation and thoughts instantly became more intense. Bai Xiaochun's consciousness, in particular, was more focused than ever before. His control over his body and even his meridians reached a level previously unattainable. It seemed he could control everything. He could deduce everything in an instant based on his thoughts. The 3rd level of the Zhuan Ancient Scroll. Bai Xiaochun's eyes blazed with intense light. At this moment, his greatest desire was the Zhuan Ancient Scroll. He considered borrowing this lord's aura to help him deduce the third layer of the ancient profound scroll. As time passed, and the black crystals in Bai Xiaochun's hand disappeared one by one until nearly 3/3 of the lord's aura was depleted, Bai Xiaochun's eyes slowly opened. He didn't know how much time had passed, but his emotions were incredibly agitated. The effect of this lord's aura was truly immense. Although his ancient profound scroll hadn't been completely deduced, it was more than half finished. It wasn't that it was impossible to complete, but during this deduction process, Bai Xiaochun realized the unique nature of the ancient profound scroll. Once created, it was like imprinting itself into the body. It wouldn't require cultivation, it would automatically circulate. At that point, unless his cultivation reached the late heavenly venerate stage, once the ancient profound scroll was created, under irreversible circumstances, his body would likely be unable to withstand it. I can't continue this process. Everyone is waiting for me to reach the late stage of heavenly venerate. Bai Xiaochun sighed. A look of anticipation appeared in his eyes. He was absolutely certain that when he reached the late stage of heavenly venerate, the third layer of the Zhuan ancient scroll would be created. This lord's aura is truly a treasure. Bai Xiaochun lowered his head and looked at the more than 10 black crystals remaining in his storage bag. He believed that what the evil emperor and the holy emperor wanted was precisely this. Unfortunately, there are still 3 parts left inside those lords' flesh and blood. That's equivalent to about 7 or 8 black crystals. Bai Xiaochun felt a little regretful. However, after thinking it over for a while, he could only give up. If he really took everything, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Although 7 parts were gone now, Bai Xiaochun had still obtained a large snake. Others couldn't catch it. No one knows exactly how much lord's aura truly exists within this flesh and blood. Not even the evil emperor or the holy emperor. After all, absorbing this lord's aura would require immense mental effort and considerable time to prepare. Never mind, never mind. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, no longer thinking about the idea of withdrawing 3 parts of his lord's aura. Everything was complete now. He didn't know how long he had been there. After a moment of thought, a look of determination appeared in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. In an instant, his body gradually blurred, slowly disappearing from the tattered fan. When he reappeared, he was suddenly in the second immortal realm. 13 days had passed since Bai Xiaochun's disappearance. During these 13 days, the heavenly venerables of the 2 great imperial dynasties were all like madmen, frantically searching within this spider web. Even in some dangerous places, they could only persevere in their search. In those 13 days, almost everyone was going crazy. They had searched almost everywhere, but not even a trace of Bai Xiaochun could be found. Meanwhile, outside the evil spiderweb, the emperor and the holy emperor were also anxious, but they restrained each other, not allowing the other to enter. At this moment, they could only sense that the heavenly venerables under their command had not suffered any deaths, but the exact details remained unclear. Just as everyone was frantically searching, Bai Xiaochun's figure silently and breathlessly appeared where he had previously vanished. Upon appearing, Bai Xiaochun immediately retreated, his divine consciousness spreading out, extremely vigilant. But the moment his figure appeared, in an instant, a sudden, excited cry filled with ecstatic joy erupted from not far away. Bai Xiaochun, you've indeed returned. Following the words, a gigantic, illusory hand, amidst a loud explosion, hurtled towards Bai Xiaochun. Behind that hand was Ling Jiushin. Unlike the others, although Ling Jiushin and Bai Xiaochun hadn't interacted many times, they had at least fought. While Gu Jianjun and the others were searching everywhere, Ling Jiushin felt increasingly uneasy about this situation. Therefore, he simply stayed in the same spot and waited. For 13 days, he had repeatedly doubted his own actions. But in this instant, upon seeing Bai Xiaochun appear, Ling Jianjun was overjoyed. He wasted no time and immediately attacked. However, his nature was cautious. He knew Bai Xiaochun's cultivation was at the mid-stage of the heavenly venerate realm, and he possessed the Northern Meridian Great Sword. He understood that it was impossible to determine a winner in a short time. Therefore, he immediately took out a sound transmission jade slip, intending to send a message. Ling Ju Taoist. Seeing this, Bai Xiaochun quickly sighed. He then directly took out a piece of Lord's flesh from his storage bag and swiftly threw it. Bai Xiaochun's movements were too fast. Ling Jianzun was almost about to send a message when he saw a piece of flesh the size of a human head emitting an inexplicable strange aura, hurtling straight towards him. After his initial shock, his consciousness momentarily dispersed. He realized that this was a piece of Lord's flesh, and his heart immediately began to race. He didn't attempt to complete the telepathic transmission, but instead grabbed the piece of Lord's flesh. After carefully examining it, Ling Jianzun suppressed the excitement in his heart. He took a deep breath and, without delay, retrieved it. When he looked up, he saw Bai Xiaochun, his expression gradually becoming strange. "I remember you took a whole, large snake back then." Ling Jianzun's voice carried an indescribable undertone. This piece of flesh clearly indicated that Bai Xiaochun had once inflicted extreme torture on this large snake. "Brother Lingju, you truly have keen eyesight. Here, take these 3 pieces as well." Bai Xiaochun quickly coughed and threw 3 more pieces over. This sight immediately startled Ling Jianzun. He hastily accepted them. After examining it, he suddenly understood that these 4 pieces, when put together, were roughly equivalent to 2 or 3 parts of a large snake. "We're all family, why calculate so much?" "Look, even the Holy Emperor said that as long as we find it, everyone deserves credit. Before, you all misunderstood me and didn't give me a chance to explain. This matter is the result of the efforts of all the heavenly venerables of our Holy Emperor dynasty, which allowed us to obtain this fortune." Bai Xiaochun showed a righteous expression, his words carrying weight. "This isn't just my credit alone, so it must be shared equally. I absolutely won't take credit for anything. The piece just now was the leg of the large snake. Brother Lingju, you take it." Bai Xiaochun said this, and Lingju Heavenly Venerable quickly cleared his throat. After considering it for a moment, he felt that the piece he had caught was indeed equivalent to a part of the leg. Moreover, he felt that if he could just obtain one such piece, it would absolutely count as a share of the credit. Therefore, we absolutely cannot let the Holy Emperor down. Protecting the Lord's body is the most crucial thing. Seeing Ling Jianzun's thoughts waver, Bai Xiaochun quickly continued to persuade him. "Furthermore, I've already thought it through. We misunderstood each other too deeply before. We should definitely summon Gu Jianjun and the others. Everyone should come over, and I'll give each of you a share. That way, we can all charge out together. This will be entirely the credit of all of us." Bai Xiaochun widened his eyes. Lingju also glanced at Bai Xiaochun. He immediately understood Bai Xiaochun's intentions. However, this was exactly as Bai Xiaochun had said. Moreover, too much time had passed. Even he had long since lost his patience. At this moment, he nodded, immediately took out a jade slip, and transmitted a message to Gu Jianjun and the others. While waiting for Gu Jianjun and the other 2, Bai Xiaochun and Ling Jiushan knew that the situation was very dangerous. Therefore, after the 2 discussed it, they found a nearby village that hadn't been reduced to ashes. Regardless of whether there was danger inside, the 2 immediately concealed themselves inside, waiting for Gu Jianjun and the others. Not long after, Chen Su was the first to arrive. After looking around, following a wisp of Ling Jiushan's divine consciousness, Chen Su immediately entered the village. Before long, he was in front of Bai Xiaochun. Without waiting for him to speak, Bai Xiaochun, being very generous, directly threw over half of the giant snake's arm. "Brother Chen, come, take this. Before, I was just being naive, hehe, but you guys are too excited." How could I, Bai Xiaochun, be the kind of person who would take advantage of others for personal gain? Bai Xiaochun's face showed a sincere smile. Chen Jianzun's expression was similar to Ling Jianzun's before, both showing a strange look. Although he had known what was going to happen on the way here, he still felt a little unaccustomed to it. "Here, there are 3 more pieces. Brother Chen, you keep them." With a smile, Bai Xiaochun took out 3 more pieces. Chen Jianzun reacted the same way as Ling Jianzun had back then, also gasping. At this moment, he glanced at Bai Xiaochun, then at the 4 chunks of flesh and blood of the giant snake in his hand. A mysterious feeling emanated from them. Because the spirit had extracted the Lord's aura, it radiated even more intensely than before. This aura made Chen Su's breathing quicken slightly. He didn't care about Bai Xiaochun's words. For him, just like Lingju, he only needed these chunks of flesh and blood. That was enough. Seeing that both of them agreed, Bai Xiaochun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. he felt a little smug. This was a method he had thought of beforehand. The result was still satisfactory. What about Simon Yunhua, that Gu Tianjun? Surely his appetite won't be so easily satisfied. However, I've divided the Lord's flesh and blood into 5 parts. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flashed, his heart becoming more at ease. He, Chen Su, and Ling Ju gradually began to chat and laugh together. The 3 of them didn't have any deep-seated animosity towards each other. They were all heavenly venerables. Moreover, Bai Xiaochun had proactively offered his credit this time. Chen Su and Ling Ju naturally felt more at ease. While talking to Bai Xiaochun, they gradually found themselves genuinely smiling. Their feelings towards Bai Xiaochun had changed somewhat. As the 3 of them were chatting and laughing, a figure broke through the air and approached from afar. They immediately checked. Soon, Gu Tianjun and Simon Yunhua appeared directly inside the room. Upon seeing Bai Xiaochun, a murderous glint flashed in Gu Tianjun's eyes. He took a step forward, intending to attack. But before he could make a move, Bai Xiaochun unleashed his ultimate attack, a massive pile of Lord-level flesh hurtling towards them. Even a powerful figure like Gu Tianjun, upon seeing the chunks of Lord's flesh and the intense aura emanating from them, felt his heart tremble. His breathing quickened slightly. He waved his sleeve and took all the remaining chunks of Lord's flesh. I'm not afraid you won't be tempted, Bai Xiaochun thought to himself, feeling smug. These chunks of flesh were intentionally prepared by him, emitting a Lord's aura that was clearly stronger than the others. Especially when concentrated together, the effect was even greater. Everyone listen to me. Getting back safely is the key now. Bai Xiaochun stepped back a few paces and hurriedly spoke. At the same time, he threw several chunks of flesh to Simon Yunhua, who was standing beside him, his eyes gleaming. Furthermore, this time, I'll divide the giant snake into 5 parts. Each of us will get an equal share. Bai Xiaochun's words echoed throughout the room. Simon Yunhua immediately accepted these chunks of flesh and blood. His eyes flashed. He guessed that what Bai Xiaochun said was true. From then on, even Gu Tianjun frowned. Although he was greedy for merit, he knew that if the flesh and blood were truly divided equally, he wouldn't be able to demand anything from the others. Moreover, what Bai Xiaochun said made sense. The most important thing now wasn't to gain more merit, but to protect it from being stolen by the heavenly venerables of the evil emperor dynasty. If he still insisted on taking action, he feared that even the other 3 wouldn't agree. After all, at this moment, internal conflict would only lead to everyone's downfall. After realizing this point, Gu Tianjun narrowed his eyes. He carefully observed Bai Xiaochun. He secretly admitted that Bai Xiaochun's methods were truly sharp. After a long while, Gu Tianjun snorted coldly and did not attack again. He silently accepted Bai Xiaochun's words. It was at this moment that Ling Ju, Chen Su, and Simon Yunhua all breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, just as Gu Tianjun had predicted, if he had attacked now, the 3 of them would have definitely stopped him. As far as I know, those people from the evil emperor dynasty have all dispersed to search for Taoist Bai. We cannot disperse now. Everyone must stay together and rush out as fast as possible. We absolutely cannot stop for even a moment. That's right, from then on, we can launch a surprise attack. By the time they gather in one place, we will have already rushed out. This shouldn't be delayed any longer. Ling Ju and the others exchanged glances and whispered. Gu Tianjun nodded in agreement. As for Bai Xiaochun, he was the most relaxed at this moment. Upon hearing this, he quickly agreed. Similarly, after planning their route, the 5 unleashed their full cultivation power, demonstrating their maximum speed. Amidst a deafening explosion, they simultaneously charged forward. The combined aura of the 5 great heavenly venerables was such that even this eerie village dared not display any supernatural spectacle before them, allowing the 5 to transform into streaks of light, instantly shattering the void and hurtling towards the exit. Their speed was incredibly fast, causing a massive explosion in the heavens and earth. Even such a display would attract attention from others. But at this moment, no one could pay attention to such things. Their intention was to utilize their speed to the absolute limit, naturally creating ripples of magical energy. During their rapid charge, the speed of the 5 at this moment showed a significant difference. The fastest was Gu Tianjun. Second were Ling Jiushan and Bai Xiaochun. As for Chen Su and Sima Yunhua, they were slightly slower. The heavens and earth trembled, and explosions resounded in all directions. The 5 people were getting closer and closer to the exit. But at this moment, suddenly, several streaks of rainbow light shot straight towards them from afar. It was Yuan Yazi, the spirit-devouring venerable, and Gongsun Waner. Yuan Yazi and the other 2 hadn't expected to encounter so many people. They were guarding the exit. When they sensed a terrifying fluctuation in the distance, they rushed forward. At that moment, they saw Bai Xiaochun and all the heavenly venerables of the Holy Emperor dynasty beside him. If Guangmu had been there, he might have forcefully intervened. But Yuan Yaozi's cultivation was insufficient, and he was startled, taking a deep breath. The spirit-devouring venerable's eyes widened, his breathing suddenly becoming rapid. He deliberately refrained from intervening, but he knew very well that Bai Xiaochun's appearance had caused the others to rush forward so quickly. If I let them through, and I remain here unscathed, I fear that not only will my fellow disciples resent me, but even the evil emperor will be furious. This matter concerns the bet made by His Majesty the evil emperor. We absolutely cannot let them get away with it. The spirit-devouring supreme being was truly helpless, only able to grit his teeth and let out a low growl. He had already spoken of death, yet he was dragging the evil emperor out. Yuan Yaozi cursed inwardly, but knew he had no way out. At this moment, he immediately sent a telepathic message to Guangmu and the others. Following that, his eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, and his cultivation erupted. Gongsun Waner also sighed. She originally didn't want to compete with Bai Xiaochun, but today their positions were different, so she could only unleash her cultivation. She and the spirit-devouring supreme being, the 3 of them, didn't hesitate, charging straight to intercept Gu Tianjun and his group. "Get out of the way!" Gu Tianjun roared, forming a hand seal. Instantly, 7 flying swords shot out from the air, howling and combining to form a colossal, heaven-shattering sword, hurtling straight towards the 3 of them. Sima Yunhua, Ling Jiushan, and Chen Su all knew time was of the essence. They all unleashed their ultimate attacks. In an instant, the 2 sides clashed directly. Loud rumbling sounds echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The wind and clouds swirled. The spirit-devouring supreme being spat out fresh blood. His body recoiled, severely wounded. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices. His body swayed precariously, his breath seemingly fragile. Anyone watching could see his true intentions. He truly lacked the power to overturn the heavens and earth, a single tree unable to support the sky. As for Yuan Yaozi, his injuries were not as severe. In fact, the vast majority of his divine abilities had been thwarted and blocked by the spirit-devouring supreme being. But at this point, if Yuan Yaozi still didn't understand the spirit-devouring supreme being's intentions, his life would be in vain. Old fox! Yuan Yaozi immediately understood. This was the spirit-devouring supreme being trying to use serious injury to avoid the evil emperor's punishment. In fact, this idea was also Yuan Yaozi's own. However, his cultivation was inferior to the spirit-devouring supreme being's, allowing the latter to get there first. As he retreated, Yuan Yaozi also spat out fresh blood. But after comparing himself to the spirit-devouring supreme being, he inwardly groaned in despair. At this moment, while crying out in agony, he raised his right hand and finally, with great force, slammed it against his chest. With a loud bang, Yuan Yaozi's chest caved in, and fresh blood gushed out. He fell backward. Seeing this, the spirit-devouring supreme being couldn't help but admire him. "They're all old foxes," the spirit-devouring supreme being snorted, quickly feigning serious injury. As for Gongsun Waner, she also spat out fresh blood. But before she could even assess her more serious injuries, Bai Xiaochun, glaring from somewhere, suddenly shouted, "Gongsun Waner, leave your life behind." Bai Xiaochun roared, changing direction and charging straight towards Gongsun Waner. Seeing this, Gu Tianjun and the others didn't stop, continuing their charge forward. While Gongsun Waner was still stunned, Bai Xiaochun was already close, and with a flick of his sleeve, a swirling black mist erupted. He then used his incredible speed, and while no one was paying attention, he used the black mist to conceal himself and threw a piece of Lord's flesh and blood towards Gongsun Waner. Gongsun Waner's eyes widened. After receiving it with one hand, her aura stiffened. As she hastily retracted her hand, Bai Xiaochun let out a pain cry and retreated from within the black mist. Gongs and water. I won't let you get away with this. Having said that, he didn't turn around but hurriedly chased after Gu Tianjun and his group. The spirit-devouring Supreme Being and Yuan Yaozi were both focused on their injuries, so they hadn't paid much attention to Bai Xiaochun's actions. But Gu Tianjun and his group were different. Even with the black mist obscuring them, they could still discern something from Bai Xiaochun's strange behavior. As Bai Xiaochun chased after them with all his might, he immediately noticed the meaningful gazes of Sima Yunhua and Ling Ju. If it were anyone else, they would undoubtedly feel a little embarrassed. But after glaring, Bai Xiaochun quickly cleared his throat. I value her. I'll give her a piece of Lord's flesh. When Bai Xiaochun directly said this, Gu Tianjun and his group were stunned. At the same time, after looking at Bai Xiaochun, each of their expressions showed a strange look. You are amazing. Ling Ju smiled directly. He didn't know why, but as soon as Bai Xiaochun spoke, he found Bai Xiaochun quite interesting. Previously, due to differing viewpoints, his understanding wasn't entirely accurate. Even Chen Su shook his head and smiled. He felt somewhat the same as Ling Ju. Even Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua had a slightly changed perspective. This ghost mother Heavenly Venerate still doesn't have a partner. By Heavenly Venerate, I wish you success. Sima Yunhua coughed, patted his storage bag, feeling the Lord's flesh inside, and said with a laugh, Then you're wrong again. Bai Xiaochun's face was arrogant as he sped off like an arrow. He didn't forget to flick his sleeve. This kind of flirting is my specialty. You don't need to wish me success. You should wish her success. I'm so outstanding, so attractive, cough cough. Sometimes I even like myself. As soon as Bai Xiaochun said these words, Gu Tianjun and the others immediately turned around. They all fell silent, ending the main point of the conversation. Bai Xiaochun's words truly left them at a loss for how to continue. You don't believe me? He continued. Wait until we get out. I'll show you the love letters I received when I was on the Tongshan continent. So many, over 100,000 letters. Seeing everyone speechless, Bai Xiaochun excitedly brought up the topic again. Along the way, he kept talking about his past romantic experiences. Even Gu Tianjun found it both amusing and exasperating. His negative feelings towards Bai Xiaochun unconsciously lessened a little. While Bai Xiaochun was boasting and laughing, the exit of the spider web was quickly approaching. But at this moment, a furious whir came from behind them. Wang Muqianzun and his group had gathered and were pursuing them. Although they were still some distance away, Gu Tianjun and his group were relatively cautious. At this point, they all took out some elixirs. Ling Ju even gave Bai Xiaochun one. This is an extremely fast-acting pill. After consuming it, within 3 breaths, you'll be able to increase your speed several times over. The price is high, but today there's no problem. Ling Ju quickly opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. The other heavenly venerables did the same. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flashed. Based on his understanding of pills, he immediately guessed that this pill was not poisonous. Therefore, he also opened his mouth and swallowed it. However, his action, in Ling Ju's eyes, was different. Ling Ju didn't know Bai Xiaochun's understanding of pills. Just by holding them in his hand, he could judge their quality. At this moment, in his perception, Bai Xiaochun's actions showed trust in him. This kind of trust between heavenly venerables caused a slight tremor in Ling Ju's heart. He didn't say much, only nodded towards Bai Xiaochun. As the medicinal effect spread, his speed suddenly exploded. Bai Xiaochun immediately sensed the domineering power contained within the dissolved elixir. His entire body felt like it was about to explode, intensely hot. In an instant, his speed surpassed its limit. The 5 of them transformed into rainbows, moving several times faster than before. Amidst the deafening roar, they rushed straight towards the exit. Even outside the exit, the eyes of the Holy Emperor and the Evil Emperor gleamed with surprise. The Holy Emperor's eyes held unexpected joy. The Evil Emperor's expression wasn't overly gloomy. Noticing the Evil Emperor's expression, Guangmu and the others became blinded by rage. Especially Guangmu, he was truly unwilling. He took out a black jade slip and crushed it. As the jade slip was crushed, his Dao seed was also stimulated. This was the price of destroying a part of his Dao seed in exchange for a speed far greater than that of the extremely fast elixir. In the distorted, hazy space, his entire body seemed to be traveling through time and space. When Bai Xiaochun and his group reached the exit, he instantly rushed out. Guangmu Heavenly Venerate had already caught up behind them. With a roar, his right hand suddenly rose, grabbing towards Sima Yunhua, who was at the very back. He wasn't unwilling to capture Bai Xiaochun, but Bai Xiaochun was truly in front of Sima Yunhua. Guangmu Heavenly Venerate knew that if he simultaneously dealt with 5 people, he would inevitably face a combined counterattack from all 5. But now, he was only targeting one person. In an instant, the other 4 could rush out. Based on his understanding and judgment, the chances of getting help were almost 0. Yet, time and again, Bai Xiaochun's presence here completely defied Guangmu's expectations. Others considered the Lord's flesh to be the most important thing, but Bai Xiaochun had already obtained the benefit. At this moment, what he wanted was a chance to sell a favor. Seeing Sima Yunhua being enveloped by Guangmu's divine hand, Sima Yunhua's expression suddenly changed. He secretly cried out in despair. It seemed that he knew the outcome was already decided and understood even more clearly that this time he would not only lose the reward, but after being thwarted like this, he would likely lose face in front of the evil emperor dynasty. Guangmu, you? Sima Yunhua roared angrily. But almost as his shout was uttered, beside him, an even more intense roar, like a raging storm, erupted. Guangmu, you dare to lay a hand on my good brother. This roar was immense, earth-shattering. It not only stunned Guangmu Heavenly Venerate, but even Sima Yunhua himself. This roar truly echoed in his ears, not only shaking the 8 directions but also shaking his very soul. The exaggeration in the voice, the roar of which sounded so strange, even Sima Yunhua himself felt a sense of unfamiliarity. He couldn't help but wonder, when did he become such a good brother to the other party? Not to mention Gu Jianjun and the others. Even though they were all rushing forward like arrows, the sudden roar still shook them to their core. In fact, it wasn't just them. Even the evil emperor and the holy emperor outside the exit were paying close attention. Their eyes widened in surprise. They even felt an unimaginable, strange sensation. The person who shouted these words was none other than Bai Xiaochun. The Lord's flesh was practically worthless to him. Using this worthless flesh and blood to exchange for some valuable friendship was a sure win for Bai Xiaochun. That's why he had previously distributed the Lord's flesh to Lingju and the others, and secretly given a large piece to Gongsun Wanner. All of this made him secretly pleased. He also sensed that people's opinion of him had changed. Now, having witnessed Sima Yunhua's predicament here, even though he didn't die, he feared that if Guangmu had intervened, he would have lost the Lord's flesh he possessed. Especially in front of the evil emperor and the holy emperor, Guangmu would definitely unleash a powerful and extraordinary light. Even if he failed in this struggle within the spiderweb, with this current merit in his hands, he would certainly receive a great reward from the evil emperor. Conversely, Sima Yunhua would not only lose the piece of Lord's flesh that was within his grasp, but also lose face, paying a heavy price. Although his life wasn't in danger, at some point, as a heavenly venerate, his reputation was very important. All of this flashed through Bai Xiaochun's mind. He was like a big gray wolf spotting a white lamb, his eyes shining with light, seizing this opportunity. At this moment, amidst the roar, his body suddenly retreated, and he raised his right hand. The Northern Meridian Greatsword was directly grasped in his hand. He helped Sima Yunhua and fiercely slashed at Guangmu's giant hand that was reaching out. Of course, he didn't forget to flatter him, quickly shouting frantically, "Brother Sima, you go first." These 2 sentences, this action, this act, although seemingly impulsive, in reality, Bai Xiaochun didn't have a single deceitful move. He truly disregarded his own safety to help Sima Yunhua. He also truly gave his all to help Sima Yunhua stop the attack. Such scenes, even for the usually reserved Sima Yunhua, rarely showed any emotion. A feeling of gratitude, completely unfamiliar to him, finally arose in his heart. Brother Bai, Sima Yunhua's feelings were indescribable. In this situation where he was certain to lose face, in this predicament where no one would come to his rescue, Bai Xiaochun appeared, like providing warmth on a snowy day, deeply affecting Sima Yunhua. All of this sounds very lengthy when described, but in reality, it all happened in a flash. Essentially, neither Bai Xiaochun nor Sima Yunhua were allowed to get emotional or use too many words. In an instant, both of them attacked. Each unleashed their most powerful killer move, confronting Guangmu Heavenly Venerate. A deafening explosion instantly filled the sky, shaking the 8 directions. The aftershock spread like a violent storm. Although Sima Yunhua's cultivation was not equal to Guangmu's, he was still a seasoned Heavenly Venerate. This time, he gambled everything in his attack, naturally making it incredibly powerful. Bai Xiaochun, not only a mid-stage Heavenly Venerate but also possessing a world treasure, unleashed a sword strike, emitting a dazzling blue light. Amidst the earth-shattering explosion, Sima Yunhua, bearing the brunt of more than half the impact, spewed out blood uncontrollably. His chest caved in. But just as he was about to be in grave danger, Bai Xiaochun blocked the blast with a single sword strike, dispelling the aftershock. Simultaneously, he raised his left hand and grabbed Sima Yunhua's shoulder, pulling him forcefully backward. With a loud bang, the two men were instantly thrown back. Sima Yunhua was deeply moved. Recalling his earlier attempts to attack Bai Xiaochun, he felt a pang of shame. His eyes now showed gratitude. Meanwhile, Guangmu, whose divine abilities had been thwarted by the two, was furious. Bai Xiaochun, you're courting death? Seeing his prized possession ruined by Bai Xiaochun, Guangmu felt deeply wronged. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he finally slammed his hand against his chest. He didn't mind the loss of his Dao seed. His entire cultivation level erupted at will, and his speed increased dramatically. He raised both hands. This time, his target was no longer Sima Yunhua, but Bai Xiaochun. Let's see if anyone comes to save you. But just as Guangmu made his move, Sima Yunhua gritted his teeth fiercely and suddenly attacked. He couldn't bring himself to betray Bai Xiaochun the moment before. If only the two of them were here, it would be fine. But with so many people watching, Sima Yunhua still wanted to save face. At the same time, Ling Jiushan and Chen Su were both hesitating. Then, they suddenly turned around. If they didn't intervene, once Bai Xiaochun and Sima Yunhua were stopped, the Holy Emperor would see all of this, and he would inevitably be angry. On the other hand, if they didn't go to rescue him now, Sima Yunhua would likely harbor resentment. Gu Jianjun also hesitated. He sighed inwardly and almost simultaneously turned around with Chen Su and Ling Ju. In an instant, the three of them attacked, then merged with Bai Xiaochun and Sima Yunhua to counterattack, forming a storm of spells that suppressed Guangmu Heavenly Venerate. How could this be? Guangmu Heavenly Venerate gasped. He understood the Heavenly Venerates of the Holy Emperor dynasty. He knew that if it weren't for their individual interests, they might have joined forces. But under the influence of their individual interests, they were incapable of cooperating. However, the scene before him now exceeded his expectations. Facing the combined attack of 5 great Heavenly Venerates, even someone as powerful as Guangmu was powerless to stop them. In a loud explosion, Guangmu Heavenly Venerate spat out blood, his body nearly shattering, and he was forced to retreat. Without Guangmu's intervention, Bai Xiaochun immediately grabbed Sima Yunhua and eagerly turned back. Under the astonished gazes of the evil emperor and the holy emperor, the 5 of them split up, and amidst the howling sounds of tearing through the air, they all rushed out of the spiderweb-like hole and appeared outside the exit. Even Gu Jianjun breathed a sigh of relief at this point. Sima Yunhua's eyes were filled with gratitude as he bowed deeply to Bai Xiaochun. He said nothing more, but the emotion in his eyes conveyed this kindness. Sima Yunhua would remember it. Bai Xiaochun felt smug inside. However, he didn't show any of it outwardly. Instead, he inquired about their well-being and even spoke softly with Ling Ju and the others. As for the evil emperor and the holy emperor, one had a face as grim as iron, the other an unreadable expression, yet neither spoke. Soon, Guangmu Heavenly Venerate, inside the rift, clutched his chest, his face darkening to the extreme, and emerged. Following him were the spirit-devouring Supreme Being and Yuan Yazi, all severely injured. Very quickly, all the Heavenly Venerates of the evil Emperor Dynasty Jueti Heavenly Venerate, Tongshan Taoist, and Gongsun Wanda came out one by one. Seeing that the old woman was missing from the evil Emperor Dynasty's Heavenly Venerates, the evil Emperor's gaze narrowed slightly. Only after Guangmu Heavenly Venerate produced the old woman's Dasi did the evil Emperor's face darken even more terrifyingly. As for the Holy Emperor, he laughed heartily. Alright, Heavenly Venerates, you have all worked hard. I still hope you will share your gains. I'll say this beforehand, as long as you participated, you will all have merit. The Holy Emperor suppressed his excitement, his eyes filled with anticipation as he looked towards Gu Jianjun and his group. Gu Jianjun cleared his throat, his heart also filled with anticipation. After stepping forward, he waved his sleeve, taking out several pieces of Lord's flesh and placing them to one side. At the same time, Chen Su, Ling Jiushan, and Simon Yunhua all rushed forward. Seeing this, Bai Xiaochun also quickly followed, simultaneously taking out pieces of Lord's flesh from his storage bag. Perhaps to discuss the heavenly venerables of the evil emperor dynasty, Gu Jianjun and Ling Jiushan even sewed up the remaining limbs. Bai Xiaochun's heart leapt, but he couldn't stop it. He could only watch helplessly as the body of a giant snake was quickly sewn back together. This scene made the Holy Emperor's eyes light up. A murderous glint appeared in the evil emperor's eyes as well, but risking their lives. Everyone's expressions were somewhat strange. In fact, no matter how they pieced it back together, this giant snake was still missing half a leg and a tail. Fortunately, Gongsun Wanner, her face flushed, slowly walked out under the disapproving gaze of the surrounding heavenly venerables of the evil emperor dynasty. To the surprise of her companions, she took out half a leg from her bag and placed it to one side. Only then did the evil emperor's expression soften slightly. He looked at Gongsun Wanner, seemingly appreciative. However, even with the half leg Gongsun Wanner had taken out, this giant snake was still missing a tail. In an instant, regardless of whether it was the heavenly venerable of the evil emperor dynasty or the heavenly venerable of the holy emperor dynasty, they all simultaneously turned their heads, their eyes fixed on Bai Xiaochun. This simultaneous scene was rare, causing the evil emperor and the holy emperor to be slightly startled. Treat it with such strangeness, it's unacceptable. Those people from the ancient heavenly army are really too much. Why not just do it properly instead of piecing it together? Bai Xiaochun felt guilty and sighed helplessly. However, in front of so many people, he felt a little embarrassed, especially since the eyes of these heavenly venerables, whether from the evil emperor dynasty or the holy emperor dynasty, were full of hidden meanings, causing Bai Xiaochun to cough involuntarily. That's right, it seems like a tail is missing, Bai Xiaochun said, slapping his forehead, pretending to be startled. Ah, I remember now, look at my memory. I forgot, I still have a tail, Bai Xiaochun said, quickly taking out the large-tailed snake from his storage bag and placing it aside. Don't look at me like that, I really forgot. Bai Xiaochun widened his eyes, looking very innocent. The ancient heavenly army glared at Bai Xiaochun for a moment before withdrawing their gaze. As for Simon Yunhua, since she also had a previous relationship with him, she could only shake her head and smile wryly. Chen Su and Ling Ji were also speechless. Those heavenly venerables of the evil emperor dynasty were all the same. They had long harbored a deep-seated hatred for Bai Xiaochun. Only Gongsun Wanner, though her expression was icy cold, was secretly smiling. Just as this gamble and struggle was about to end, the holy emperor's gaze swept over the giant snake, then glanced at Bai Xiaochun. A smile that wasn't quite a smile appeared on his face. Heavenly King, don't you think the tail of this giant snake shouldn't be so short? As soon as the holy emperor spoke, the surrounding heavenly venerables immediately looked over. They hadn't paid much attention before. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the tail of this large snake seemed to be out of place, as if it were missing a section. This holy emperor's eyesight is too sharp, Bai Xiaochun muttered to himself. However, he feigned a panicked expression, carefully examining it before slapping his head. Oh dear, you said my memory is really terrible. Yes, it's missing a section, Bai Xiaochun said, taking out another section from his storage bag and placing it beside him. No, this time it's really gone. Seeing the holy emperor's scrutinizing gaze, Bai Xiaochun quickly put on a sincere expression. His two consecutive actions instantly made all the surrounding heavenly venerables feel as if they were seeing Bai Xiaochun for the first time. Their hearts trembled slightly. Bai Xiaochun's act of secretly hiding something was truly beyond words. Especially, even though Bai Xiaochun had added a section of the tail, it was still evident that a piece was missing from the tail of this giant snake. Therefore, these heavenly venerables glanced at the giant snake, then looked back at Bai Xiaochun. This time, the holy emperor said nothing, but his expression was still a smile that wasn't quite a smile. However, there was a hint of displeasure in his eyes as he stared intently at Bai Xiaochun. There really isn't any, Bai Xiaochun hastily said. This time, he wasn't lying. There really wasn't any Lord's flesh left in his storage bag. As Bai Xiaochun spoke, the evil emperor on the other side, seeing this scene, showed a hint of contempt at the corner of his mouth. He suddenly raised his right hand and made a hand gesture. Instantly, a black light shot out from his hand, rushing straight towards the mangled pieces of the giant snake's flesh. This black light seemed to possess some kind of strange power. After emerging into the body of the giant snake, all the fragmented pieces of its flesh suddenly moved, and in an instant, they finally merged together, transforming into a giant snake that looked completely natural. The only problem was that after the fusion, the tail's position clearly showed a missing piece. It was even more obvious now than at first glance. In an instant, all the heavenly venerables and the two great ancient beings looked at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun felt a pang of fear. He inwardly groaned. At the same time, he remembered that he had given the missing piece of flesh to the spirit. Being caught in this situation, Bai Xiaochun felt guilty. But after thinking about it, he had risked his life to help the Holy Emperor obtain so much Lord's flesh and blood. Even if one piece was missing, it shouldn't be a big deal, right? Instead of deliberately hiding it, it's better to just say it. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and decisively said, "I ate it. I ate the missing piece." Bai Xiaochun's eyes didn't blink, his voice echoing everywhere. "Anyway, this Lord's flesh and blood is a good thing. After I seized it, I wanted to study it a bit, but I failed. So I ate a piece to see if it had any effect. Unfortunately, it's too hard to eat. It has no effect at all." Bai Xiaochun waved his hand, secretly thinking that the ancient one was too stingy and a bit too fussy. Wasn't it just a matter of one piece missing? After Bai Xiaochun's word spread, hearing his frank admission, the eyes of the surrounding heavenly venerables flickered. Actually, Bai Xiaochun's explanation was quite reasonable. After all, they were heavenly venerables fighting over the Lord's flesh, so eating a piece wasn't really a big deal. If Bai Xiaochun had continued to hide it, they might have had other intentions. But today, Bai Xiaochun was so straightforward that even the Saint Emperor couldn't pursue the matter further. However, he glared fiercely at him. How did this guy not die? He even dared to devour the Lord's flesh. The Holy Emperor muttered a few words to himself, no longer paying attention to Bai Xiaochun. He and the evil emperor exchanged glances. Then they communicated telepathically for a while. This time, the Holy Emperor took the initiative. The evil emperor couldn't help but suffer a loss. However, the two had made a prior agreement. Even if the evil emperor lost, he would still take two portions of flesh and blood. Before leaving, he coldly glanced at Bai Xiaochun, waved his sleeve, and left first. The Guangmu Heavenly Venerate and the others did the same. They all hated Bai Xiaochun to the bone. They all flew away with killing intent. Only Gongsun Water remained, and when she looked at Bai Xiaochun, there was an unreadable expression in her eyes. The matter of the Lord's clone was now considered to have concluded a phase. All the heavenly venerates, including Bai Xiaochun, had made great contributions and were rewarded with heavenly venerate pills by the Holy Emperor. As everyone else left, Bai Xiaochun took advantage of the current situation where the northern provinces were deserted to recruit people from the northern region of the Great Sword Sect. He not only restored Yunhai province but also seized this once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity to expand his territory significantly. Within a few months, he relentlessly pursued his goal, eventually seizing control of all 5 northern provinces. His speed was incredibly fast, his movements swift and powerful. Even the evil emperor's side couldn't stop him. After all, for the evil emperor dynasty, the fall of a heavenly venerate had severely damaged their vital energy and shattered their foundations, especially since Bai Xiaochun's power was now immense. Unless Guanmu was sent to guard the area, others would likely be powerless against Bai Xiaochun. Most importantly, the northern part of the second immortal realm was almost entirely reduced to ashes. Almost everyone was dead. Such an area was meaningless to the evil emperor dynasty. At the same time, worries also arose in the Holy Emperor's heart. Fortunately, the Lord's flesh and blood distracted the Holy Emperor's mind. At this moment, he was engrossed in researching the Lord's flesh and blood, and had no time to pay attention to Bai Xiaochun. Meanwhile, in this second immortal realm, the relationship between Bai Xiaochun and Ling Jiushan had become much more amicable because of the previous incident. Ling Jiushan also secretly accepted Bai Xiaochun's actions and did not interfere. In this way, within a few months, Bai Xiaochun, while not unifying the entire northern part of the second immortal realm, was close to achieving great things. Although there was a lot of deaths here, the people of Yunhai continent were constantly repairing and rebuilding. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun's reputation gradually spread further and further with this battle. Especially the judgment regarding his strength, which had already taken root in the hearts of countless people, was no longer ordinary. Have you heard? This Tongshan king, in the second immortal realm, single-handedly seized a supreme treasure from many heavenly venerables. Not only did he seize the supreme treasure, but he also evaded pursuit by more than 10 heavenly venerables for over 10 days without anyone discovering his whereabouts. After returning, he displayed outstanding strategic brilliance, immediately resolving the resentment of the heavenly venerables of the Holy Emperor dynasty. With everyone working together, he directly broke through the exit and obtained the reward of the heavenly venerable pill. Unusual! Such voices gradually spread throughout the eternal immortal realm. Anyone from the Tongshan world who heard this felt their hearts stirred with excitement. Meanwhile, on the other side, under the protection of Tai Dan, Song Junwen gradually made contact with the group including ancestor Ling Shi and Li Qingho. While Bai Zikun was engaged in internal struggles within the spider web for the Lord's flesh and blood, they finally met. They were all moving forward. Bai Zikun, in Yunhai continent, suddenly received an imperial decree from within the Holy Emperor city. The decree contained only one sentence, appointing Bai Zikun in the capacity of the Tongshan king as the Holy Emperor dynasty's ambassador to the evil Emperor city. To be precise, from the moment this decree arrived, his identity as the second king of the northern immortal realm, though retained, was implicitly stripped away, making him an ambassador to the evil Emperor city. Each of the two great dynasties had an ambassador within the other's imperial city. Generally speaking, this position was held by a long-serving demigod. There are a few exceptional periods of time that require the heavenly venerable's attention. Previously, the ambassador to the evil emperor dynasty was Sima Yunhua. However, he didn't usually spend much time in evil emperor city, spending most of his time within the holy emperor city. But today, after Sima Yunhua's battle with Guangmu Heavenly Venerate, he was severely injured. Regardless of his willingness, the holy emperor seized this opportunity to remove him from his position and place it in Bai Xiaochun's. In fact, this was a plan the Holy Emperor had prepared for all along. Since the rise of Yunhai continent, it had become a treasure trove for the Holy Emperor. Bai Xiaochun's existence was a major headache for him. Moreover, Bai Xiaochun's identity was particularly special. The Holy Emperor wanted to establish a righteous reputation in the hearts of all cultivators in the Tongshan world and would not allow himself to be tainted by any disgrace or stain. Therefore, of course, Bai Xiaochun's departure to the evil emperor dynasty, using it as a pawn to kill someone, was also acceptable. Making Bai Xiaochun leave for a short period of time was also perfectly in line with the Holy Emperor's intentions. Especially since Bai Xiaochun had rendered meritorious service this time, and had even elevated his personal relationship with several heavenly venerables to a certain level. This made the Holy Emperor wary and also determined. This imperial decree wasn't a threat. It was merely an appointment. It also gave Bai Xiaochun a deadline to take up his post. But through the imperial decree, Bai Xiaochun seemed to see the cold, deceitful gaze of this holy emperor. This is clearly a threat. If I don't comply, I fear even more schemes will appear. Bai Xiaochun held the imperial decree and sighed. He summoned the Grand Heavenly Master and the Giant Ghost Kings group and handed them the decree. This holy emperor is too arrogant. Xiaochun even rendered great service to him before. But for months now, he's treated you the same. The Giant Ghost King was instantly enraged. Bai Xiaochun also frowned. He knew the evil emperor city was very dangerous. This danger didn't come from the open, but from hidden schemes and conspiracies. Especially the incident with the sovereign's clone earlier. Bai Xiaochun felt he had almost offended all the powerful figures of the evil emperor dynasty at once. However, if you're careful, this evil emperor city isn't a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. He could only console himself with that thought. In fact, the holy emperor's threat was silent, making him understand that if he refused, he would likely face oppression from the holy emperor in this newly rebuilt Cloud Sea continent. Even if you, Zikun, really go, would this holy emperor still not take action against Yunhai continent? The giant ghost king noticed Bai Zikun's hesitation. He snorted coldly from the side. Perhaps this is an opportunity. Holding the imperial decree and examining it carefully for a long time, the Grand Heavenly Master, who had remained silent until now, suddenly raised his head and spoke. As soon as he spoke, both the giant ghost king and Bai Zikun looked at him. Bai Zikun's eyes even showed anticipation. The Grand Heavenly Master's scheming was truly profound. Bai Zikun could sense it deeply. He knew this guy was even more cunning than an old fox who had cultivated for thousands of years. Firstly, going to the evil emperor city seems dangerous, but in reality, it's not. The Heavenly Venerable is an ambassador of the Holy Emperor dynasty. Such a status is of great concern to all the beings of the Holy Emperor dynasty. Once a problem arises, then the two great dynasties will be embroiled in war and a major conflict. Therefore, to some extent, this identity also makes the people of the evil emperor dynasty wary. Secondly, there are the benefits. We cannot deny one point. The number of people from the Tongshan world wandering in the evil emperor dynasty surpasses that of the holy emperor dynasty. After all, the evil emperor dynasty's scope is too vast. If a heavenly venerate goes there, perhaps they can participate in bringing those people back. Furthermore, within the holy emperor dynasty, under this kind of suppression, things may seem promising in the future, but in reality, there is no great potential left. If a heavenly venerate can create a new world within the evil emperor dynasty, everything will be different. Finally, at this moment, there is no other choice for a heavenly venerate. If we decide not to go, we simply don't need to stay in Yunhai continent anymore. It's better to seek refuge in the evil emperor dynasty. If you choose to go, I, the resolute heavenly venerable, will send a letter to the holy emperor demanding a promise. At least for Yunhai continent, 10 years of complete autonomy. The Grand Heavenly Master took a deep breath. After speaking, he looked at Bai Xiaochun, bowing his head, waiting for Bai Xiaochun's choice. The giant ghost king on the side also remained silent. Bai Xiaochun glanced at the two of them, then at the imperial decree, and sighed inwardly. He felt that since arriving in the eternal realm, he was no longer as free as he was in the Tongshan world. The pressure on him was great, and the constraints were numerous. Doing anything was much more difficult than before, when he could choose freely. He pondered for a while. Then, blood vessels appeared in his eyes. After a moment of consideration, he gritted his teeth and took out a sound transmission jade slip, directly sending it to the Holy Emperor, stating his conditions. Now that he has a certain standing, he can make some requests to the Ancient One. Not long after, the Holy Emperor on the other side sent a definitive answer. At this point, there was no need for deception between them. The Holy Emperor directly requested Bai Xiaochun to leave Yunhai continent for 10 years. Within 10 years, he would not touch Yunhai continent. After 10 years, Yunhai continent would return to the Holy Emperor dynasty. 10 years, and I'll carve out a whole new world in the evil emperor dynasty. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. Then he decided to take up the position and become an ambassador. A few days later, when Bai Xiaochun left, he only informed the Grand Heavenly Masters and a few others, without making a big fuss. At sunset, he suddenly departed. With his status, he didn't need to cross the Eternal Sea, but instead went to the capital of Ling Jiushan in the second immortal realm. There, he had a conversation with Ling Jiushan. After learning of Bai Xiaochun's appointment, Ling Jiushan hesitated, finally shaking his head. Fellow Taoist Bai, I can give you a guarantee. No matter what the Holy Emperor does, as far as I'm concerned, the Cloud Sea Pearl is yours. This is our agreement. A slight distance had formed between Ling Ju and the Holy Emperor. At this moment, he felt even more dissatisfied with the Holy Emperor's appointment. For him, during Bai Xiaochun's time in the second immortal realm, except for the initial conflict between them, everything had been peaceful. Two heavenly venerables residing in the same immortal realm gave the second immortal realm a very strong suppressive force. Bai Xiaochun was deeply moved by Ling Ju's guarantee. After thanking him, he ascended the teleportation array at the capital of the second immortal realm. As the array opened and thunder rumbled, Bai Xiaochun's figure disappeared, only to reappear. No longer within the territory of the Holy Emperor dynasty. In the second immortal realm of the evil emperor dynasty, which is also the immortal realm outside the evil emperor city. Surrounding the evil emperor city are 5 towering heavenly mountains. On each of these 5 heavenly mountains, there is a formation connecting the 5 major immortal realms and at the same time making the entire immortal realm of eternity. Within the evil emperor dynasty seem less vast and abundant. Similar formations exist around the holy emperor city as well. However, such formations are rarely activated normally. And each time they are activated, if the target is within the opponent's domain, both sides need to activate their formations simultaneously for teleportation to occur. This time, Bai Xiaochun, having been appointed as an ambassador, had already been teleported to the evil emperor dynasty beforehand. This is why he was able to arrive via the teleportation formation. At this moment, as he appeared, Bai Xiaochun saw that surrounding this formation were more than 10 cultivators from the Holy Emperor Dynasty, who were his assistants. Among them were 2 demigods. The others were all celestial beings. After seeing Bai Xiaochun, everyone simultaneously clasped their hands and immediately bowed. Greetings, Tongshan King. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, saying nothing. He stood in the center of the formation at the peak of Mount Tia, feeling the cold wind blowing from all sides. He looked up at the purple clouds that covered the sky and the occasional flashes of lightning within them. Everything here was different from Holy Emperor City. It was filled with terrifying majesty, overwhelming pressure, and a bloodthirsty aura, as if emanating from the clouds and spreading throughout the entire world. Beneath the purple clouds, in the center of the 5 heavenly mountains, lay a valley. Within this valley stood an enormous spear, seemingly capable of supporting the heavens, towering majestically. This spear was approximately 100 feet tall. From this angle, Bai Xiaochun's gaze fell upon it. The weapon resembled a giant, emanating an indescribable oppressive force. Especially on this spear, there seemed to be a skeletal dragon, even more powerful than the spear itself. Half of the spear pierced the ground, the other half seemingly supporting the sky, plunging deep into the purple clouds, a truly awe-inspiring sight. As for the skeletal dragon on the spear, it was incredibly ferocious. Even in its skeletal form, it exuded intense killing intent. The fragments of bones, though not glued to the spear, hung suspended in midair, further highlighting its imposing presence. Just a glance from afar, and even Bai Xiaochun, a heavenly venerate, felt the overwhelming ferocity. The entire evil emperor dynasty was built upon the bones of this enormous skeletal dragon. The intricate architecture coiled around it, rising upwards until, at the head of the skeletal dragon, stood the evil emperor city's imperial palace. Above the palace, purple clouds swirled in all directions. Numerous lightning bolts occasionally flashed, creating an earth-shattering spectacle. At the same time, a distinct madness, unlike that of the Holy Emperor City, emanated from within, palpable to everyone who saw it. Almost instantly, as Bai Xiaochun gazed upon the palace, a powerful divine consciousness emanated from it. This consciousness contained an overbearing nature and a will that, in its very essence, surpassed all heavenly venerates. Bai Xiaochun's eyes ached, and his breathing became somewhat labored. He narrowed his eyes and slowly withdrew his gaze. He immediately understood that the will he had just felt was that of the evil emperor. This is Evil Emperor City? Bai Xiaochun's mind trembled. He stood in the air above the formation, his gaze falling on the more than 10 cultivators kneeling outside, paying their respects. Behind these 10 or so people stood 2 demigods of Evil Emperor City, politely bowing. But deep within their eyes, a powerful sense of superiority emanated. At this moment, after noticing Bai Xiaochun's gaze, these 2 demigods bowed to him. Bai Jianzun, please. Having just arrived, Bai Xiaochun wasn't in a very good mood. The attitude of these 2 demigods was still somewhat respectful. Bai Xiaochun's gaze swept over them, discerning the superiority in their hearts. But he also saw that these 2 possessed a sense of awe towards him. Compared to them, the more than 10 cultivators of the Holy Emperor Dynasty kneeling there were even more panicked. Bai Xiaochun pondered for a moment, then walked forward. After exiting the formation, he waved his right hand. Everyone, stand up. These more than 10 cultivators of the Holy Emperor Dynasty breathed a sigh of relief and quickly stood up. They were actually originally subordinates of Sima Yunhua, but today the ambassador had suddenly changed. The person who arrived was the now famous Tongshan King, Bai Xiaochun. They were all somewhat uneasy and worried. They didn't know what kind of temperament Bai Xiaochun would have. If Sima Yunhua hadn't said anything to me and had already made it clear to these people, he wouldn't pay too much attention. Bai Xiaochun looked at the cultivators who stood up. Inside, whether demigods or celestial beings, they were all clearly exhausted in terms of their energy and spirit. It's understandable, though, as a cultivator of the Holy Emperor dynasty, being inside this evil emperor city, one would naturally always feel fear. Anyway, once the two great imperial dynasties clash, they'll probably be the first to be sacrificed. Bai Xiaochun shook his head, remaining silent. The two half-god cultivators from the evil emperor dynasty followed ahead, descending the heavenly mountains and gradually approaching evil emperor city. The closer they got, the more Bai Xiaochun sensed the immense power within evil emperor city, its population far surpassing that of holy emperor city. Upon entering evil emperor city, 5 or 6 divine senses suddenly emanated from within, sweeping across the 8 directions, and then directly locking onto Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun paused briefly. After a moment of contemplation, his divine sense also spread out. With a loud bang, he collided with these divine senses in the sky above evil emperor city. This clash was invisible to outsiders, but for Bai Xiaochun, it was incredibly intense. Several other divine senses were from the heavenly venerables of this evil emperor city. However, Bai Xiaochun's identity was undeniable. As an ambassador of the Holy Emperor dynasty, he knew that as long as he didn't make any mistakes, it wouldn't be easy for outsiders to harm him. Sure enough, his divine senses only clashed a few times with the other heavenly venerables, and they dispersed with a cold snort. When Bai Xiaochun withdrew his divine senses, he lifted his foot. Before the two uneasy demigods, he continued walking. Along the way, Bai Xiaochun's speed was not fast. He looked at the end of the street, at the group from Evil Emperor City, and his heart slowly became complicated. For him, this place was completely unfamiliar. But time and again, in this unfamiliar area, he sensed the aura of cultivators from the Tongshan world. Even within this evil emperor city, there were quite a few such auras, yet they were all clearly weak. It was conceivable that within this city, there were undoubtedly many people from the Tongshan world imprisoned, but he had no way to save them. After all, in this evil emperor dynasty, the attitude towards the Tongshan world was one of subjugation and dominance. Bai Xiaochun's cultivation level was still insufficient to withstand the fact that he would disregard the rules and re-establish his own. After a moment, Bai Xiaochun sighed softly and quickened his pace. He arrived at the Holy Emperor Dynasty's embassy in Evil Emperor City. This embassy was built on the upper half of the skeletal dragon's spine, boasting 5 floors. Surrounding it were courtyards, giving it a very imposing appearance. At the same time, the area was also filled with the fluctuations of a formation. This formation was clearly more powerful than the surrounding ones. Bai Xiaochun glanced around and realized that even a heavenly venerate would need some time to break through it. Only then did he feel a little relieved. As for the cultivators of the embassy, after returning, each of them seemed to relax considerably. "What do you need me to do here?" After entering the embassy and the 2 half-god cultivators from the Evil Emperor dynasty had left, Bai Xiaochun sat in the embassy's main hall, looking at his subordinates standing below, and slowly spoke. "Heavenly Venerate, normally, you don't need to do anything. Only when there is a dispute between the 2 dynasties will you need to specifically step forward. Furthermore, you must be prepared to be summoned by the Evil Emperor. According to custom, newly appointed ambassadors are always summoned by the Evil Emperor. Also, please be careful here, Heavenly Venerate. This place is the Evil Emperor City after all." These more than 10 cultivators, unaware of Bai Xiaochun's personality, dared not conceal anything and told him everything they knew. "How dangerous is this place?" Bai Xiaochun suddenly asked. Hearing Bai Xiaochun's words, these more than 10 cultivators exchanged glances. After a moment of contemplation, a half-god cultivator stepped forward, clasped his hands, and spoke. "Sir, first, we must abide by the laws and customs of the Evil Emperor dynasty. Then, we must be careful of some troublesome matters." The cultivator's words were unclear, but Bai Xiaochun's eyes flashed. He understood. He continued to talk with everyone for a while. After learning many things, Bai Xiaochun dismissed these more than 10 people. He sat alone in the main hall, his eyes narrowed. "I'm afraid it's unavoidable that there will be some trouble aimed at me." Bai Xiaochun rubbed his forehead. He felt that if his cultivation level was high enough, he wouldn't need to worry about this. "No, While Bai Xiaochun was feeling down, he suddenly slapped his head. It seems that wherever I go before, it's always someone else who worries. Based on my past experiences, it seems that every time I arrive at a new place, the situation starts the same way. But gradually, somehow, a reversal occurs. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaochun suddenly felt he had been wrong. Recalling all the previous fanfare, Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened, and he suddenly felt much more at ease. This evil emperor is also foolish. The holy emperor said he wanted me to be an ambassador, and he actually agreed to let me come. You should know that many people have said that if I had the right conditions, I could bring down this world. Bai Xiaochun quickly coughed, mustering his courage to whisper softly. Thinking this, the pressure in his heart dissipated by more than half. He even felt sorry for this evil emperor. It was already dark outside. After some thought and reflection, Bai Xiaochun felt much better. He wandered around the embassy for a while, found a secret chamber for cultivation, and sat down cross-legged. Maybe I should go check out the tattered fin first. The trial still needs to continue. If I can reach the 100th trial and reap the rewards sooner, it will also allow me to cultivate faster. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun closed his eyes, and his body vaguely dissipated. When he reappeared, he was already on the familiar tattered fan. First, he looked around and shouted a few words. After observing for a while and determining that the little spirit seemed to be fast asleep, Bai Xiaochun quickly rushed straight to the gate. Using his fastest speed to break through the gate, Bai Xiaochun was very afraid that this little spirit would cause trouble after waking up. At this moment, he tightened his grip on speed, fighting haphazardly. Fortunately, his body was completely different from before. Whether it was the level of strength or the speed of recovery, after absorbing the essence of the Lord's flesh and blood, everything had suddenly increased dramatically. At this moment, he finally broke through the 78th gate like a soaring song. At this 78th gate, as soon as Bai Xiaochun entered, he immediately felt an intense pressure. Within this pressure even carried a sense of danger. Based on Bai Xiaochun's intuition, after appearing, he instantly retreated, and his divine consciousness quickly dispersed. With a loud bang, his consciousness enveloped the 8 directions, projecting all the surrounding circumstances into his mind. This was a bizarre world. There was no space, no land. The 4 sides were ultimately like a void of starry sky. Only in the center stood a massive stone platform. On this platform stood a towering puppet. This wooden puppet was about 100 feet tall, at first glance resembling a gigantic sphere. Its face and features were painted on it, seemingly smiling. For some reason, Bai Xiaochun always felt there was a strange aura here. After looking around, his gaze locked onto this enormous puppet. Almost instantly, as Bai Xiaochun looked back, the wooden puppet suddenly opened its eyes. A gloomy light flickered in its eyes. Its body leapt from the stone platform with a loud bang, hurtling straight towards Bai Xiaochun. Just a glance and it charges. Bai Xiaochun was instantly terrified. His body immediately retreated. But the puppet's speed was too fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, it was close to Bai Xiaochun. Seeing that there was no way to dodge, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. He thought about how much his physical strength had increased now, so a look of determination appeared in his eyes. He clenched his right hand and directly punched. This punch looked ordinary, but with Bai Xiaochun's current combat power, this punch was enough to make even an early-stage heavenly venerate expert spit blood and retreat, not to mention death, but certainly injury. In an instant, thunder roared, and this huge wooden puppet, which looked very strong, seemed unable to withstand Bai Xiaochun's punch, and with a loud bang, it directly shattered and exploded. However, the recoil force after the explosion ultimately far surpassed the fighting power of this wooden puppet. Its immense power was earth-shattering, sweeping across the surroundings. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun felt as if a ferocious beast was charging towards him. Boom! His body recoiled dozens of meters, his breathing becoming somewhat labored. Such a powerful recoil. Just as Bai Xiaochun was startled, suddenly, from where the wooden puppet shattered, an even stronger aura erupted. Under this explosion, Bai Xiaochun instantly saw that although the puppet had shattered, only its outer shell had exploded. Inside, there was suddenly a slightly smaller puppet. The aura of this wooden puppet was much stronger than before. At this moment, it suddenly lunged out, charging straight towards Bai Xiaochun. Judging by its momentum, it looked as if it wouldn't give up until it had defeated its opponent. Bai Xiaochun frowned, his body slightly shaking. This time, instead of retreating, he advanced. In the blink of an eye, as the wooden puppet approached, he still threw a punch. However, after the punch landed, his body didn't hesitate for a moment, suddenly retreating. But even though he retreated quickly, the wooden puppet's countershock was even faster. The wooden puppet couldn't withstand the blow, but the shockwave after it shattered instantly spread in all directions. In the loud explosion, even someone as powerful as Bai Xiaochun felt his blood surging, especially since the shattered wooden puppet emitted an even more powerful aura than before. After noticing another puppet inside, Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened. Is it over? Bai Xiaochun was instantly terrified. At this moment, he realized that to pass this obstacle, he absolutely had to completely destroy the wooden puppet, shattering every layer of it. This obstacle is truly bizarre. If the spirit is here, I'm certainly in danger. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun felt a jolt in his heart. His divine consciousness suddenly spread out in all directions, searching diligently. It probably hasn't awakened yet. However, judging by the time, this spirit is likely about to awaken. Bai Xiaochun's authority over this broken fan was now considerable. He could roughly deduce the existence of the spirit. At this moment, he felt anxious, knowing he couldn't prolong the time any longer. Either he leave immediately and willingly accept defeat, or he must persevere until the very end, using the fastest time possible to break through this obstacle. If it were back when Bai Xiaochun was in Yunhai Continent, he would probably have chosen the former. But today, being inside Evil Emperor City, Bai Xiaochun knew he was in danger. Passing through the trials and receiving the rewards earlier would allow his cultivation to advance further. At the same time, passing all the trials and becoming the true owner of the tattered fan would greatly help Bai Xiaochun establish himself in Evil Emperor City. At the very least, in Bai Xiaochun's expectations, he hoped that after possessing this tattered fan, he would be qualified to fight a battle with the Ancient One. Even if it was just a reluctant fight, that would be enough. Sister, I'll try again. If it doesn't work, I'll retreat. Bai Xiaochun wasn't taking a big gamble. At this moment, gritting his teeth, with a loud bang, his body lunged straight towards the puppet. In an instant, the two sides clashed. With a loud bang, the wooden puppet shattered again, but the recoil was even stronger than before. With a low growl, Bai Xiaochun didn't waste any time dodging. He understood that avoiding this recoil was incredibly difficult. The challenge of this stage was precisely the level of damage inflicted by this recoil. As fresh blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, Bai Xiaochun's Immortal Scroll's healing power fully deployed. His injuries healed in a flash. At the same time, his eyes turned red, and he charged towards the shattered puppet again. Almost simultaneously, as Bai Xiaochun moved, as the fragments of the puppet scattered in all directions, a slightly smaller puppet appeared once more. This cycle repeated itself, with Bai Xiaochun unleashing 10 consecutive punches. Each punch could shatter the puppet, but after each shattering, the recoil became increasingly powerful. In the end, even with the Immortal Scroll's recovery, Bai Xiaochun was on the verge of collapse. With my recovery power, I'm afraid even a late-stage Heavenly Venerate here could only withstand this much. Does this trial require a great perfection Heavenly Venerate to overcome? Bai Xiaochun couldn't believe that the 78th trial was so difficult. He threw another punch. As the puppet shattered, the recoil caused him to spit out blood. Finally, a new puppet appeared inside the shattered puppet. But this puppet was clearly different from the previous one. It was a small, hand-sized, entirely golden puppet. After it appeared, a surging, overwhelming aura of a mid-stage Heavenly Venerate erupted, moving at an incredibly fast speed, surpassing all imagination, and vanished in an instant. It suddenly reappeared right in front of Bai Xiaochun's chest. Before Bai Xiaochun could even react, his body was sent flying hundreds of meters away with a loud bang. Fresh blood spurted from Bai Xiaochun's mouth. Just as he regained his balance, his body was attacked again by a yellow light. After several consecutive attacks, Bai Xiaochun was completely enraged. This is outrageous. Bai Xiaochun's eyes turned bloodshot. This puppet clearly had the same cultivation level as him, yet he could only endure the blows because his speed was inferior. This was the first time he had encountered something like this. Seeing the yellow light flash again, Bai Xiaochun suddenly took a deep breath. In that instant, the skin all over his body turned blood red. Blood mist also spread from his body. In a flash, Bai Xiaochun's figure seemed to become part of the mist. Divine slaughter. From within the mist, Bai Xiaochun's cold eyes emerged, his voice seemingly laced with the scent of fresh blood. The divine slaughter method suddenly descended. Amidst a deafening explosion, the golden light approached the blood mist, and in an instant, the mist suddenly dispersed. Its speed was incredibly fast, causing the golden light to miss its target. In that split second, within this fragment of the world, the blood light and the golden light suddenly intertwined. In terms of speed, both sides had reached their limits. The rumbling sounds echoed continuously. Finally, the golden light stopped. It was instantly surrounded by the blood mist. The rumbling sounds reverberated within the mist. At the same time, a countershock force far exceeding anything before also exploded wildly. Following the earth-shattering explosion, the blood mist, in the midst of this countershock, completely scattered. Within the void surrounding him, after more than 10 breaths, when everything had calmed down, the mist slowly condensed again, revealing the pale figure of Bai Xiaochun. As soon as he appeared, Bai Xiaochun let out a cry, blood gushing out uncontrollably. He gasped for breath. His body suddenly became hazy, leaving the 68th trial. Although he had successfully passed this trial, his injuries were severe, making Bai Xiaochun realize that after this trial, every subsequent trial would be incredibly difficult. After resting for a long time, Bai Xiaochun recovered more than half of his strength. Remembering the difficulty of the 78th trial, Bai Xiaochun sighed inwardly. I can feel it getting harder and harder. Fortunately, I didn't encounter that little spirit this time. Otherwise, I would have truly been in despair. I must be more careful in the future. He had to engage in a battle of wits and courage with this little spirit. He absolutely couldn't give it a chance. In his agitation, Bai Xiaochun didn't dare to continue pushing through the trials and chose to return. Not long after Bai Xiaochun left, the spirit on the broken fan awakened. Upon waking up and discovering that Bai Xiaochun had almost passed through the 80 trials, the little spirit went berserk again. It knew that in the previous leaf trials, to make Bai Xiaochun fail, it had paid a huge price, reducing the difficulty of the subsequent trials. However, this reduction was only relative. In its judgment, even with the difficulty reduced, Bai Xiaochun shouldn't have been able to pass through the trials so quickly. No, I have to readjust again. Damn it, I'll just absorb all the remaining 100 trials to stop this damned Bai Xiaochun. The spirit was somewhat frantic. It was very worried that if things continued like this, even the final 100-stage trial would be overcome by Bai Xiaochun using all sorts of unthinkable methods. At this moment, it simply withdrew from the 100-stage trial, replacing it with the difficulty of the previous stages. At the same time, after returning to the evil Emperor's city embassy, Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes from the secret chamber. He lowered his head and patted his storage bag, taking out a blue bottle of elixir. Inside the bottle were not elixirs, but medicinal liquid. There were a total of 9 drops. This was the reward from the 78th stage. Each drop was comparable to an immortal elixir, and in some ways even surpassed it. It was very suitable for a mid-stage heavenly venerate to use. Looking at this bottle of elixir, Bai Xiaochun felt that although the 78th stage was difficult, the rewards were not small. As a master of medicinal arts himself, he could naturally see that this medicine was extraordinary. Although Bai Xiaochun didn't know the refining method, he could still distinguish a small portion of the ingredients that made up the medicinal liquid. Any one of them, for the eternal immortal realm, was almost extinct, belonging to the realm of legendary immortal herbs. Only this spirit dragon horn was a rare treasure, found in the eternal immortal realm, but its price was extremely high. Bai Xiaochun had seen it before when he was in the Holy Emperor City. That price was so exorbitant that even a seasoned heavenly venerate would hesitate for a long time to obtain it. Valuable. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. He placed the bottle of medicinal liquid to his mouth, not using much, only a single drop. This drop of liquid entered his mouth and instantly dissolved. Following that, a flame erupted within Bai Xiaochun's body, spreading throughout his entire being. His breathing quickened. At this moment, the cultivation energy within his body became intensely vibrant, constantly increasing its circulation speed, allowing the nutrients contained in this drop of medicinal liquid to be absorbed into every inch of the meridians throughout his body. As Bai Xiaoqun cultivated, time slowly passed. Because he was waiting for the spirit to awaken, Bai Xiaoqun skipped entering the tattered fen and breaking through the barrier these past few days. Each day he immersed himself in cultivation, striving to slowly increase his cultivation level. In fact, the effect of these 9 drops of medicinal water exceeded Bai Xiaoqun's imagination. After absorbing the 9 drops, his cultivation level increased significantly. Although still somewhat below the late stage of Heavenly Venerate, he was no longer in the state he was in when he first entered the mid-stage of Heavenly Venerate. This was without using the Heavenly Venerate pill. He had already refined the Heavenly Venerate pill, preparing to use it at the final breakthrough to increase the success rate. If others knew of this progress, they would surely be shocked and find it unbelievable. After all, the immortal realm of the eternal Heavenly Venerate only had 12 people. In this respect, with the exception of Bai Xiaoqun, everyone else relies on the passage of time and various kinds of fortuitous circumstances to increase their cultivation level. Only Bai Xiaoqun, being here, could achieve such a rapid increase in cultivation. After all, he possessed the inherited treasure of a lord who had once shaken the heavens and earth. Holding this treasure allowed Bai Xiaoqun's cultivation to suddenly surge, almost without stopping. Just as Bai Xiaoqun was about to continue cultivating, an old acquaintance came to visit. That old acquaintance was Zhang Dapan. In fact, after Bai Xiaoqun arrived in the evil emperor city, he had heard his subordinates talk about Zhang Dapan. He knew that Zhang Dapan's status within the evil emperor city was quite special. However, he had been away for a while and hadn't returned. Now 2 months had passed, and after Zhang Dapan returned and learned of Bai Xiaoqun's arrival, he excitedly rushed to the embassy. When Bai Xiaoqun received the news, he rushed out of the secret chamber. Upon reaching the main hall, he saw the tall, slender figure of a man. This figure was somewhat unfamiliar to Bai Xiaoqun. When this man, seemingly scrutinizing him, slowly turned and looked at Bai Xiaoqun's body trembled violently. In an instant, he stepped forward and embraced the man before him. Although his appearance was considerably more weathered, from his features and facial expressions, it was clearly Zhang Dapan, senior brother. Zhang Dapan was also excited, his body trembling. After being embraced by Bai Xiaoqun, he also hugged Bai Xiaoqun tightly. Xiaoqun! Both were filled with emotion. At this moment, they looked at each other, and memories from the past uncontrollably flooded their minds. From the kitchen of the Lingxi sect, then to the Nis sect, even the Shinkong Daoji sect, and finally on the Ghost Mother's warship, the two were separated by a world. Zikun, I thought I would never see you again. Zikun, do you remember what I said to you on the Tongshan Sea back then? In my dream, it really felt like a dream. For years, I felt that all of this was just a dream. The world I lived in was the body of a giant. I didn't believe it then. Until I heard that the Tongshan world had shattered. Zhang Dapeng wept. He had so much to say, but it had been difficult to say it all over the years. For him, Bai Zikun was not only his junior brother, but also his good brother. Hearing Zhang Dapeng's words, Bai Zikun's heart was stirred. He recalled the past, especially the events that took place in the kitchen. Looking back at the present, after many years of separation, their reunion filled his heart with mixed emotions and memories. After a long while, Bai Xiaoqun and Zhang Dapan sat together. Having been separated for so many years, they had so much to say. Within this embassy, Bai Xiaoqun held the highest position, so naturally, his subordinates brought him wine. Then he activated the embassy's formation, cutting off all spiritual energy waves. I never thought that one trip on the ghost ship would lead to our separation. After I followed the ghost ship to this place, I saw unfamiliar heaven and earth, unfamiliar cities, unfamiliar people. Xiaoqun, you don't know how helpless I was then. Zhang Dapan took a large gulp from his wine flask, speaking with a bitter tone. Bai Xiaoqun remained silent. He also picked up his wine flask and drank. Then he took a deep breath. Senior brother, you left too soon. You didn't see what happened afterward. The reverse river sect is gone. The savage wilderness is gone. Everything is lost. My disciple, Hauer, is also gone. The tomb guardian is gone. The whole world is lost. Bai Xiaoqun said, his voice filled with sorrow. So many people died. So many people. All of this is because of the Tongshan Taoist. Bai Xiaoqun clenched his fists fiercely. In the bitterness, Zhang Dapeng's mood beside him also plummeted. Time passed, and it was almost night. They talked all night, talking about the past, telling each other everything, tears flowing, sobbing about what had happened before. Laughter occasionally broke the silence. In the midst of the laughter and tears, in this emotion, in the memories, it seemed as if the years gone by had returned, as if they had returned to the kitchen, to a time without worries, without sorrow. Back then, Zhang Dapeng was full of enthusiasm. Back then, Bai Xiaochun was also arrogant and proud, dreaming of the day he could achieve immortality. But now, as the years passed, they were no longer the young men they once were. They had grown up. Unbeknownst to them, more responsibilities and burdens had fallen on their shoulders. After I learned that the Tongshan world had shattered, I began secretly searching. But I am small and insignificant. Although I was among the first to appear in this eternal immortal realm, and because of my spirit cultivation, I gained some importance and status within the evil emperor dynasty. I still lack the will, Xiaochun. I couldn't even leave to find you. Zhang Dapeng spoke bitterly. But as he spoke, a flicker of excitement and exhilaration appeared in his eyes. However, Xiaochun, although I'm severely restricted, I've still helped many people in the Tongshan world, especially. I found Ancestor Lingxi, Uncle Li Qingao, and many former disciples of the Neth sect. As Zhang Dapeng uttered these words, Bai Xiaochun's body trembled violently. He suddenly looked up, grabbing Zhang Dapeng's arm. His body trembled uncontrollably, his breathing becoming rapid and intense. You found my Uncle Li and Ancestor Lingxi, and our fellow disciples of the Neth sect. Where are they? Bai Xiaochun feared he had misheard. He knew that for years he had searched with all his might in the Holy Emperor City, but without success. Now that Zhang Dapeng had just spoken, it was like a thunderclap in his ears. I found them, but I didn't dare meet them. I was afraid of revealing their whereabouts. However, I know they are currently very safe on this immortal realm. Zhang Dapeng knew Bai Zikun's emotions were fluctuating greatly, so he didn't hide anything and quickly told Bai Zikun everything he knew. Didn't meet them, that's good, as long as they're safe, as long as they're alive. That's good, that's good. Bai Zikun tried to regain his breath. He slowly released Zhang Dapeng's arm. Before his eyes appeared the stern gaze of Li Qingho, concealing his affection. His eyes welled up with tears. Uncle Li, after a long while, when Bai Zikun had recovered somewhat, Zhang Dapeng picked up the wine gourd, took a large gulp, and hesitated to speak. He looked at Bai Zikun for a moment, then suddenly spoke in a low voice. Zikun, I've discovered a secret. I don't know if I should tell you or not. Bai Zikun was startled, looking towards Zhang Dapeng. He immediately saw a hint of surprise and suspicion hidden deep within Zhang Dapeng's eyes. It seemed the secret he wanted to reveal had been buried deep in his heart for a long time, and it was of immense importance. If it were anyone else, Bai Zikun would naturally think they were trying to be mysterious. But Zhang Dapeng was different. With Bai Zikun's current cultivation level, even before Zhang Dapeng arrived, he had noticed that Zhang Dapeng's mental power seemed less intense than others. Although only a nascent soul cultivator, the level of his mental power was even more powerful than that of a demigod, close to a heavenly venerate. Bai Zikun, in the Tongshan world, wouldn't have noticed this. Even if he had, he wouldn't have known the reason. But Bai Xiaochun, now not only a heavenly venerate, also understood quite a bit about this world. He knew that Zhang Dapeng possessed a special kind of physique. It seemed that the core of this physique was related to thought. To some extent, saying he was a favorite of thought power wasn't far off. This was likely closely related to Zhang Dapeng's beginning to consider using thought to cultivate spirit power many years ago. Up to now, it could be said that Zhang Dapeng, in terms of thought, was close to a heavenly venerate. Perhaps this is the reason he could dream of leaving the Tongshan world before Bai Xiaochun seemed to be thinking of something. At this moment, he raised his right hand, his cultivation spreading out. The embassy was already covered by a formation. He used his own cultivation to set up another layer of protection. Use your divine sense to transmit a message to me. That being said, in 10 breaths, we can be certain. Even the primordial being would find it difficult to detect. Bai Xiaochun's lips remained motionless, but his consciousness merged into Zhang Dapeng's mind, transmitting a divine thought. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Dapeng breathed a sigh of relief. Without the slightest hesitation, he quickly transmitted his own consciousness. Xiaochun, I've discovered a secret related to the evil emperor. This secret is also difficult for me to comprehend. I'm worried that if I reveal it, even with your defenses, it might lead to unforeseen consequences. Therefore, if you truly want to know, I'll lead you to experience it yourself, and you'll understand. Zhang Dapeng's consciousness moved extremely rapidly. Perhaps due to the power of his thoughts, this transmitted consciousness, within the short span of 10 breaths, clearly revealed the entire origin and consequences of this secret. Zhang Daben, that year, boarded the Demon Mother's warship and traveled to the eternal immortal realm. Later, he arrived in the evil Emperor dynasty. Because he was skilled in spirit cultivation and before his arrival, there was no such thing as spirit cultivation in the eternal immortal realm. His appearance instantly terrified the evil emperor. Dynasty. Even the evil emperor was captivated. After repeatedly allowing Zhang Daben to practice spirit cultivation and experience the various aspects of the world through different methods, the evil emperor issued a decree, not only granting Zhang Daben status and position, but also giving him a mission. This mission was to cultivate the spirit within the dragon bone surrounding the entire evil emperor city, that is, the heaven-shattering sphere. It was precisely because of this that Zhang Daben became extremely special within the evil emperor dynasty, and his reputation gradually spread. The only problem was that Zhang Daben knew his own limitations and understood how to craft other items, so he let it go.